are back, baby.
We're back. Let's go.
As I have to follow up on Kronos because I loved his "Wake Up, Baby" in the invitation, and I'm so hyped up to be back because the pause was too long for us. Like me and like, how long was it since we had this pre-show? Since
I think about 2 weeks.
I think even more.
Even more could be. But I'm glad to be back, though, Nish.
Yeah.
The first day back, obviously, regular season starting. Biggest tournament in Europe. What can we say, Nish? What can we say? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's a fair statement, and I want to congratulate all of us in the European community because I think a lot of people could see that if they opened the game today, they got a message from Muntun directly. And guys, big thank you. And I think that you can even, because it's our common effort. Like, if you wouldn't be supporting Surge, and if Surge wouldn't be putting out these tournaments, I think we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have this this progress we have in Europe. And I'm so glad about it. Like, guys, really thank you. And hope that your support is going to continue, because what we are building is for us. Like, this is our domain, and we want to build it as strong as it possible can be. So
definitely, and I would say share it to your friends as well. Give your guys a pat on the back. Also, leave a follow if you're new here. I mean, all that good stuff, because we're just improving. And
exactly,
like you said, definitely thank everybody. Thank you guys for supporting.
Yeah, and where to start, Sint? Like, we are starting in the regular season. We have all the best teams here. We should do a really quick recap, because like we had Thunder Division. Thunder Division was the highest division we could put together, and there's these 6 teams.
And also, it was the biggest tournament up to this point, but now this is the biggest stage. But regarding Thunder Division, obviously Jackpots won Thunder Division, but I would say it was pretty close. At some point, Omni Glitch was leading. At some point, Minerva Fury looked promising. You know, also on the other side, you know, in terms of teams getting relegated, VoidKids saving themselves, also Revenant Order saving themselves. I would say it was very close. The Thunder Division there wasn't really a big favorite. We saw great gameplay from all teams, interesting drafts. You know, we saw a few switches, few things we weren't ready of. You know, but now it's new meta. New update obviously came, boosting some heroes like I don't know, Xavier is stronger now. Balmond is a little bit buff. So, you know, interesting. Thunder Division was definitely was very action packed, and if you haven't seen it, guys, if you're new here, I recommend you guys to go back and check, because that was some great gameplay that we saw.
Exactly, and I would just shout out also to Stolen Angels, because at the beginning, I think it was for 2 weekends, they were also at the top of Thunder Division, and look where they are right now. Like, it was so close, and it was like up and down, and it was seen even in our predictions. Like, all of us were so wrong. Like, there were so many surprises. But as we see in the relegation promotion, you have to participate in 4 Rising Division tournaments just to get there. As well, for us, the 2 teams that were relegated from Thunder Division, it was also such a high intensity tournament, the relegation promotion. And as we can see, like Eternal Oblivion, they show up so strong. Akke showed that they did some changes, but at the same time, they have what it takes to get to the MEC. Teeniyi Bambusel, like, I don't really have to tell you more about this. For me, like a pretty solid surprise was Glitch Code. I really like their performance. Then we have the EMC champions, Memento Mori, which like they are rightfully here, and I'm so glad that they are back. And then we have Fake Time, which like if you go to our Instagram and see the edit with the game, they turn around. Like, if they didn't win that one game, they wouldn't be here. And it was one of the most intense matches.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest comebacks that I've ever seen. If I remember that game correctly, they just got, you know, like everything was lost, but somehow I remember their marksman. coming back and really clutching that game out. So I mean, appreciate Fake Time for giving us a show, I would say.
Yeah,
But,
actually, the opponents were already at their base, and they were just recalling and just trolling them. And then it all happened. I think that was like pulling a switch on a gun, like, pew, and here we go.
Yeah, and it was like top speed, the base as well.
Yeah, but we are in the regular season. Right now, we have the Swiss stage before us. And Sint, I will take it here for a minute because I got a really big request from our marketing team. And not just marketing team, but a lot of people ask how the Swiss system is working. So for all of you who are going to watch, we have 16 teams. We have 5 rounds. Those 16 teams right now, they have 0-0 points. So they have no wins, no losses. But after today, there will be certain teams that are going to have 1 win, 0 losses. And to be fair and to have the best system we could have for this stage, we choose Swiss because in the second round, you will see that only the teams that have 1 win and 0 loses are going to play together. In the third round, again, only the teams that have the same score are going to be matched against each other. And in the third round, we will already see 2 teams that are going to be invited directly to the playoffs or to the stage after Swiss. Then in the fourth stage, we'll have, again, teams that have the same score placed against each other. We'll have 2 separate groups, one where teams have 2 wins, 1 lose, and 1 win, 2 loses. Again, we will see 3 teams getting ahead to the playoffs, and then we will have 5th stage where there will be only 6 teams remaining who are going to be deciding the last 3 teams who are going to continue to the playoffs. I think I made it. It was under 1 minute, under 1 minute, so I'm really glad about it.
You definitely did make it. And if people if that felt fast, please go back and you can rewind the stream later on and do it in slow motion.
Yeah, I think we will also do reels about it to put it on Instagram so that you can just really quickly check it. But it's super easy to understand, and I'm so glad that even with the production we have, because what we see right now is so easy to understand. Like, it's clear. You see that which teams are going to play today, and we will be updating these graphics like every day, so you will always see who's going to play.
Also, we saw a little bit of a sneak peek that, the trailer and also the MVPs and so on. The graphics been upgraded. Surge got the best graphic team. They got the best marketing. Every team on Surge is the best. You know what I mean? Is that fair to say?
Oh, Sint, you are talking about yourself as well. I presume.
I have to.
I would say that the best yappers in the game are here, so no question asked. At the same time, I would just highlight that it was such a long journey for us. Like, imagine, like, Surge just started in February. So from February till now, we have so many going on. Like, the first half of the year was totally different, and we had to change I remember in January, like, I felt like, oh, we have such a solid plan. Like, this plan is going to last until December. Like, we have everything figured out. In February, March, we have to scratch everything, and we just came to understand that, okay, this community is totally different. We have to change all the plans we had, and I'm so glad about it because, guys, we are always listening. So if you think that we at Search are not listening, it's not true. We really read your feedbacks. We got a lot of feedbacks and a lot of solid feedbacks because, guys, we are building something that it's not existing. And after 1 year of really, really hard work, I think we are slowly getting there. And it can be seen even with the support from Muntun, I would say. And after the MEC, like, I think we have a lot of interesting news for you guys. But I will keep that after the MEC, of course. So I don't want to
you said something very interesting regarding, like, you had a plan and then you had to adapt. It felt like you were talking a little bit about the teams as well. because initially I think in the qualifiers, when I looked at the lineups and when I looked at these teams, they look completely different. A lot has changed. You see them either the lineup or the draft, or I feel like so much has changed. Like Akke doesn't feel completely like Akke without Maki. Do you know what I mean? For example,
Yeah.
I know that Memento Mori changed their marksman. Like, you can go on about these teams. So much has changed, player-wise and also just playstyle-wise, I would say. So
I think the only team that didn't make changes is Teeniyi Bambusel. I think, but I wouldn't put my hand to the fire. But yeah, then again, those teams they got invited during the regular during the last chance and relegations promotion, so they didn't have as much time to disband as the others. I'm really making jokes right now because, like, for me, it's like, you know, it's the funniest thing that all of the guys who are on the top level, they know each other.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, most of them know each other.
Yeah.
And when I see how fast they can like change partners, it's like, I'm really consistent. Like, if I would have a team, I would really do everything in my power to keep one team together. But yeah, that, like, I'm pretty old school.
But you know what's, you're very old school, because you know what's happening is that people are breaking up over ranks. You know, they might have the tournament surge, but then they play a rank game that doesn't go well, and who knows what happens. But yeah, it's very interesting because that also speaks to what kind of gameplay are we gonna see today. Now, we know that there has been lineup changes since the Thunder division, and also, like, now is best of ones, and it's also, you know, now we see a lot of other teams come into the mix. Misa, Esports, we see Teeniyi, Bambusel, they're gonna play the top teams. So it's very interesting. What can we really expect? I'm not really sure. I'm expecting great gameplay, but who's gonna perform and who's not? I think today is gonna be a big day for all the teams to prove themselves that they still have it after the break, that they still, you know, work hard to improve.
Yeah, actually, that's why we didn't even do predictions. Like, the predictions would be based on some cloud idea. I have no idea. That
would be gambling, and we don't support gambling over at Surge, you know.
No.
So, but tomorrow, I think we're gonna start. We just want to have a breather. We don't want to lower that percentage. We want, you know, to keep the percentage kind of stable. It's already under the 50%, but
you said a very important thing, because during the Swiss stage, the games that are not deciders, so it's not the match where you either continue or you are going to fall out, are best of ones. But the deciders as best of three, because it would be ridiculous to have it as a best of one. Best of one are so unpredictable right now, and you can win in the draft, and or there are some teams that could have communication problem. We're not going to name them.
Definitely, but you know what's so tricky about what you said is absolutely right. The deciders are best of three, but winning this best of one is gonna get you far into the tournament. According to the brackets, you're instantly gonna go into, I think, a best of five, if I remember correctly. So you're already very deep into the bracket. So you need to kind of aim to win this, because if you go into the decider, you're gonna fight for your life, and it's gonna be constant. It's gonna be constant uphill battle. So just because you lose, you're not out, but you will fight like 10 teams, like not 10 teams, but of course I'm over exaggerating, but you're going to fight a lot of teams, and you're going to go up maybe even against better teams than the team that you lost against. So it's not even safe, you know, to think.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to be totally fair, so people understand even better, if a team plays only 3 rounds, that means that they will be playing much less and have more time to prepare, to watch their opponents, to scream a little bit, to be more creative. So they will have much more time. The second thing is that if you are going to play all 5 rounds in the Swiss, like, oh my God, that's so much pressure at the same time, because you will be playing 5 big games, and you will be playing 2 deciders, which are best of 3. Like, that's so tough.
And on top of this, you're playing like 5 completely different teams. You might prepare for let's say, I don't know, a team a certain way, thinking, okay, let me ban out this hero. But all of a sudden, next game, you have to change completely what you were training for in the initial team. Because all these teams that we see have their own playstyle, they have their own draft, and it's really, really hard. Once you lose, I watched the brackets, it's very heavily formatted that you need to make sure that you can win. Like it's extremely incentivized to win. I would say even more than the Thunder division.
But
because
there's
now
also
teams are gonna drop off.
So sorry to interrupt you, but there's also one thing that I'm really very glad about, and that's we see that some teams already have coaches, which is very important. Some teams, like for example, I have to like really shout out. For example, Akke was adopted by a MENA team, Wheel of D, which we are really glad, and shout out to you guys. So they also are bringing, like we are slowly even seeing the evolution of the teams in Europe, and I'm really hoping. I'm even started a lot of talks with foreign team owners, and I'm trying to motivate them. Like, guys, there's something really great cooking in Europe, and you could be at the beginning, so you can like adopt the best.
Definitely. And even for speaking about coaches, we have to give a shout out to our very own Zakota coaching. Big mistake, in my opinion. One of the best coaches of all time, maybe Zakota.
Oh, yeah. But when it comes to Zakota, like you can take me for my word. Zakota is best at everything.
Yeah,
if you take him for his words.
Yeah. Definitely, he should run for president if you take him for his word. But yeah, you were speaking about coaches. Definitely, I think it's gonna come into play in terms of draft. A lot of teams noticing that, hey, we're losing a lot of games because could be draft, and that's definitely something that they want to take care for. I know Toby is heavily into kind of studying the draft now. I know Zedel also looking very deep into draft because teams are noticing how important the draft is. It used to be, we can draft what is comfortable and just even to go up against, no matter what the enemy picks, as long as we're comfortable, that's fine. But nowadays they're noticing with the skill level of the opponents, this is not the case. You need to kind of be ready. What composition, you need to have a plan, and you need to try to execute that plan. And I see a lot of better draft from Thunder Division. I feel like in the end really improved a lot the drafts, and yeah, so coaches is definitely gonna come into play to even make it another level, because that's at the end of the day that's also something we want to do here at Surge. We want to see the teams go up and become even better. Maybe fight those Asian teams in the future. Who are we to decide? We're gonna give the opportunity. And I think teams that are motivated, teams that are, very hardworking, anything is possible.
But at the same time, you have to talk, like we need to talk about another aspect that is, I think, the next step for our teams, and that's adaptability. Because MLBB is changing the meta so fast, man.
Yeah.
Like, imagine just if you are going through our live streams and you are going to look at the different length of the game, different like how the drafts are changing. Even right now, when you look at the MPL and the Asian teams, like they started to play on gold lane some fighters, no?
Yeah, exactly. And it's very interesting because if you look at the qualifiers from Surge, that was a completely different meta. You just said something that is absolutely right. One of the teams that are going to win this tournament is not only going to have one of the, of course, highest skills, best drafts, but they're also going to be one of the most adaptable teams because they've changed along from, a completely different meta where it wasn't even relevant to draft, for example, Ruby. Now, I think to this meta where I think Harif and Granger are the most really dominating on gold lane. But we see a lot of different heroes, even new item now. So definitely one of the teams, I think, the future proceeding from how I see it, one of the teams that is going to win the Surge is also going to be one of the most adaptable teams. And it's going to be very interesting how well the teams are going to adapt to this new meta. Because you can actually get worse if you don't adapt, if you don't keep up with what's happening. If you stay still while the other teams are improving, you're getting worse, even if you're not physically, playing less, so to say.
Can we go just really quickly about the schedule of today, so that we just like, I know that this is my last time online, so we just want to yap a little bit more. I just want to go over the matches that are going to be played today, because as we said, there will be 8 matches, which is a lot. So you guys, if you are going to watch, really prepare some refreshments, so that you have energy for all of them. And even the first match, that's I saw Honor playing the Rising Division. Unfortunately, they didn't made it into the relegations promotions, but at the same time, they even won one of the Rising Division. So
very impressive.
And I think they have a lot to prove, because even when we are asking the Rising teams or the teams from relegations promotions who they want to play against, all of them say Jackpots, and they have the honor of playing them. So I'm really looking forward to what they will bring to the table. Also, Jackpots changed their roster, so I really want to see their synergy with this roster.
Definitely. And then we have Minerva against Renta. I mean, these are two, if I'm not mistaken, two Ukrainian teams. I think Renta is
no, it's from Poland.
It's from Poland.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. But Minerva Fury, obviously a very experienced Ukrainian team who we saw play in Thunder Division, looked really promising. Renta I haven't seen too much before. What can you say about that team?
We definitely know at least one person from Renta. It's Lashina, which is a really long time supporter of Surge, and a guy with a really hot head, I would say. And at the same time, Minerva Fury also went through some changes. So I'm really looking forward.
They lost Rusik, if I do not mistake.
I also think so. And it's really important to say that not just us, but all of us are going to see totally new rosters during this during EMC. Like, this European Championship is like a new tournament for everyone, so it will be so exciting to see the first day, so that we can evaluate, and like you said, tomorrow do the first predictions.
Definitely.
Also, Omni Knights against Metashift. Metashift is such an interesting team from my perspective. They had such a strong presence during the last chance, and I would just say that it was the most heated qualifier we had, even when it comes to administration. But it was so crazy.
We could go on forever. All the games are interesting, but there you saw the brackets. I just want to highlight, we have also Misa Esports, who is a Turkish professional team, if I am not mistaken. Very strong team. Gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna come into the mix. I know that they've been screaming European teams a lot. And so we see a lot of new teams. We're gonna see a lot of different matchups that we haven't seen before. It's gonna be very interesting, but like you correctly mentioned, I mean, we're gonna start off here, Jackpots against Honor, and go from there. It's just going to be bigger, and bigger. I mean, all of these games are definitely interesting. And if you're any of these teams, I like to say, study your opponents. You should definitely look at and know who you're playing against. And if you're next week, I mean, you can always go back to this week and look.
I would just say, from marketing perspective, we prepared so much giveaways for this tournament and for the whole European Championship. So guys, be present. I will see you in the chat. Don't forget to follow, because we are going to be playing each Friday, Saturday, Sunday until the last weekend. This last weekend will be a small break, and then during the December, like first and second weekend, we are going to play the playoffs. So don't forget to follow. There will be a lot of prizes for you, so it will be super entertaining, not just to watch, but also for you to gain something.
And it will be also very entertaining, because they will have now Scared Yet and Warren taking over for the first few games. It's going to be amazing. Just want to say, I'm very high energy, and I hope to see some wonderful games. I know we're definitely going to be watching behind the scenes, so we're looking forward to it.
Okay, guys, enjoy. This is me and Sint going out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys. See you.
And it continues, people, with all of these pirate ships out here sailing from the old world to the new. We will witness some 4 new Yonkos rising up in the MLBB European Championship. We're finally here at the regular season, man, oh man, and Warren. You've been the witness of their entire journeys. How are you feeling right now, since this is the battle of top 16?
Absolutely ecstatic. Of course, I'm looking forward, especially to 2 specific teams, and that will be the invited teams. Before spoken Renta and the before spoken Honor, because I think it will be super exciting for us to see how they match up to the rest.
Yes, absolutely. Considering we're going to have one of those teams play against Jackpots right here, right now, right? It's going to be super exciting as well, because we've seen 8 of these teams all the way from the Thunder division. We had top 6, and then we had a few teams all the way hopping in from even the open qualifiers. The regular season is now up on board, ladies and gentlemen. We have the schedule up on our screen. Jackpots taking on Honor for the first match. Minerva Fury, one of the fan favorite teams out here, will be taking on the newly invited team Renta. And then we've got all the other teams which we saw throughout the promotion relegation as well, Warren.
Well, now it will be super exciting because, of course, the top 8 coming from Thunder Division, you can say, should be on the higher echelon of the power hierarchy. But of course, compared to them, the promotion relegation should be a little bit closer. At least I feel like that's how people would view it. So I feel especially Metashift, Misa, Esports, Renta, and Honor, I would put them in this like 4-pack where they have to prove themselves the most. So these 4 matchups, this of course it's BO1s, and that's especially spicy because since it's a BO1, this means anyone can win. Usually in BO1s, you can surprise your opponent. You can do something crazy in the draft. You can make a crazy rotation, and they cannot adapt to that because it's a BO1. So honestly, the cards that we are dealt with, I think any of those teams could be taking home their first victory today.
That's one of the big things out here, right? Even teams like Honor, which are out here ready to surprise us, can actually flip the tables against the likes of Jackpots. And since we're already on that topic now, we saw a lot of changes happening in the roster of these teams as well. Synth and Nish, both of them talked about that as well in the pre-show, because it's going to impact a lot in terms of what the result is going to be between all of these teams. Because let's be honest, the teams that were looking unstoppable, that were looking unbreakable, eventually had some new players pop in.
That's absolutely interesting what's gonna happen, because on the paper some of the moving parts, of course, maybe some people in the chat already know, but I will leave it to surprises a little bit. I would love to leave it until we see for ourselves the whole rosters in front of our eyes. But the thing is that of course we still don't know. Some of the players, they have histories, so you can kind of expect that they should perform, but you don't know how will it fit with their team. But if we can take into consideration what happened with Akke, for example, where they changed their jungler and it improved their overall performance by quite a lot, they were able to, even though it was still through promotion relegation, but they were able to get themselves up and promote and get into the regular season. I feel like this kind of sets a precedence where the chance should be good.
That's the big thing, right? It's again a big surprise for a lot of these teams out here, because let's be brutally honest, there's going to be some synergy issues as well between the players. They will be trying to set their own pace up, and the best of ones don't really give you all of those opportunities. You've got one chance, and that's when you can eventually see some of those pocket picks come in as well. You know what? I'm going to be absolutely happy if we see some picks like the Freyas popping up as well, right? Because we had the new patch, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of changes happening here and there. A bit of a nerf on Nitan as well, along with the Irithel. So we're not going to see them being picked up a lot, but rather, you know what? I'm actually on for the double fighter meta as well, for the EU to adapt it all the way from the sea, because we've seen a lot of matches in the MPLs as well that most of the teams are now actually preferring to go for those double fighters in the side lanes rather than sticking to the conventional marksman which we normally would see.
Well, with the power of Jason Shin in the jungle, and since he is himself just the powerhouse, you don't need any addition to that. Like, well, you kind of do, right? You need a decent front line, but you don't need anyone specific. So it makes a lot of sense that there is so much power in since there is so much power in his hands, you can kind of just build a front line around him and he can carry your fights. And he is not the only one. There are other heroes that can dish out similar damage that can be played in the jungle. So you can kind of pivot to this setup with the fighter in the goal line. But what has to be said is definitely, oh, we will be having flying clouds. That's for sure to be said. But as you can see, that's what we will be having. But back to my point. Since you can go with the fighters, other gold laners usually struggle into that, but that's where it comes to play for Hurried and Granger, since they scale very fast compared to other typical marksmen and typical gold laners, because they scale faster.
I think so. That's again even more important, and it puts in a lot more pressure onto those gold laners of your team, where they need to know how to play those Grangers, they need to know how to play those Harrods, and again, some people who like to rely on a bit more of their pocket picks, right? I'm also talking about people like Pelmetronio, whose Irithel we have seen is absolutely unmatched. Those are the players that are going to be hit a little bit more in terms of their hero pool in this specific meta. So yeah, that's going to be a bit of a surprise for a lot of people out there, because again, we don't really know how the teams will adapt to this new meta out here. But as you rightly mentioned, it's going to be the flying clouds yet again in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. So another map, we're going to have those new mechanics. People are going to hop in, move to their lanes pretty quickly. So you can't really rely in terms of those pushes as well, in the early game at least, when the death timers are low. I think so that is also one of the big, you could say, factor with which teams would want to go into those drafts too. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about specific picks, Warren, because I mentioned about the Freya. Maybe we can see her being picked up now, considering you get a little bit of more mobility when you use that ultimate. You can actually hop in onto one part of the map too. If you're close by it, it gives you that dash. And there's also a very big change on Xavier.
Those changes could definitely shake up the mix of heroes that is being played in the competitive. Of course, only time will tell us. Of course, only the players themselves will either show us, all right, it's playable or it's viable in our eyes, or we don't actually think it's that viable. Even though on paper it could look good, even though in your ranked you would get smashed by those heroes, but maybe in reality it wouldn't really be that effective, of course. Because as we all know, some changes can look super crazy, but when it comes to push and shove, it's not really that big of a deal. Or maybe you have some pocket pick that can serve as a counter towards that. And especially talking about Freya, I feel like even though she got that rework and she is a little different than she used to be before, I think there is a super important part to be said, and that was the biggest reason, at least in my eyes, why she wasn't that played in competitive typically, and that's why, and that's because there is so much coordination usually that you just get CC'd up, you get pushed away, you get zoned away. It's not free game. If you are able to log her in, log her out, CC her up, and pile on top of her, she's not really that big of a threat.
I kind of agree with that. You know, in a very common sense out here, most of the people who've been annoyed with those Alucard mains out, who've been spamming Alucards for a while now, Freya kind of falls in this similar category. Now, you really need some hard CC to stop that snowball potential. But I personally feel that rework is actually pretty nice, and it gives a lot more room for Freya to play with. Now, you can, as we've been constantly saying, you can play her in probably the gold position as well. You can switch her space into the jungle as well. Now you've got two skills with which you can quickly cover the distance. So if you add a flicker onto that and play Freya in the gold lane, that's a lot more mobility as compared to the previous one. And that could catch a lot of people by surprise. And considering the amount of damage she already deals, and you add on to the fact that you can pretty quickly build up items on her, I think so that could be one way. And considering how not a lot of teams are now going in for the conventional marksmen, you got the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle, Kimi's in the mid, that could also boost those rates up. But at the same time, since we've been talking about this thing, right, I want to talk about the Yi Sun Shin and the hit that he has taken in the patch notes. That is pretty pretty recent if you think about it. They've reduced the time of crowd control on his ultimate, so that's something people will have to watch out for now.
Well, for sure, since he cannot stand for that long of a duration. But let's speak again. It's the biggest corporation you should expect in the MLBB environment, since this is the competitive scene. So, of course, you cannot rely on your stand that heavily, but someone else can be there. Some Kalia can be there. Kaja, even though we see her rarely, but she could be there. She could be making the setup. Grok, he could be making the flicker tectonic charge, hopefully hitting it this time. You know, so these things can be happening for you. So I don't feel like the stun should be that crucial. Of course, in your ranked 1v1, 1v9s, and especially with how we saw that very specific gameplay from one of our junglers that was able to have, I believe, like 19 and 0, and then it unfortunately for him fell apart. So these performances will be much harder, of course, with that stun nerf. But since in the competitive environment, I believe he can still be set up for.
I mean, in terms of the damage output, yes, he still is there. There's been no change in terms of the damage that he deals or how quickly he farms. But one of the big nerfs on him is, again, I personally feel that control immunity duration as well. He had a 1 second CC immunity as soon as he used up his dash. Now that is cut down to less than half. It's only 0.4. So you don't really have that free time of dashing in, putting your stun in, and then quickly going for the double basic attacks, moving a bit closer, go for a bit more basic attack to have your pass up all the time, right? You had a lot, you now have to consider a lot of things up in front of you before you can use your skill 1, or rather that dash on Yi Sun Shin. So that's going to be pretty crucial. We'll have to see if that changes up the draft itself, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving in the game number 1. MEC regular season finally up on board, people. And we've got Honor, the newly invited team, taking on the top team of Thunder Division. That is Jackpots.
Well, and immediately we see a little bit of a switch up on the side of Honor, because even though we saw a lot of 1-1 bans, they are immediately going for that 1-1 ban. As I said, we saw them, but we stopped seeing them for a couple of time, for some time. And now she's back on the menu, apparently, at least in the eyes of Honor. So that's already telling me that they have a little bit of a different approach. And speaking about different approach, a Luke Urban from Jackpots, do they have an OTP on their hands on the other side?
I mean, I think so, yeah. It's probably a respect ban coming in for Honor. That's probably one of those things. And I think so, you know, in terms of the changes that we've seen on those items, that's also something that is going to affect a little bit in terms of how the roamers are now going to prioritize their own items as well. Because, let's be honest, Dominance Ice now gives you a bit more magic defense, but you've removed that attack speed reduction from that item. You've added that to the new, I believe, the new item as well, right? The Cauldron or the Pauldron, I'll have to check them. It's the Chastis. I'm just going to call it Chastis. So you've added that passive onto that new item. So it's going to be interesting all in all to see how teams will be going in for their own item prioritizations too. But on here, right away, it's going to be the Alice first pick, answered back Harith as well as the Lancelot. And I think so that's a very nice priority by Jackpots in terms of this new meta.
Well, by Jackpots, of course, because right now their win rates on their heroes are a little bit better than for Side of Honor, because when they had only 2 heroes, it was just 2 times 0% win rate, whereas for the Side of Honor, it was 3 times 0% win rate. So going up from that, it means that Jackpots should be better off, at least by the priority of the heroes that they went for. Of course, joking a little bit, since this is the start of the regular season, we have 0 of the stats, so pardon me for having a little bit of this fun. Martis, another interesting ban. We didn't see a lot of Martis, but new patch could be healthy for him. Maybe it's something they're thinking about.
I absolutely like it. Again, a bit of a rework on that Martis too. Now you can use that Sky Piercer and it stacks very well with his ultimate, that's Decimation. You know, before you use it, now it combines the entire thing. So if you can actually finish the person in front of you off with the Sky Piercer active, then they will be instantly deleted, and it adds on to your ultimate duration as well, and it stacks up very quickly. I actually pretty much like that rework as well now. Kimmy being banned on the other side, that gives them a little bit less of a priority in the mid lane, but I still feel you've got a Farsa that you can eventually pick up. On the other side, it's a Grok lock-in. I mean, I'm still trying to find a way as to how Jackpots would fully dive onto the Eve. You've got the CC right now in your hands, but that is again to stop the onslaught of Honor. And I think so, considering the nerf that has hit CC, now the normal stacks reduction was 1 stack per second, but it's been reduced heavily. It's like 0.3 seconds is what it takes for 1 stack to reduce. So that means in 1 second, you'll have 3 stacks reduced. And that technically is quite a lot if you really consider the movement speed that she normally had. So I want to see how Litho pulls this thing off again from out of his own hands. It's going to be really nice to see. But Warren, what about that Ixia?
I mean, I'm absolutely loving the new patch already, and the way it's shining into the competitive scene, or especially into our competitive scene here on MAC. Because I'm loving to see Ixia a little bit of a switch up into the gold lane. I love to see Terizla. I didn't have the pleasure yet to try him out myself, but I had a couple of encounters. And in hands of a skillful player, he can be definitely a threat on the board. With the new items, there could be some interesting combinations. But you were talking about how Jackpots want to get on top of Eve. Well, they don't need to get on top of her if they have Forza that can snipe from 50 kilometers away.
Here's the big thing, right? Honor want to play with range. They've got the Eve, they've got the Ixia. It's a clear-cut front-to-back composition along with the Alice in the jungle. Now that is one of the most interesting picks, ladies and gentlemen, out here as we get ready for the MEC out regular season first game as we move on to the Land of Dawn with Honor protecting themselves against Jackpots.
Honestly, I have to say, Skirt, protecting will be kind of hard since Hennis is already half HP. He will, of course, pop his region up, so he will heal himself up a little bit more. But interesting choice to go Alice jungle. Of course, she should be alright with the speed of jungle clear, but she is definitely not a carry as Voki on his Lancelot should be. So the damage department shouldn't be that high on her. Oh, Kingsta getting a little bit low. Getting frisky, you could say, in those exchanges.
Yeah, there's this thing which we normally talk about right now. Before we already move on to that, I really like the item priority by King instantly buying that leather Jenkins because he knows Ixia hits really hard in this early game. He can't really take those fights against Ixia, specifically not those one-for-one trades, until and unless he builds up that proper cooldown reduction. So he's making sure that he's keeping his distance, and at the same time, he can tank up a little bit more of that damage. Now the entire priority for Honor is going to fall down in this mid lane prio where you need to have Eve getting lit of 4, but hold on a second, Frisky making sure that they actually have a lot of damage, and Hennis will shut down Malfurion out there. One of the best mid laners of Europe instantly being humbled.
Well, looks like Hennis himself at least doesn't think so, because he got rid of him like a little... Oh, well, not talking about little. This is such a big fight since Asmodeus got too caught in his ultimate. Going for Litho. Litho now not being as fast as he could be, especially as we have talked about the nerf on the stacks. So that could have been the reason why he wasn't able to jump out immediately. Asmodeus will be taking the purple of home with the rest of Honor. But maybe the rest have to say something about that. No, Kingstad, this wasn't the play to go for. Well, actually, maybe it was. Since Malfurion got 2. Double kill. Asmodeus tries to play it out, but Malfurion will fly away with his own lines.
Lovely play coming in yet again from the side of Jackpots as well. A big back and forth trades, a couple of assists coming in, and Malfurion, again, this is the man who you really want those skills to go in the hands of. But on the other side of the spectrum, even though there are a couple of pocket picks coming in for Honor, I really like how they're constantly using their advantage in the mid lane to go for those map presence. Hold on a second, Feather Air Strike, and a lovely shot with that tectonic charge. Kingsta, make sure that there's absolutely no way for the Eve to survive.
Well, Lovely said there was absolutely no chance to survive. Haniz didn't even flicker. He couldn't even flinch in the time they had to delete him. And talking about delete Kingsta, I don't know, he should be wandering off of here. Oh, big ultimate, Asmodeus picks up 3, Volkikor needs to retreat with Malfurion, or maybe they will just scare away Frisky.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Again, both the roamers are going to be hopping back in, though. One of the big things about the Terizla is the fact that you can't really go for those early rotations because the movement speed is just so very slow. But here's the fun thing. You, as a Terizla, can clear the wave faster than a CC. And that gives you the priority in the lane out here. Look at the mid.
Talking about priority, Kingsta decided that he wants to make some for himself. Big tectonic charge play, knocking up the opponents. Ooh, Asmodeus looked for a bit that he wants to make it happen, but decided not to make it happen. There is Grog pushing Asmodeus. Oh, actually locking him off. Now Volkikor goes in and it's 1v4. Asmodeus, this is your goodbyes. Say bye to your mother, because now you are in the grave.
Oh my. Kingsta yet again. I remember, you know, that day when we actually saw those 2 misplays coming in from the Grog. Kingsta actually was talking to me and mentioning the same thing. We'll talk about that. Look at the turtle.
Eve, big reverb manipulation, going for that big damage. Volkikor actually able to steal it away. Frisky now in trouble because he is been dealt with. Nightlove as well. And suddenly Jackpots are in the lead. And even though nice early game from Honor, they are losing their ground. It's quicksand. They are getting deeper and deeper in it.
They can't really take that fight against the entire lineup of Jackpots right now. Honor will need to make sure that they have the Ixia in those fights. Michael, his flicker was just used up. And here's the thing. Michael on the Ixia does not have anything to run away from. So he's got to make sure that that flicker is kept safe till the very last second out here. As we have a look at the presence in terms of the team fights. It's a head-to-head comparison. Hold on a second.
Talking about presence, Volkikor with that big dive, unfortunately gets stunned immediately after the iframes, and now he is crying. I think this is the exact emotion that he had, because it looks so good for a bit. Well, actually, looking at it now, maybe it was even better, because Malfurion with 7 kills on his belt. And if you can protect the man, well, there is nothing to worry about. He will carry you to victory.
Yeah, one of the big things is, again, my question to Hennis as to why he jumped back in. Everything was done by Frisky to save the life of that man with a law and order as well, but even after that, I guess he just moved in a bit too close.
Talking about moving too close, Michael moved a little bit too close to, not for Kingsta, right? Even though Kingsta appeared there in the end. But of course, to Jackpot's own goal laner, Malfurion actually with an arrow play for Hines. And Hines is, he survives. He survived. I believe there was like 2 HP that was left under his belt.
Surviving with the skin of the teeth, but I can't say the same thing for Frisky right now because the mid-tier 1 is being taken down.
Well, it's only Volkikor. I don't think there is something that should be happening, but we definitely need to highlight Lighto with a 1v1 dive on Nightlove. He absolutely destroyed him. I don't know if you quite catch how much HP he had, but he barely lost anything.
That's the thing again. Lighto can actually poke the heck out of Night. Well, hold on, look at mid.
Talking about poking, Malfurion decided to all-in engage. He doesn't need poke, but now he will pay for his actions. Though, lucky he, because Frisky got the kill. And looks like Lighto will be getting a kill in retaliation. Kill spree on him, and now it's 2v2 actually. Vengeance on the last second, but maybe too late. Lighto, you should have popped that a little bit sooner. And now Kingsta is in big trouble. He has flicker available. He will try to jump away. He should be alive. Yeah, he will live. For a second, I thought he is done for, since he decided to walk to the left side, not under the tower, but it was all accounted for.
Yeah, it was all the part of his plan out here. Was able to survive out as well. Again, just a bit of a direction over towards that one wall with a bug. Had he decided to actually crash onto the Lord Pit, that could have been entirely different.
Talking about crashing, Nightlove is getting crashed, his hopes crashed, and he just thought that he could make a play happen, but suddenly there's Asmodeus making his play happen. 1v2, half HP, Malfurion getting bursted, and This Alice is making overtime. Nightlav trying to chase him away, but now he will have to pay with his life probably. Grog will try to go for him. Oh, big wall, there is King, and King will take his life. Nightlav is gone, killing spree for King, as Kingsta is the only one left there in the killing field. Honestly, what a nasty combination. Michael together with Enis, if they can pair this up more often, this could be crazy. But so far, they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, again, Michael just wanted to go in for his first 2 itemizations as well. But the Sea Halberd now, along with the Sky Piercer, he should be able to do a lot more damage.
Well, talking about damage, look at King, because he is the CEO of dealing damage, as he will help Malfurion get another of his kills, so he can get another shutdown, and hopefully for Jackpots not overstep, because that little bit blunder helped a lot for the side of Honor.
Yeah, that's one of the big things out here. I actually enjoyed watching that entire play coming in from Jackpots. Nice retaliation. Considering they've already built up the Wishing Lantern into the Glowing Wand, that's a lot of, let's just say, anti-heal coming along with a lot of poke damage thanks to the passive of Wishing Lantern. So he's going to be face tanking a lot of that. Hold on a second.
Talking about face tanking, can you face tank this AoE? And looks like King is up to the task as he goes for Michael. 1v3, jumps away, makes a lot of space happen for his team, and now Nightlav is in big trouble because Laito is looking for some love, and he wanted to get some of it from Nightlav himself. Wasn't happening, will not be happening, as they will probably not go for Lord. Well, this looked like they could, but they decided not to.
Again, having a look at the amount of teamfight participation between Hennis and Malfurion. Malfurion is winning in that department too, and look at the KDA. That man is the epitome of top plays out here. Just making sure that he's always there. And here's the thing, he got those early 2 kills, and on the back of it, now he also has a pretty good amount of gold with his team. So he is literally carrying, he literally carried the entire early game now, and on the back of it, the entire team of Jackpots, they're looking in a pretty solid position to take this one at least home, or at least those tier 2s, because they took the Lord without any problems.
Well, talking about problems, Kingsta is trying to make some in the opposing jungle, but probably won't be successful in that because Malfurion is the one making it happen as they pick up Michael, go for more. Nightlav is the next on the menu. They go for him, he jumps away, so he's alive. Revolve manipulation to push everyone away, but so far Honor has been playing defensively, and if this continues, Jackpots will just take bit by bit as they destroy the base crystal.
They can't really do anything apart from just playing defensive at this point. Yes, they've got Michael, but they can't really go out of the tower. He can be dived upon instantly by everyone on the other side. Here we go, Laito.
Yeah, Laito a little bit maybe too confident, or maybe just counted enough of damage to survive. Nightlav is the target to go down because he overextended. Nice bait from Laito, and there's Volkikor. Asmodeus with a crazy 1v2. Unfortunately, King is a little bit too mobile for his stays, so Asmodeus still alive, actually jumping around, healing quite a lot. No, he goes for ult. He stays in the fight, actually, but that was his death sentence as Kingsta will make more kills happen. Unstoppable King goes for Michael. Now Frisky is on the chopping block. Double kill for King, and it looks like Jackpots will be taking this one home right now.
And that too in under 12 minutes. The first game out here, I thought that maybe this team might struggle a bit, but guess what? Jackpots starting their regular season in the same way how they ended the Thunder Division, with a big W. And adding Malfurion into the mix in the mid lane as well, clearly showcasing that this team, in terms of the roster, are in an entirely different class than everyone else. And on the back of it, I was thinking, right, I was actually discussing with the rest of the people as to how King will pan out in the entire team, right, because there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. On this Harith, he fulfilled that perfectly.
Well, that's the thing, right? For the side of Jackpots, you cannot really pinpoint one guy that wasn't doing his best. Maybe you can say, oh, Malfurion overextended. He was maybe a little bit overzealous, but it didn't really do anything for their opponents. It wasn't enough of an advantage to swing the pendulum in the favor of Honor. Unfortunately, there was some mispositions, you can say, for their roamer, but you know, like everything collected together, there wasn't really that much mistakes. And honestly, Jackpots have shown us that, at least for now, Honor won't be taking their hands. They will be the one losing their own if they go against Jackpots.
There's the big thing, right? Ixia, in terms of a pick, in terms of the laning phases, alright, needs a lot of support in terms of that front to back composition, right? You need to have someone who can actually keep their ground on to protecting her in the backline. I did get the idea from Honor, and I think so it was pretty decent. If you really think about it, adding the penalty zone into the mix, if you've got the real world manipulation down and out into, you could say, the glorious pathway, that would have added so much slow on the side of Jackpots that the full barrage would have done its job. But again, when you've got this nasty little man, King, on that Harry, this man knows how to play that hero. 6-0 and 6 with the MVP, as we see the rest of the players as well, with Waki getting the highest goal. He's basically the richest out here, 850 gold per minute. But Malfurion becomes the main man who carries the entire team. 78,000 damage dealt. Only 150 away from 79,000. That clearly showcases how this man was in an entirely different league with a feathered airstrike.
Oh, he was indeed. He was going deep and he was going for the necks of his opponents. He was just up in there honestly destroying the opposition, because 10-3-5, that's not your typical score in a high stakes game, in a high competition game. Usually this score will happen from time to time, but if you look all over, there is 416, 606. Like there is not a single score that will be telling you a story. Well, this game was kind of even. It wasn't. It was in the hands of Jackpots, and they didn't lose the grip until the crystal exploded. And honestly, what a reality check for Honor. Of course, it's super important to say that Jackpots were on top of Thunder Division, so they were definitely going in this duel as favorites. And of course, there is one saving grace for the side of Honor, and that is, well, if you match up against the strongest team, supposedly strongest team in the whole league, that you have in front of you at the start, well, then you can fix so many mistakes, because who else will show you where you are lacking than the supposed best team that you could be matching? So that's something super important to keep in mind. So I'm feeling like, of course, even though if you look at the score, it was very dominant from the side of Jackpots, there is still so much to gather for the side of Honor just from this encounter.
Yeah, that's one of the big things out here. And also at the same time, I kind of wanted to see how Asmodeus was actually dealing a ton of damage, well, plus was also able to tank in so much. Now, if you really think about it, yes, you've got Asmodeus, you've got Frisky, you've also got Night Level to hop onto Malfurion whenever he was going in with the feathered airstrike. But at the same time, two of those dudes will need to protect their own backline too. One would need to protect Hennes, one would need to protect Michael, and Nightlove needs to be that guy. So they did not really have any proper piece of util to stop all of them at the same time. They had just a lot of damage sources. If you're Michael, you've literally got to stay away from Lito. You can't do anything against him. King can just dash around your basic attacks every single time. Waki is a Lancelot. Let's be honest. You can't do anything on to him until and unless he's stunned up. And then you've got Malfurion, who's technically outranging almost every other person on the side of Honor. I think so Jackpots, even though there were a bit of hurdles, they navigated through them perfectly. And one of the big reasons for that was Kingsta on that Grok, taking the highest damage up for the team.
Well, speaking about the game furthermore, of course, it was fast. That's definitely to be said. But as we have been pointed before, there's multiple reasons why that was the case right now. Of course, it's still BO1. So even though it should have, or it could have went in the favor of Honor, at the same time, it can the same level come in handy for the side of Jackpots, where, yeah, it's BO1. Our opponents, they cannot learn anything from us and immediately use it against us, because right now it's just this one match.
Yeah, that's again one of the big things out here. Until and unless it's the decider, you will have to play only one game in every single time. And Jackpots, again, moving all the way up with 1-0, will eventually be matched up against a team that has also won their previous game, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Swiss stage format, so The winners will be matched up against winners, and the losers will be matched up against losers as well. So let's just say you'll have equal opportunities of moving all the way towards that playoff, but it's a long journey. The more wins you gather, the more easy it becomes for you to hop in. 3 wins is all it's going to take. Yeah, of course, in the third game, you'll have that best of 3. Hopping in, the qualifying game or the eliminating game will not be a best of 1. It will be a best of 3. And that's one of the huge things that I want to give a shout out to the MEC for, because, I mean, let's be honest, League Ops and everyone else out there, that was a really nice idea to add in those best of 3s at the very end, just to make sure that it does not go on chance, but rather is entirely based on the skills, based on the heroes that you're going to use, right, on the pool. So I absolutely love all of that, ladies and gentlemen. But there's a lot of games remaining. You saw the schedule out there. We've got 8 total games. Only one of them is over. Still have 7 more. And a lot of MLBB action. That's going to be popping up after the short break. Don't go anywhere. One game already up out here. We still have got 7 more, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? It's going to be one of the fan favorite teams playing right now. Minerva Fury taking on one of the teams that has been brought in thanks to all of the draws out there happening. It's going to be Renta. And again, new names up on board. Warren up against a team that is one of the most experienced. Talk about a big chance for Renta.
Well, talking about big chances, you definitely have to pinpoint one guy that even though he qualified with his own team through last chance, he was like, well, you know what, guys, I got you here, but now I will be heading out. And he got into Minerva Fury. Of course, talking about X-Trail with his extreme elite plays that you can remember for the last chance qualifier. So already super hyped how this will work. And we were talking like there were roster changes. And again, we will see them on this game. We will see just one in the form of X-Trail on the XP for Minerva Fury. Of course, matching against Renta. So there is this big question mark on top of their heads. Like, not for them, but in our eyes, in the viewer's eyes. Well, alright, they got invited, so let's see how they can handle the competition. We saw some of the players compete, we saw them on the tournaments, but right now they got through the invitation. So someone could be looking at that and be like, well, you know, like putting them a little bit lower because they got invited, or maybe someone's putting them higher because he's like, oh, well, they got invited. So of course, we need to see where exactly they lay, and this first game that we will see off of them will give us little hints, little breadcrumbs, so we can kind of start to analyze and see, all right, where do they fit in?
One of the fun things out here which you mentioned is the fact that yes, X-Trail was in Metashift once he qualified from the last chance qualifiers. Eventually, he moved into Minerva Fury. But Minerva Fury out here, let's be honest, and with a lot of discussion with people, we mentioned that how Bobberusik is literally one of the top EXP laners out in the entire EU. If not all people will rank him top 1, everyone will rank him in the top 3. And that's more than enough to qualify you for one of the best players out there. That man has moved to Metashift. It's like people, they both have exchanged their EXP laners out here. So it's going to be interesting to see how things will eventually pan out from this point onwards, because I'll be honest, man, the roster of Metashift is also looking pretty solid. Pelmetronio in the gold lane, Bobberusik in the EXP lane, two of the best laners for their specifics. And then you've also got Bubblabadubdub with the name buff playing on that roam position too. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in that one. But before that, as you've been mentioning, Minerva Fury against Renta, some known names out here. We've already got Sensei, the creator, one of the best mid laners. If anything, I believe that man is on par with Macaron, or even a little bit ahead, considering how well he has been playing with his own roster. The synergy is going to be pretty good. But again, the big question is going to fall off how Renta will perform.
Well, that's definitely the big question. And I love that you spoke about it already, and that is X-Trail will be filling the shoes of Bobberusik himself, the one and only, who got, as you have said, handshaken kinda into Metashift, so they just like switched places. And well, how will that work for Minerva Fury? Since they exchange the players, possibly it could be like, all right, they view both of them kind of on the same level, or like what like we don't know the details, of course, but since they exchange, you could kind of think, all right, well, maybe they view them decently well, that they are kind of on par, but one of them was fitting a little bit more in the other roster and the other one was fitting a little bit better there. So I'm so excited to see at least the first of those teams, how they work together in this new combination. And if it will be an improvement or a detriment. And I think especially this early on, even though the teams were definitely screaming because we already knew who is qualifying, which teams are here for the regular season. So there were some screams happening, but still the real competition starts now. It started today with the first game that was Jackpots against, of course, Honor. And right now it's Minerva Fury taking the stage.
I mean, two of the big teams out here directly facing the wildcard team. So You could say it's a bit rough on those wildcard buddies, but it's absolutely fine. Either way, they'd have to fight against these top dogs if they want to prove themselves to be the topmost of them all. So that's one of the strongest things out here, right? If at this moment you're able to prove yourself, then you can put all the doubters in a quiet box and throw them all away at the same time, because you're like, you know what, these were your best teams, we've already bested them and we've already faced the most difficult challenge, so it's going to get a little bit more easier from this point onwards. So Renta, yes, it could be overwhelming to face an opponent that has been playing with each other for a very long time, the team that has got one of the best synergies out here. Yes, you've basically taken one of the EXP laners away, but let's be honest, this roster is still stacked.
There's absolutely something important to keep in mind, of course. And as you rightfully said, now it's a trial by fire. Unfortunately for Honor, they didn't pass. They didn't make it in the first game. Of course, it's the start of regular season, so still a lot of learning can happen, a lot of improvement can happen, so much can change. But their first check wasn't passed through. Well, Renta now have the chance, and someone could say against a little bit easier opponent, so the cards in their hands should be a little bit better.
Oh my god, easier opponents or not, that's going to be a question for a different day. But yes, one thing is for sure, it's not going to be a pretty easy map for you out here. Broken walls coming in, that too when we previously saw those flying clouds, a lot more mechanics to be used up this time around. And let's be honest, dude, considering the buffs on certain heroes and a bit of nerfs on certain others, I think some broken walls can also manipulate the draft a little bit in terms of the picks that you would want to go with, the ones that can actually move pretty quickly around the map here and there, you know, the ones that can actually capitalize on these broken walls. One of those is actually going to be Grog. So, you know, I want to see some of those priorities hop back in. I want to see some of those target bans as well, because last time I remember Sensei the creator, you don't want to give this man a Zushin, right? You don't want to give him a Zushin. He will finish you off. So that's going to be a prio ban, or it should be a prio ban for Renta.
I mean, he also looked decently well on Forza, so I'm feeling and also Jushin was super strong meta, and I believe she still kinda is. We still her in the bans. Of course, we will see how the meta adjusts, but in the first game she was banned. I believe she was in the first 3 bans. So to say that someone is a good Jushin is like in the meta where Joy was played all around, it would be like, oh yeah, he is a good Joy. Well, everyone plays it, so you know, like they should be up to the task. But I agree. Sensei was able to make some crazy pulls to be able to win some of the games just through Jushin mastery. So I agree with that point. They'll put in a little bit of that context. But talking about context, Arlott and Kalia will be off the board because Renta are probably building a strong front-to-back composition. That's at least what this is telling me right now.
Could be possible out here right now. You know, removing those pick-off potential heroes, specifically with the Kalia and the Arlott as well. They might want to go in with something like that. Whenever a Fury, though, they're going on a very different direction. Directly banning out the Gato along with the Hylos, which we don't really see being banned out that often. It's interesting to see what this team is cooking up.
They definitely spent a lot of time in the patch notes, deep diving and making some calculations and ideas working through their head, because suddenly their banning phase is completely different than from what we saw before, than from what we saw in last change, than what we saw in relegation promotion, than what we saw in Thunder Division qualifiers. So this is telling me they have something in their pockets and they will probably show us right now.
I do like the Jushin ban coming in, but leaves room open for a Kimi pick for the first one. Or maybe you can go in for the Lancelot as well. CC was banned out early on from the other side, so that's kind of fair. Is it going to be another Alice first pick like the previous game in which Honor picked up the Alice for the first one?
Well, that's super important to ask, because even though Honor weren't able to pull through, the pick looked super strong. Like, she wasn't taking damage, well, she was, but she was healing herself so much. And even with that tank path that usually you go for with Alice when she's played right now, usually with everyone you go a little bit tankier, but Alice especially, you just like go for almost a full tank idea in the items. She can tank up so much, but she was still doing so much damage. But right now for Renta, it looks like, well, the guy on the job will be Grog.
I do like the idea. I mean, as soon as we saw the broken walls, right, I mentioned that we might potentially see a Grog pick coming in. Teams would want to prioritize that. And as soon as it's picked up, there's an answer on the other side. Sensei picks up the Kimmy, locks in instantly. You've also got the Basha coming into play. So it's going to be a fun thing out here. If people are seeing the name of Macaron out there, I mean, your heart's stuck in your rank. You can't rank up. If you can't see Macaron, then you're absolutely fine. That means you'll probably reach Mythical Immortal soon. Now to answer the Basha as well as Kimmy. Maybe a Farsa to be picked up. Something that can also burst down this Basha, or rather someone that can reach up to Kimmy. Maybe you can go for a Lancelot, a Lance Farsa. Might sound pretty decent. Maybe you want to lock in your gold laner early on, though. It could be a Hadith as well.
Well, speaking about Farsa, she goes right in their hands. And yeah, this 100% win rate looking great. I think they took it from my own ranked profile games. I think this is exactly the stats that I have on all the heroes. I think it had to be my account for sure. Definitely not the game that we just had, that just happened to have Farsa and Lance that won. Definitely not the case. Well, talking about cases, right now it looks like Minerva Fury have a strong case of decent mid lane pick, because this mid lane prio will be going super well for them. And as we know, Farsa is not your typical mid lane priority hero, especially in the early phases. And Kimmy, she will make it so much harder. Oh, Lapu and XP. I'm already excited, because even though Favos is behind me, I have 120 games in this ranked season already with Lapu, so all the time ready to learn some more tricks. And if someone will teach me that, I believe Xtrill will be one of them.
One of the big picks that he also showed us in the LCQs as well, right? Xtrill, he was actually pretty good on that Lapu Lapu. And I did like the idea of what he wanted to go through. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, early few bans, Yu Jong being taken out. You also have the Alice not going through too. And again, one of the best junglers against a Lancelot has been Yi Sun Shen and vice versa. So you've got to get that one out on the board as well. A bit of a gold lane hit from the side of Renta. Minerva Fury can still go in for Granger if they want to. They lock in the Ruby though. Double marksman being, or rather, the double fighter being picked up from them.
Well, if you look at the state. Well, if you look at the state of the draft, you can already see that Renta don't really have that much pivoting point to make their composition much more tanky, because they have Forza, they have Lance, so jungle won't be tanky. Alright, XP laner could be tanky, but then you need to go for gold lane, so already 3 squishies on your hands. And if you are looking at that and you're Minerva Fury, you're like, well, Lapu and Ruby will just make short work of them, because they can dive in that backline. And if Renta don't go for a very mobile gold laner, well, then he's up for grabs. And typically your other gold lane fighter would be CC, but Renta banned her themselves.
Now they're just forced to pick up something in the gold lane along with a pretty tanky front lining. That is going to be the Uranus, but I don't know how you're going to stop in the onslaught from Xtrill as well as Macaron. And if it's a Hayabusa pick, then it's probably going to be a GG's out here. It's not been banned out, works pretty well. Guess what? There we go. I am absolutely on point with the Minerva Furies draft out here. I think so they will eventually close out this game. The draft looks like that.
Yo, scared immediately, cutting their throats, being like, yo, it's done job. If we can move on, just skip through the stream, 20 minutes up front, and it's done. You know, like, you can already, you know what, like, do your laundry. Like, if there is some dirty clothes that are waiting for you, do your laundry, feed your cat, feed your dog, take your dog for a walk, you know, take out your trash, because this game will be quickly over. There's nothing to be said. I have to disagree, because even though the cards are a little bit in the pockets of Minerva Fury, I believe that Uranus is quite tanky. From all the options that Renta had, Uranus probably one of the strongest picks available to match against Lapu, since Lapu has basically zero chance of ever killing him. Early game, mid game, late game, he's never killing this Uranus.
That's going to be one of the big things out here, if he'll be able to do that or not, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the land of dawn for the second time this evening. Renta, another wildcard team taking on Minerva Fury, a top 3 teams all the way from the Thunder division. How is this one going to pan out? We will witness in the next few minutes as we move directly in the land of dawn.
Quite a useful idea of Leshina to just go for the healing fruits, so he could trade the mid lane priority away. Talking about priority, now Xtra in the heat of battle. Leshina half HP, doesn't have the bird form available, probably still on cooldown. Now Angel trying to run away, Leshina had to flicker away, and now there is Silencer. Silencer still tanking it up, and he gets first blooded as Zane picks up this one kill, and suddenly Renta with a little bit of a lead, but the same was happening for Honor. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, again, that's something. You've got the early game prio coming in, but you've got to hold on in this mid game. That's going to be the main name. One of the big things I noticed in the emblems was Sensei picking up the tenacity, making sure that he gets those extra bit of defenses up once he's low in that HP. So I do like the idea of that, but it will make at least Renta overextend a little bit in certain scenarios and will help him sustain a little bit more than what he should. That should prove a bit of a problem to lessen out here on that Farsa. But big prios coming in from Minerva Fury. Stealing away the Gargoyle, also stealing away the bottom crab. Now that's 2 creeps taken from Renta. That's a good amount of gold lead being brought into them, over 100 right now.
Previous fighter popped on X-Trail, so if the fight doesn't conclude now, he will not be having this ultimate, but the fight goes on. Renta loses one member, Zane goes down, there's Angel flickering out, and Misu trying to make some space. He is CC immune, but he is not immune to dying. Double kill, though, goes for Silencer.
Big one coming in, specifically that land shaker. Hold on.
Yeah, we should hold on, because Silencer could be going down as Smeggy pushes him under the tower, and Renta, they have thief, they want to fight. And Smeggy will be continuing to fight as he picks up X-Trail with Zane. Both of those members were able to achieve 1 kill, but still, Minerva are 1000 in the lead. How did they do that?
Bit of an overextension coming in from them, otherwise that lead could have been a bit more high. They kind of overstayed around that purple bush camp out here, right? It all started with that land shaker from X-Trail. He made sure that he stuns in the direction of the turtle. Hold on, all right. He made sure to stun in the direction of the turtle out here to stun the Lancelot. And that's why Zane could not get that one, but at least he got this pick on Sensei.
Well, now Silencer could be the one getting picked, but luckily for him, he didn't. He got aggro, but at the complete last second, you can see cuts happening on the top side. Both XP learners just trading form.
Right now, Macaron out here, look at him mid. All right.
I don't think anything should be happening over here. Even though Texturing Charge was lost, wait, actually, Silencer could be going down. He went a little bit too deep as Zane. No. Okay. Okay, he goes down. Leshina finishes him off with big feathered airstrike, but now he is missing that crucial spell for the rest of the fight. And big bravest fighter coming from X-Trail as he wants to make his name known once more and needs to make it reasonable for the team to swap him for Bulber himself. But so far, he looks very good.
One of the big plays yet again coming in. There were a couple of iframes used up by Zane too, and listen, I had to flicker out in that scenario, and that gave an opportunity for Macaron to hop in with the shadows and then go for the Oogie shadow kill. Taking down the Farsa from that fight, overstaying a bit to make sure Zane will not be able to join that turtle for any kind of contest. I'm loving the way how Minerva Fury are zoning out the members of Renta and taking those neutral objectives. 2 turtles being taken, a 2000 gold lead in their favor already.
Well, talking about favor, now Xru is picking favorites as he goes for Smeggy. He picks him off. because he decided the goal lane of Renta has to die. He needs to feel his wrath, because so far most of the Renta's composition felt the wrath of the Lapu himself, but not this goal laner. This will be his first death. Minerva Fury with a 3000 goal lead, and before, we saw Jackpots with a strong domination that was very visible, like they had a lot of kills on their board, so it was making sense that they are ahead. But Minerva Fury, as they make another fight happen, are kinda just playing better. Killing spree on Xtrail, no killing spree on Zane, so that's super important to keep in mind. But still, Minerva with 3000 goal lead, even though the kills are even. How do they do it?
Here's the big thing out here, man. Minerva Fury are actually picking up kills on the right targets. Hold on.
Well, talking about right targets, Xtrail was almost chosen as the right one, but luckily Pankrat was on hand, so he was dancing around trying to make them focus him, so they take his life instead of Xtrail's, because right now, even though Pankrat will be your typical gold lane carry, Xtrail is the more important one. And talking about important, Hayabusa has decided that it's important to kill Zane, as he gets a killing spree and gets a shutdown from that.
What a play coming in from Macaron. Instantly deleting him out there. Massive. And on the back of it right now, again, after that shutdown, he's still going to have a decent amount of gold and a bounty on top of his head. But man, look at the amount of damage Xtrail is doing on that Lapu Lapu. Instantly after that level 4, he was on that rotation. He wasn't really focusing fully on this lane because he knew Macaron will be clearing that out for him. Joining in, making sure that Lizina's life is not going to be easy on this far side. That's what he needed to do, and he's been landing those land shakers perfectly.
So right now, talking about landing, mega kill landed for Macaron, but now they need to leave because Lashina is going with the big feather airstrike, pushes everyone away, forces them away from the tower. Though now it's half HP on the tower, and Xtrail will have his ult soon ready.
We're gonna do now, nothing to help you out here though. Again, a dive instantly on Lesina's got to flicker out of the harm's way. Well, that would mean the tier 1 in mid opened up. The jungle access of Renta stolen away by Minerva Fury, and it seems more like, again, you don't have anything to hold down either Macaron or Sensei or even Xtrail once they hop in. And that's why Minerva Fury are taking the fight whenever they want and are also disengaging on their own choices. As we have a quick look at the items out here. Trinity for Renta, not yet even close. Moskov again going for the second item, and he's going to be bounced on.
Xtrail, bravest fighter, combination, flicker, raging slash, everything to perfection. And I was here worried if he can fill the shoes of Bobber. Right now it looks like he is definitely fitting in those, and he might be even having a little bit of a bigger foot than Bobber himself. Of course, we shouldn't make such a quick judgment based upon one game, but I'm excited to see more of Xtrail, and especially on this Lapu.
Yeah, and I think so. It's just the draft difference out here right now that's also helping him a lot. There's literally no one to hold him down in that one position. Like, not even Shmegi with his stun can actually hold him out. Finally, he picks up the golden staff for him. Now he still needs a demon into sword. And after that, he can think of building a malefic gun. Look at the backline.
Talking about building, here is Macaron looking to distract and destroy as he tries to destroy the hopes of Renta to come back into this game. But so far, they are holding strong.
Xtrail again a bit too high in terms of that team fight compared to his opponent Misio on the other side. He got a massive KDA boost as well. Damage dealt. We already saw that he's the highest in that. And that's what you expect from a Lapu Lapu, right? A lot of active plays around the map, a lot of fights being initiated, taken, and also finished off. Hold on, Swaggy! I mean, probably a misstep on the SOD?
It looked like when I tried to make friends in high school, like I go up there and then I get beaten up. Of course, joking. But right now, it looks like Minerva Fury are not joking as they make an error engage happen in the base of their opponents. Big Land Shaker going for Misia and the rest. Angel actually picking up one kill. Mishu goes down. There is extra missing the Land Shaker, luckily for the rest of Renta. But they will keep pushing on. And they go for more. Macaron going for Shmeggy. Shmeggy almost dead. Big wall, but everyone is mobile. They can jump away. Zane going for
Oh
deep,
my god.
missing this big ultimate. So he gets picked off. Pancrat and Macaron with a Blade of Despair as Minerva Fury 8,000 in the lead.
Sensei, man, what a guy to dodge Zane out there, and him falling would also mean that it's going to be difficult to stop this slot from taking the inhib and the SOD as well. It was a nice chance, but Shmeggy could not hop in, and guess what? He's deleted one more time.
I mean, talking about deleting, I don't know if you quite caught that, but Sensei, if now it looks like there was an error happening like in our technical department, because for a second it looked like Sensei is going for completely different item than what should be normal for his hero, but right now it looks like everyone on Minerva Fury are treating this as they are not normal at all. They are going crazy and they are crazily going for the base. Half HP, I mean quarter of HP gone. They will try to finish off the base. CC immune, Angel still dancing around. Silencer getting pushed away. Macaron with a 1v1 again. Zane is clutching it off. Whoa! But monster kill goes for Macaron. The Blade of Despair working overtime. A Silencer punishes Lashina from using his ultimate, and Minerva Fury are still pushing in. Big ultimate combination coming from Xtrail, but Xtrail now needs to retreat. He doesn't have his flicker available. Silencer running away, almost dying, now dying. Macaron now is in the thick of the fight as Sensei and Xtrail will need to make their retreat. But Macaron came what he got what he came for. He wanted the Malefic gun, he got the Malefic gun.
Man, I kind of feel sad for Zane at this point. There's a big 3-level difference in terms of him and Macaron, and that's one of the big reasons why Macaron even survived in that previous fight. Because of that extra HP which you get after every level, and also a bit of extra damage that you basically gain. The physical attack growth is what that exact stat is. And on the back of it, there still was no shutdown on Macaron. And at this point, Renta need that. They can win those fights, but they have to be safe from Xtrail. 5, 1, and 9 on this Lapu Lapu. This dude's already picked up a Radiant Armor, an Oracle. He doesn't care about any damage from Shmeggy. That's one of the big things that's happening. And I think so, if we're actually looking forward in this game, you would probably want to make that new item, right? The Chastis Pauldron.
Could be the angle to go for, but right now Minerva Fury with a 10,000 gold lead. And the worst part is, it's diversified between each and every one of them. It's not on one person. It's not like Renta can go for the neck of one of the members of Minerva Fury and finish him off, and that's the deal. Now we win the fight. No, you have to kill all of them. You have to outplay all of them. And even though Zane outplayed completely his opponent, still Hayabusa is so much fat that it didn't even matter. And now the cookie will be crumbling, because the base crystal could be crumbling upon the wrath of Minerva Fury as they try to go for base. Shmeggy almost dead, he's gone. Monster kill for Xtrail as he goes with the bravest fighter. He is tanking the base. Mega kill goes for Sensei as they try to finish the base, and it's done. It's done for Minerva Fury will be taking their first victory home as well.
Again, a big draft play coming in from Minerva Fury, having every single tool in their arsenal to close out this one and following through with that. Making sure that they were not dropping the ball at all in this entire game. This is what experience does to you. And that's it becomes the second team now, along with Jackpots, to move all the way up. Man, this was just, to be honest, it was actually a very solid game from Minerva Fury if you think about it. Out drafting your opponents and then playing for your win conditions, easily going in for that snowball, and Xtrail. You talk about his game, I'd just say chef's kiss.
Also, I would love to say one important thing, and that is, in my eyes, I honestly even feel, I might be biased, but I even feel like the performance from Minerva Fury was maybe even a little bit better than from Jackpots, because even though Jackpots were ahead, it was more so not from their macro rotations and from this, but more so of outplaying mechanically their opponents. For Minerva Fury, even though they had not that much of kills, they were still so far ahead. They were taking the crabs, they were taking the wanderers, they were still in jungle, they were getting gold plates. The rotations on the map, they were so fluid. Of course, you can pinpoint that to Minerva Fury having only one change in their roster, and that's XP laner, whereas Jackpots have 2 changes.
Yeah, that is absolutely true out there, but man, this change is absolutely for the better, at least on that Lapu Lapu. Extrail going with 7, 1 and 11, fully focusing on that magic defense, regardless of the fact that there's a Lancelot on the other side. There's also the Moscow on the other side. He just made sure that he's... Even there's a Grog, man. And not even a Dreadnought armor on Extrail. I'm pretty sure if the scoreline's going to be a bit more different, I would be pointing all of those things out, because you're supposed to go in for that. But guess what? He didn't care. Macron on the Hayabusa was just having his own fun time. He was the man who was always finding those nice angles on Lesena and made his life absolute abyss, bro.
I mean, what else can be said? The team looked so good together, and even though the kill-to-kill ratio for both of those teams, if you compare, doesn't look as dominant as Jackpots, they still had a super strong game. But there is one important thing to say for Renta, and that is, I see a lot of potential in Zane from the little I saw from him in this roster, and I see a lot of potential from the rest, because you have to take into consideration this game was longer 1 minute more than the last one we saw, and some of the moments, honestly, Renta was outplaying Minerva Fury.
I was actually liking those moments too, but it eventually fell down to the draft, man. If they would have had something else apart from a Uranus in the EXP lane, something that can actually lock down this Hayabusa or maybe Extrail, or even someone that can actually pick Sensei off, maybe this would have been a pretty different game. Because you need someone to protect the Farsa. Angel on the Grok will give you setups. He cannot protect the team. Considering the entire triple man dive on the other side, you needed someone who can at least push people away, or if they hop in, you can stop them in their own tracks. So I think that was one angle which Renta could have gone in for that EXP, and maybe Misu would have also had a better chance in his own EXP lane. He went in for the sandbag of the team though, but again, he died 5 times. Angel only 2, and he tanked 136,000 damage. That's still more than Misu. So that clearly shows you that there was a big gap in the draft.
Also, one super important thing that has to be said for the side of Minerva Fury, we kind of just hopped over that and didn't even mention it. But of course, Minerva Fury had a substitute for this game. They had Silencer, which is not normally the part of the main roster, but he was subbed in for Primo. So that speaks so much for the team, because even though they had a sub, they were so fluent. They were working together very well. Honestly, if I wouldn't tell you and you wouldn't know better, you probably wouldn't even notice it. And that's super important, because this means that if something happens, if they need the guy to come, Silencer will be ready, and he will be ready to deliver.
I'm going to be looking forward to it right now, man, because again, once the roster is in full shape and full form, it's going to be super fun to witness how it's going to pan out a bit later on though. But again, Minerva Fury, the team that eventually joins in Jackpot for the 1-0 scorelines there. You know what? I kind of wanted to be the man who would give out the predictions this time around. And because let's be honest, you can't really go in for that same 1-1 stat, right? You need to go in for something different. It's just a best of 1, at least in the first stages itself. So it would have been pretty fun. But man, Warren, I'm pretty sure you would have expected Jackpots and Minerva Fury to win the previous 2 games though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think definitely, because at least in my eyes, it's there's like a little bit of power ranking between the teams. Like, I'm not saying how much of a difference it's between Thunder Division, promotion, relegation, invited teams, and the last chance qualifier. But there is definitely this like unconscious tier list in my head that I'm like not even mindfully making up. But of course, if you see the standings from Thunder Division, you kind of feel like, all right, the top 3 teams are possibly one of the best that we will be seeing. Then promotion, relegation, the top 3, all right, they kind of fit behind them or something like that. So of course this power ranking is in my head, but there is one important thing about this power ranking, and that is that soon today, or I mean later today, we will be seeing Eternal Oblivion, which I'm super excited about. I'm not sure if it will quite be the next match. I would have to see the schedule once more, since I'm not quite sure if it's the next one. But what's important, we will see them today, and it will be so hype.
I mean, it's MS taking on Omni Knights out here. The next game, that's going to be it. But here's the fun thing out here, my man Warren, that Omni Knights have basically changed their name. They were known by Omni Glitch previously. Now we're going to be hopping in with the name Omni Knights. But most of the roster is still exactly the same. So that team is also looking pretty solid in terms of how things will be looking like a little bit later on too in that game too. But people, we always talk about those interviews, we always talk to the players, and we will have one on board for this one as well. That's why the yapping session is still going on. That's why me and Warren are still sitting for the podcasting hours. Just bear with us a little bit more. Make sure you hit that like button, click on the subscribe button as well. Come on, you don't want to miss out on the regular season action of the MLBB European Championship. That's again one of the best happening out in Europe. Make sure you bring all of your friends as well to hop in onto all of that action too. But here's the fun thing, Warren. Again, we've been talking about the next matchup as well. I kind of want to bring the attention back on here because Minerva Fury was a team that all the way back in Thunder Division, they performed pretty decently. Started things off really well against Omni Glitch, where they won with a 2-0 scoreline. Then against Jackpots, it was a bit of an even game. So with the Revenant Order 2, and then even against Akke. So those were the 3 games where we actually thought that maybe the Minerva Fury we thought that they were, how strong that they were not really that. And that's why their rankings, at least in terms of the Thunder Division, was not really up on top. They were not really top 1. And that I believe was kind of a bit of a blow for the boys out here. But at the end of the day, they're rising up really well, and that's what matters.
Oh, they are for sure. And also, it's super important to say that they are not the same beast that they were before, because there was a lot of changes in the roster. Now with the new XP lane, you can low-key say that it's a different team, because they used to have a different goal line. Now they used to have a different XP lane, so a lot of changes going in the roster. And even now they had Silencer on the roam position, which is usually a sub, and he was subbed in because they were feeling like, all right, Silencer, you're ready to the task. And he delivered, I have to say once more, because usually roamers don't get the shoutouts, but I think it's super important to pinpoint that Silencer is on that bench. He is ready to sub in when the team needs him, and this is exactly how you expect your sub to work. He's ready for the occasion to step up to deliver, and he did just that. So it looks like Minerva Fury are definitely practicing with Silencer as well to be ready for those occasions, and that's what I love, because some of the teams you can be sub and you don't even play, like they don't even scrim with you, but with Silencer it looks like he is pretty much on the board, and he is big part of the team as well.
Getting a bit of an action early on in this event too, it's also going to make him ready for the later stages, because that would mean that he knows how to handle that pressure. And yes, we saw the highlights as well. We saw how the game went through. It was all in all a full control game by Minerva Fury. No problems whatsoever. The rotations were looking on point. And man, Xtrel on that EXP lane was the difference maker. He made sure that regardless of what happens, he is there in every single team fight. And that was one of the big things why Shmeggy's entire life became absolute hell, man. He could not do anything on that Moskov. And this is one of the big things which I always talk about. Moskov, as good of a pick as he is, I understand the stuns, the ability to move around the map with the SOD, the capacity to push, and then the amount of damage that he could dish after he gets the 4 items. Pretty good, solid. But to get to those 4 items is the main problem which Moscow players always are stuck on. And we clearly saw the epitome of that in the previous one. So, Minerva Fury, we're looking absolutely on point out here, ladies and gentlemen. But there's another thing that's ready and that's on point. That's going to be the interview with Pancrat. Hello, Pancrat. How are you doing? Oh, you're muted on Discord, by the way.
Hello, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you, my man. Nice to
Nice
meet
to
you.
meet you.
How are you doing? And how was your experience for the first game of regular season?
It was easy. Well, what I can say, it was easy game, but
All right, all right. I mean, did you expect something different from the lineup of Renta, right? In terms of the draft, is there something that you think was a bit of a problem, or do you think the draft was fine? It was just their teamwork.
no, just a teamwork. I think just teamwork. All what I can say.
All right, fair.
Basically, you can win with almost like
Mhm.
any hero. Depends how you play in like a team.
All right, fair. Warren, you've got any few questions?
I mean, I would love for you if you were able to catch the first series that was Jackpots against Honor. I don't know if you were practicing before or you were able to catch the stream. So I need you first to answer me that, if I can follow up with the next question.
Did we play against Jackpots or what?
No. I mean, like, did you catch it on the stream? Did you catch their match on the stream? Like,
I just
before
saw some moments. Yeah. It's like it was easy game for them too, I think.
Yeah, I like the way I was aiming. I was trying to ask for you if you caught the full game. Yeah, how would you compare if you believe like but you basically answered that you said you felt like it was easy as well.
Yeah.
Well, you said teamwork, and looking on your composition, Silencer was subbed in here, and he looked like he was the main roster. Are you practicing with him? Was I truthful about that, or he is just like built differently?
We practiced with him for last 3 days, maybe 4, no more. And we changed XP too, so we have like new players now, and we just practicing how it's possible more now. Just trying to play more screams, and that's it for now. But Silencer is good. We enjoyed. He have a great play style. He understands game well. It's much easier to play with him.
That definitely was translated into your gameplay. I would add up one more question, and that is, we had a big patch. A lot of things can be different. We saw already from the drafts that it's shifting a little bit. Can we expect, of course, you probably don't want to leak like your spiciest picks, but can we expect some big hero from you coming into this new patch?
Maybe already know everyone. The big hero for me, almost it's a 1-1 will be, because she feeling very good now after last patch. She jumping much faster than it before, so she feeling amazing now. So 1-1 probably is the best hero for me now.
All right. Thanks for your answer, and at the same time, I'm sorry to shoot in the leg, because probably now everyone listening will be banning her first place.
No, it's not a big deal. We have a lot of different heroes now, so maybe you will see some Benedetta's gold.
All right. Oh, that's a question. That's an answer I wasn't expecting. So, goddamn, Pancrat. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the interview.
I mean, it's always a pleasure to have you out here, man. Now, again, out of all the teams that are participating, right, the 16 teams, is there any other team which you would really want to face on in the regular season before moving to the playoffs?
Probably no. We don't have any conflicts here. Any like, I don't know. We will play with any team. Doesn't matter who it is.
All right. Looking forward to it. And out of 10, rate the performance of Xtrel on the Lapu Lapu, because I was not expecting that out of him. Let's be honest.
I didn't see what's happening on the early game and everywhere. I don't know. It was normal.
All right.
We won
Man,
like for 11 minutes. It doesn't matter what he do if we already won. So.
All right. That's absolutely fair, my man. Warren, you've got any last few questions?
I would love to ask one specific one, and that is, how do you feel you will match up into Eternal Oblivion? It's a team I spoke about many times. I spoke about them even in this cast today. How do you feel you should be matching up to them? Because some people are speaking about them like they could be going for the big dogs from the Thunder Division qualifier. Do you feel like they could be making you struggle, or do you feel like it should be a cakewalk?
They just regular team like all another one. Who is in this team? Is it Xian or Origami? Is this one? Is this guys? Or I'm saying right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Professor Black on XP.
Yeah. We played against them on the scrims. It was good. Like, we will see. Probably nothing special. Depends on our gameplay. If we gameplay well, if we fix all our mistakes, this will be great.
All right, absolutely fair, Pancrat. And again, that was the last question out here. Thank you so much for hopping in. It was again really fun to see Minerva Fury playing like that and winning out. And I wish you all the very best for your next few matches too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So see you tomorrow, probably.
Absolutely. Hopefully. Fingers crossed out here.
Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye. All right. My man said that it was an easy game, and even Eternal Oblivion is looking pretty easy to them. So that's going to be a fun thing to see how that one falls off. But yeah, I agree. This Minerva Fury is actually looking a little bit better than the previous one, at least in terms of team synergy.
Well, of course, judging on that first game, so we still have to see how consistent they are, if they just woken up super good. But well, from how Pancrat spoke, it definitely looks like this should be their norm. This is what we should expect, and maybe even more. The confidence was definitely shining through from what he was saying on the interview. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, and I'm wishing the best for them. But now we will be having another clash. What can you tell me about it?
That next one is going to be, again, a pretty solid one, at least, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be Omni Knights taking on MS. But I believe we're going to have to hop onto a very short break, Warren, before that, because, let's be honest, we all need a bit of a rest. The audience need a bit of a rest as well, so that they can hop back in with full energy for the next one, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of matches remaining. We will come with the next one in the next 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Man, the tides and the meta is about to shift as Meta Shift take on Omni Knights, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again with another game, MEC regular season. You got me alongside with Warren out. We saw previous two games. Let's be honest, the results were as we expected. But you know what? I think so this time the tides could change. This time, I'm expecting a team that made their way up all the way from the open qualifiers, that is Meta Shift, can potentially take down the teams of the Thunder Division.
Oh, that's a spicy statement. And the way you said it, yeah, from open qualifier, taking on a team in Thunder Division, even though Omni Knights were kind of decent, they had a lot of nice games, even against one of the best teams that we had in the Thunder Division. So that's quite a statement. Of course, we will see how they will match up, but I have to be, if I would be choosing sides, I would feel like Omni Knights could be taking this one home. So there's a little bit of a diversion between the two of us, because I would be for the side of, I would be siding with Omni Knights, whereas you are siding with Meta Shift. So, well, looking at how the draft rolls up, well, we are sitting on the wrong sides. You know what's scared? Like, get on my chair. We should just like change up if you can get over here. You know, like, well, of course, a little bit.
That's to them. That's to the production out there in the back end. But we don't want to make their lives a bit more messy, because guess what? Omni Glitch, or rather the Omni Knights out there. I'm gonna take some time getting used to that name. They've got some big names up in front of them, right? Yes, Dub is there, God Believer, we know, Leave Me, all these players. We saw all of them in open qualifiers. But Pelmetronio and Boborusik were the ones who were playing in the Thunder Division. And now they're back up against them. So I think so these two players can actually be the game changers.
Well, Bobber, every time we saw him was a game changer, and now the role of the game changer was basically, I wouldn't really say taken from him, since, as we have spoken about it before, the teams probably switched the players, like they exchanged them. So probably not taken from him, but Xtrill was fitting those shoes. Whereas now we will see if Bobber can fit his shoes, the shoes of Xtrill in the team of Meta Shift. So I'm so excited to see how it looks. I'm so excited to see how they can play it out. What will the plan be? Because I already saw a quite surprising ban. Suyo being banned for the side of Omni Knights. That's quite interesting.
That's one of the big things out here, right? We were not really expecting that to happen, but I believe there's going to be a bit of a restart, ladies and gentlemen. So don't worry about it. We're going to be hopping back into this game very quickly. But I want to know your predictions, Warren, right? I think Meta Shift can actually take this one home. What do you think?
Yeah, as I have spoken about it before, I feel like Omni Knights could be a very strong contender. Though I have to say, the first two games, the first two clashes that we saw were definitely more sided to one of the teams. First game, series Jackpots, second series Minerva Fury. Whereas now I feel like it's a little bit more narrow. It's a little bit more like 50-50. But if I would have to say, I feel like Omni Knights are a little bit stronger of a team than Meta Shift. But of course, the teams can make me eat, or I mean Bobber and the rest can make me eat my words when they show me the other way around. That's still a possibility.
I mean, at this point, I personally feel that just because Meta Shift was already looking a pretty solid team, right? Moving through the open qualifiers and all of those best of one games, and then slowly moving towards those best of threes, I kind of felt that it was a bit more difficult to deal with all of the new upcoming teams to move all the way up. And then you also had Misa Esports, who you matched up against. It was my lobby against you, another experienced player. So you had to face him, and then you moved down all the way in the lower bracket and then won that game too to move all the way up and qualify for the regular season. It was a pretty difficult journey to be in, and Meta Shift moving through all of that without Boborusik, with Xtrill, clearly showcased a pretty solid potential. But on the back of it now, even Boborusik, as he's also already played with Pelmetronio previously, do maybe they're both friends, maybe we've seen all of them. It's going to be fun to see how this synergy eventually pans out, because Boborusik, previously the member of Minerva Fury, Pelmetronio, previously one of the best gold laners for Jackpots, now moving in all the way in Meta Shift. I want to see how far they go.
Absolutely. But I have to confront you a little bit with the statement that they were with Extra and they weren't with Bulber. What is super important to say is that Xtru went in Minerva Fury. If Xtru went somewhere else, then I would agree with you. But since he got the spot of Bulber, where Bulber was before, I honestly think that at least in the eyes of the teams, the explainers have to be very head-to-head, very closely. And right now, speaking about it, I have to just imagine how crazy the matchup will be of Minerva Fury and Meta Shift. But of course, that's still in the future. Let's now focus on what we have in front of us, and that's Omni Knights against Meta Shift. But super important thing, Meta Shift didn't get through smoothly. They had to follow through the loser bracket because Misa Esports smashed them down there.
That's one of the big things, right? There's a lot of things which you have to consider considering what they went through previously. And let's be honest, there was a lot of Yuzhong picks coming in the open qualifiers, which will potentially not see that much here. But again, considering the double fighters meta right now, a lot of fighters being picked up and banned out, we might potentially see that. An early Ruby ban coming in from Omni Knights instantly, along with the Lancelot and the Basha. You've got the Kimi open left right now, which you can pick up if it's led through in this draft. You also have the priority of the Yeast and Shen if you really don't care about the nerfs, that's all.
Looking at the bans, definitely looks like they are adapting because CC Ruby, it's kind of a handshake ban. It looks like definitely was a reaction in for the side of Metashift where they saw Ruby ban and they were like, alright, we are banning Juxian, but then we need to ban CC, so they cannot go for that easy fighter goal line. So now some of the options are still there, but the two easiest ones are off the board. So I'm super excited about Omni Knights for their first pick. It will be a Kimi. That's kind of a traditional pick in the competitive, at least looking back like half a year or something like that. She's been quite frequent. She's been part of the meta. So nothing too special here, but maybe Meta Shift will bring us something new with their two pickups.
That's one thing I kind of want to see right now. What's your answer going to be? Maybe a Farsa early on, but the lock in a Gato as well as the Harith. I like the pick. Instantly trying to lock in the priority in that gold lane. Even though the Granger is picked up on the other side, you already have a winning lane matchup, so that is pretty good. And with the Gato, you have that priority with the AOG as well. Pretty good for a bit of a disengage too, taunting the other side on your face. I do like the idea. You can play aggressive and can play a bit more passive as well at the same time if your team requires that. Omni Knights answering back for the Alice and the EXP, locking in the Fredrin for the jungle. The Fredrin Kimi meta. Can they potentially pick up the Angela as well for the roam position? I don't think so. That should be the case because that would leave mid wide open.
Well, that's true, because Kimi needs some of the support. As, of course, if you were talking about Omni Knights. So Kimi needs a little bit of that support in early. She cannot really do it on her... Well, she is decent, but she is not really able to do it on her own. So she will need that support. Probably could have been Grok, but Grok is off the board. Now, thinking about Kalia, honestly, Meta Shift right now have before their hands to either go for the gold laners, which they are right now currently doing so, or for the roamers. Because since they have both of those picked up for themselves, that means that they can start shooting those bans right into this field of heroes. For the side of Omni Knights, banning Yuzhong is super smart, because I was just thinking that Metashift could go for Yuzhong pickup for Bober, because we saw him play that, he's super experienced on that hero, and Yuzhong is one of very decent picks into a list. Whereas right now, possibly some other option that could kind of fit the bill would be Uranus.
Yeah, you already have a Gato to try and stop the other side, and you've got a bit more mobile backline technically, so I think so. The Uranus would be a pretty solid pick in this scenario, but at the same time, I'm not really on board with the Yuzhong ban coming in from Omni Knights. Yes, I understand you don't want to give it to the Bob or Rusik so that your Kimi can have a fun time, but even you could have kind of picked it up and played into a double fighter composition. Maybe putting him up in the gold lane too, just to try and deny a Farsa on the other side. Because if Meta Shift pick a Farsa right now, I don't see any way Omni Knights can actually counter that.
I agree. Farsa could be quite interesting, but at the same time, it's super important to say that Metashift went for Lapu, which makes a lot of sense for Bober, but compared to Alice, he cannot really do that much. He will be pushed from the lane, he cannot trade, he will get outmaneuvered, and of course, in the teamfights, then he can shine, but he will definitely not be coming ahead from laning phase. But now there is a guy that we saw many times, especially in the hands of Omni Knights. I almost said Omni Glitch. I'm so used to that, as well as you are. So pardon my mistakes. That will be something that will be happening probably in the near future. Of course, we will work on that. Slorky Boy with Bruno. Sorry, not Bruno. Brody. As well stars BYB, so yeah, my genuine mistake, going 2 in a row. But what I wanted to say is that right now, Omni Knights have Khalid. They have Khalid for Wansky, and it's something that we saw him being very, very, very successful on.
That's one of the big picks I was about to mention, that Omni Knights can actually pick up a Khalid in the roam position, and that would work out really well to even stop the other side. You can go in for the engages as well. You've got the re-engage or the disengage tool too in terms of the Raging Sandstorm. And kind of pairs up pretty well with the diving composition that Omni Knights really have up in their hands out here. You mentioned about the Bruno. It's going to be the Bruno in the hands of Slarky Boy. So ladies and gentlemen, again, we've got the drafts in front of us. Everything set up for this game number 3 in the MEC regular season 2025 out here. We've got Omni Knights taking on Metashift.
Well, and taking on, because right now, wait, Vansky is Valerie. Alright, that will confuse me even further. But of course, it should be Vansky himself, the man, the myth, the legend, as he will be trying to steal away the golem from Metashift, but maybe dying for his actions. Oh, now Babadabda with a big taunt going for Leandro. Valerie will sustain himself. I mean, Vansky, like, how am I supposed to even? Wait a second, now he's in big trouble. Vansky has to flicker away, but he lives.
Lucky out here, I'd have to say he as well as Yang. I mean, either of them could have been picked off if in case Leamy would have been on that Shadows. Now, having a look at the own emblems, no major changes. Tenacity coming in for Slarky Boy just so he can take a few more extra hits. Everything else seems absolutely decent. No changes. Wabba again, going in for that extra defense instead of any kind of mobility. That still means he'd be ready to take some early fights, some early engagements. That's what's constantly been happening. Moving all the way up on top lane, just trying to zone out Slarky Boy. I'm really liking the idea of meta shift that's happening in. They know Leave Me was there, so they could have gone in for any kind of early fight if that would have broken out early on.
Well, talking about early fights happening, that's definitely not a thing that was going through. Right now, God Believer, he looks like he believes in himself with this big third airstrike as he pushes them away. Turtle has been reset. Now 2500 HP. Who gets it? It's Leave Me, actually. And now there's a big play going on 2 members of Metashift and he tries to chase for more. Now running away. Vabalabadabla trying to make some space. Boborusik in the thick of enemy, but right now has to flicker away. Vabalabadabla kinda lost himself over here as he will be going down. So 1 kill traded for Turtle. So still Metashift are in the lead.
Considering everything else, I'd have to say Metashift, that was still a pretty decent trade because they're also getting the gold from the top side as well. Pelmetronio, again, having that big advantage against Slarky Boy. That is just the lane win, but there we go. They want to gank up top.
Well, and ganking they are. Pelmetronio half HP gone, but he will be just fine since there was no ultimate available from Vansky yet, since he is a little bit he doesn't have that much XP that he could be having, since he's trying to make and set up so many plays all over the map.
But it's again those extra bushes out here, right? So it's the dangerous cross. So Vansky can technically be in any other bush out here and you will be surprised So if you are God Williber on the far side, you have to be a bit more careful. You need to make sure that Wubble has cleared out those bushes, and that's when you can open your feathered airstrike up. Otherwise, you'd have no clue where the Raging Sandstorm is landing on top of you. But I like the fact how Leave Me is farming. Look at that. It's 3.5 minutes in the game. That man is already level 7.
Oh, he is indeed. And speaking about levels, right now Gold Believer is trying to push them away to maybe get some XP. Now Wubble needs to retreat with this big AOG, and Leave Me will just leave himself. Oh, Traction Pool, that's a big immobilize going for Leave Me. He cannot move away. He will be able to though. And now Sarky is in big trouble. Gold Believer misses him. Slorky survives for now, but unfortunately falls anyway. Now Pemetronio caught in the rest of the fight. Will be almost going down Sevi with a flicker, but doesn't quite connect. Pemetronio alive and Metashift with a 1,500 gold lead.
That was such a lot of resources being used up from the other side though, as Leandro is still trying to take the turtle. He should be able to. Yeah, Red Tree's on point. There's no problem happening. But on the other side of the spectrum, that's still not a good trade for Omni Knights.
Oh, and talking about it not being good for Omni Knights, Metashift are with another kill. And from who else than from Bober? Had to burn his flicker, but I was saying, Elise has no way to die in this matchup until Bober gets his Vorax. And he got it, and he killed him.
Instant as well, right? I mean, if you are an Alice, all you'd need to do is just take those fights near the minions. You'll get enough HP back without any dominant sizes on the other side that it is going to be fine for you. But on the other side of the spectrum, if there are no minions around, that's when Metashift would want to take the fights against this Alice. And I'm really liking that. A Harsclaw being picked up by Slarky Boy instantly out here, along with the Cloying Wand locked in for Yang on the Kimmy. So those first items are now coming through for Omni Knight, and this next fight could be big.
Could be big, but God Believer flickers out of the harm's way, and Valerie unfortunately doesn't quite catch him in that. And who will be catching the fishes actually is Wubble with Leave Me, as Valerie is thinking to himself, leave me alone. He will be fine though, he has the healing pop. Oh, wait a second, he could be in trouble actually, as God Believer is moving his way. Looks like no, he will be fine. You don't want to burn your spells on one ski, because this is no full damage Khalid, it's a tank Khalid.
He's going in for the dominant size as the first item. I like the Black Eye Shield being bought early on. Now it also gives you a bit of a magic defense as well, apart from just the physical one. Normally it used to give you 18 physical defense. Now it gives you 20, along with 20 magic def as well. Plus a decent bit of HP too. So you can actually pick up that item early on for the roamers. And I think so this new change in these items, it helps a lot to all of the roamers. And that also helps in picking up some of the tank roamers early on, or rather the tank junglers, with which you can try and play around with. That's the idea Omni Knights want to play with.
Though it's super important to say that it lost the component that gave... Oh, wait a second. Now there's Bober giving everyone a headache with big Bravest Fighter combination. The Landshaker hitting two. Now has to flicker away. Babba tanking it all. AOG as a disengage. Unfortunately, he didn't use it as an engage tool. But luckily for him, that means he can survive.
They're all going to be safe, okay, though. Metashift, though, eventually picking up that turtle now, are increasing their goal lead even further. And this is the snowball that we talk about. If you've got a Harith, you want the snowball. Doesn't have a lot of damage in terms of dealing department, right? There's the big damage numbers by Bober Rusik, and then you've got God Believer in mid on that Farsa. Apart from that, everyone else just above 10,000 mark. But the big question is how you're going to try and stop this Farsa up in the Feathered Airstrike. The only tool you really have is Vansky's Raging Sandstorm.
Of course, still Fredrin if he can get on top, but talking about getting on top, Vori is getting piled upon by Metashift members as Pemetronio rushes into engaging and forces Leandro away from his own jungle. Leave Me fighting against Wade, and he's picking Alice as his prey. That's wild, honestly, but with the XP lead he has, he can do whatever he wants.
Level 12 out there on that Hayabusa. That's all you really need. Leandro able to take care of his purple buff too. Not really letting anyone else steal that one away, but eventually losing the gargoyle up there on the other side. That would mean that this 2-level lead of Leave Me, it's going to increase even further. And now you've also got the Divine Glaive being picked up by God Believer 2 right after the Glowing Wand. So those Athena Shield or the magic defense items like the Silence Ropes, they're going to be penetrated upon. So that's not going to give you enough magic defense. You need something solid being made. And considering how Vansky has made the dominant sides right now, he needs to prioritize an Athena Shield early on. And even that will not give him a proper tankiness now.
But talking about giving proper tankiness, Meta Shift have 1 Dominance Ice completed for Bober himself. And of course, even though after the nerfs, Lapu can make himself super duper tanky, and only one that will be getting through all those defenses will be Leandro with the true damage. As we approach first Lord fight of this game, Leandro getting caught off, now he has to run away, Big KOG going on top of him, tried to run away but he got caught in it. He will be going down, killing spree for God Believer as they chase for more Slark. He gets put down and Leave Me is already going for Lord. Big Federal Strike, not really that big actually, just forcing everyone away so they can freely take the Lord. But suddenly, Meta Shift 5,500 gold in the lead, and I have to eat my own words, at least for now, because Omni Knights are getting destroyed.
I mean, if they can hold this game down to the 12th minute mark, then they will make a comeback. You've got a Bruno in your own hands, Slarky Boy. We've already known him to be one of the top players out here. If I'm not wrong, this man was the first one to get a Savage in the Thunder division. I believe it was Granger which he was using at that point. But here's the big thing, right? All of those things that happened in history stay in the books. Right now, you got to write your own books now. And seems like Midashift really want to tear down the syllabus.
Now they are. Leandro immediately had to hop off. And the problem is that if you go for a spicy roamer like Vansky did, you really need to utilize him in the early phases of the game. But early phases, speaking about early game, Omni Knights didn't do anything. They were just relaxing, not really... Well, maybe it wasn't really that they didn't try to do anything, but Metashift did so much more.
That's one of the big things out here, though. Inhibitors are now going to start falling off. So we've got to eventually play all the way back in your own crystal. The bottom one taken down instantly. Here we go, the Yugi Shadow kill.
Levy needs to try choosing the right targets because, of course, he almost killed Vansky. But even if he did, it's still a Khalid. It doesn't really mean that much. Big traction pool going for half HP Pemetronio. Now he's healing up, so he will be fine probably in some couple of seconds. Big Ferrestra actually pushing Starky Boy away. And now Vabalabadabda jumping in. Big AOG. He goes for the backline. Double taunts. He engages, but no one follows because it was just a distraction. Metashift wanted the tower. And they were like, alright. Vabalabadabda, jump in the meat grinder, and we will get the gold from the tower.
It was simply more like the Captain America giving orders to Hulk, just go and smash. That's what he was eventually doing. And everyone else was going in for their own objectives out there. Now, Athena's shield being made up by Vansky will give him a bit more tankiness, but you could technically say the same thing for God Believer now that he's made up the Blood Wings as well. More mobility, more difficult to catch onto this Farsa once she goes in a bird form. I don't really see any way for Omni Knights to actually stop that feathered airstrike before he drops in a couple of bombardments. And that is one of the big reasons why we are seeing so much disparity hopping in. Every single one of those players out here having a gold lead of at least 1,000 except for the mid lane. And if you're comparing the jungle, well, that's a 3.2k gold lead right now in the hands of Leave Me.
Well, you have to kind of give some context about the matchup, and that is definitely that Hayabusa will be farming faster, he can snowball harder, and Fredrin doesn't really need to be on par with his gold, but yes, 3,000 gold lead is quite a lot. If it would be like 1,500, then it's not really that big of a deal, because tank items are usually cheaper than the carry items, but it's 3,000, yeah. That's a whole item, maybe two if you were talking about cheap items. That's wild.
Yeah, and here's one fun thing that I noticed right now. Wade has gone in for a lot of semi-items with the Silence Strobe, with the Dreadnought armor, as well as the Molten Essence for the Cursed Helmet. I'm liking that. Yes, they're in the gold deficit. It's absolutely fine. Just a few more seconds or maybe a minute or so, and he will be able to make some big items very quickly. So that could be a big turning point in this game right now. Nice zone from Rusik, but the fight continues.
Talking about quickly is meta shift to make this into a slaughterhouse as they go for more. Well, actually, they got picked off first. Well, I mean, Bobber got picked off first as they try to chase for more. Actually, no, it's a mega kill, double kill. God Believer finishes 3 members off, and it's just Wade and Leandro, and I don't think they stand a lot of chance. They need to clear the wave. Can they do it? I don't think they can. Leandro is trying to jump away. Wade will be going down. He is put down, and just Leandro. Monster kill for God Believer. Can he clear the wave? Big town? No, it's not enough, because now meta shift will destroy your base crystal, and suddenly I have to eat my own words, as I have said before, because meta shift are showing up strong.
Big play coming in, and man, Warren, I must tell you, if they would have survived this one fight, I could see those items being picked up by the side of the opponents of Meta Shift, Omni Knights, man. I could see some big items being picked up from them. If they survived this fight, things would have been very different though. But again, the win conditions, we know Meta Shift to be having a big idea of what they really need to do to win, how they need to play the game to try and easily go to that crystal. They knew Pelmetronio on that had it. He can be fully trusted. Leave me on the Farsa was absolutely, or rather, leave me on the Hayabusa was absolutely annoying. You also had the Farsa constantly going in for those good positional bombardments. Vansky could not really do anything on that Khalid. And I think so, again, that falls down to just Khalid being a little bit slow in terms of landing those ultimate stuns, right? So that's a bit of a bummer, but Pelmetronio never fails to amaze us.
Well, it's super important to say that Khalid usually should be paired up with someone else who can kind of set him up. And there was heroes that were able to do that. For example, Alice, she could have kind of went in, set it up, stunned some members off, and then Khalid could continue with his own ultimate to layer it on top of. But that didn't really happen, because a lot of the fights were just disjointed. Khalid going in first, which I don't think should have been the case, because everyone and their grandmother probably can dodge the ultimate if they see it coming from a mile away. And that's exactly what was happening. And also you have to put on top of that Lapu is mobile, Farsa, okay, she is not, but she has super big range, so you need to gap that distance, and she can see you between that moment and between the moment you reach her. Then you have Harid, super mobile as well. So, and Haya, don't even make me start against Haya. There are some heroes that cannot even play against him just because he is so mobile.
He just sold all of his items for a Winter Crown, thinking that we would not notice. Doesn't want anyone else.
Scared? You don't think that he won the game with 008 with just Winter Crown? What are you seeing, Scared? Of course he was playing with just a Winter Crown. What do you think? He's just that good.
One of the fun things that I actually notice here is the fact that Wobble Dub Dub on a roam has 6 assists. Leave me on a jungle has 8. Not a single kill.
I mean, it kind of comes down to the target selection again, because we saw, or at least I saw, like 5 Yugi shadow kills going on Leandro, Wade, or Vansky. So I feel like he could have went for the squishy ones, but honestly, that wasn't even his job. He just needed to get them poked down, so Farsa and the rest of the team can finish them off. And that's what Leave Me did perfectly.
I think so. I agree on that one. He was just making sure that he's doing his own job really well, enabling God Believer to drop in those bombardments, and then Pelmetroni out here wrapping things up. I have to say, Slarky Boy in that one last fight as well, he could have retreated a little bit early. I could see him getting that confused thought in if he would want to stay or he wants to go away. And in that confusion, he thought of maybe landing in a couple of more hits onto Pelmetronio, but just did not realize that God Believer was also closing that gap. So he was moving all the way up on his face, and eventually he got taken down as well. This is one of the big reasons why I've said marksmen are really not looking pretty in this meta. They are struggling a lot because of the amount of sandbagging those fighters can do. Look at Wade, 102,000, Wabbalabadabdab, 101,000. You also have Vansky and Leandro with 85 and 93 themselves. That is atrociously high.
But talking about the atrociously high, you can look at the side of meta shift, and definitely God Believer was quite a lot. He was assisting quite a lot in those fights, because 6-1-2, he missed only 2 kills, which I believe were 2 solo kills from Bober. Maybe it was something else, but I think, well, not really, right, because Horrid has 9 KP as well, so that means it must have been something that slipped over there. I think one of them was Bober kill, second possibly was the solo play from Pelmetronio. Well, the thing is done, or at least in this one clash. The thing meaning, well, how will the teams from Last Chance match up to the rest? Because right now, well, they've beaten one of the top teams from Thunder Division, and quite easily, I have to add.
I said it. I gave this one to you long back, and because again, Bobo Rusick, he knows what he needs to do in that EXP lane, and Pelmetronio is just so good in his own gold lane. The synergy between the players, it's looking really nice. Leave Me is always prioritizing those rotations in the jungle. They're working together, stealing the creeps of the other side, while also protecting the creeps of your own jungler, while Leave Me is doing everything that he needs to, going in for those neutral objectives, farming up very quickly. 3 minutes and 37-second mark, right? That is the fastest I have seen anyone reach level 7. Like, no cap put on that. That is literally one of the fastest farmings on any jungler per se. I'm not really counting any early game, mid game, late game junglers or just the Hayabusas. On any jungler, that timer is pretty good. And if Leave Me can do that, oh, you need to be worried. If anything, you've got to ban his Hayabusa.
He looked great, but what also has to be said is that the composition that was put against him wasn't the hardest to play into when you are Hayabusa. Because typically you would care about some straight on your head CCs, even though he is not really played, but like Cyclops Ultimate or something like that that can really mess you up even though you are so mobile. But that wasn't really here. There were no easy to land CCs going on top of him. And the ones that you could use, they were either too slow or you didn't want to waste them since they were like big AoEs, Khalid's ultimate, then Alice's ultimate. So it's not the ones you want to go for. So still, I have to give him credit. He played very well, but let's be real. The composition was kinda easy to play into for him on that high.
The only thing that I can think of which could have kept him in his own spot was the taunt of a Khalid. Not rather the Khalid, but the taunt of the Fredrin. Apart from that, there was nothing that could have kept him in his place. So yes, that was a bit surprising for me to see as well. They would not really pick any stun, but with the way how the draft was going, the only other pick that they could have gone for was definitely a Khalid. But eventually, that's how things kicked off, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the replay too. The first turtle instantly stolen away by Leave Me, and that kind of set the momentum up. Had this one been won by Omni Knights, things would have been pretty different. But as soon as they let this one go, Hayabusa could farm up pretty quickly, and that speed is something that the Fredrin cannot match.
Also, it's super important to say that Metashift, even though they got the turtle and they lost one member there, whole time on the top side, Pelmetronio was getting those gold platings. He was getting his pockets full of gold, and he used that to his maximal advantage, because in later fights, as we can see in those highlights, Pelmetronio was a menace. No one could get close to him because he would get chunked or killed, depends on how long he would stay in that dangerous spot.
One of the big things, right, whenever you are watching Pelmetronio play is that you see him not making any risky moves. He's making sure that he's got that distance in, all the while just doing his own job as that gold laner. That's why he's one of the best out there. He knows how to do his own things and then also realizes how to outplay the other side, right? And at the same point now, I have to think who's the other laner who can actually counter him out there. If it could be King, we saw him play the Harith in that first game as well. He played pretty good. Maybe it could be one of Minerva Fury's player too. Maybe they can surprise us. But man, out of all the teams, out of the 8 that we are supposed to get, we've now got 3 teams up in that top spot. Metashift being the only team that came all the way through the open qualifiers, soaring so very fast against Omni Knights. And I think so that's a big, you'll have to say, fact check for Omni Knights themselves. That they'd have to be pretty careful about how they'd eventually move forward, right? Because let's be honest, Omni Knights are looking a little bit shaky.
And it's super crazy because the narrative this is setting up is super huge, right? Since MetaShift are the ones, as I have said it myself, that got put down into loser bracket by Misa Esports. So if this is the weaker team, what can we expect from Misa Esports? And people were saying in the chat, because I went through the messages, and they were speaking about Misa Esports being one of the best teams that should be in the regular season. And honestly, before this matchup, I would say, I don't believe you. But honestly, after this performance from MetaShift, putting Omni Knights in their place, that was wild performance.
True. And I'd have to say, I kind of expected that. Because considering the amount of changes that's been happening here and there, a few of the roster shifts as well, plus the performance in general for Omni Knights here and all the way back in Thunder Division, I believe things started off pretty shaky for them. They lost to Minerva Fury early on in a 2-0 fashion, and then they finally picked the pace up when they matched up against VoidKids and Method Black, where they won both of their games. But then even against Stolen Angels, this team was not really stopping. So that was the moment where everyone thought maybe Omni Glitch could be the team that can actually stay up on top of the entire leaderboard of the Thunder Division. But eventually losing against Jackpots and going even against Akke and Revenant order, it kind of led them into that middle pack of that entire, you could say, event. Now that was a bit surprising for everyone, specifically for the fans of Omni Glitch, but all in all, let's be honest, the performance was pretty decent. But if they want to lift the trophy, then decent is not going to cut it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. What a lovely way to put it. And speaking about what we just saw and the narrative it's bringing, I'm just so excited. I am so looking forward to MetaShift, especially when they will be matching Minerva Fury, when they will be matching Jackpots, because those could be crazy battles, those could be crazy matchups. So very excited about the rest of the days. But of course, this day is far from over, because we are still in the, well, low-key, it's a half of today. This was a third duel that we saw. We will be seeing 5 more. But before that, I believed we should have had an interview.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about that, and guess what? We've already got the information that it is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be welcoming Pelmetronia out here. Finally, after a long time, Pelmetronio, how are you doing, my man?
I'm fine.
All right, for all the people out there who are wondering why it's only Pelmetronio, we also have Dazai for the translation here. I want to ask Pelmetronio, everyone calls you the best gold laner in Europe. Does it put a little bit pressure on you to meet the expectations of everyone?
Зрозумів? Ну, типу, чи це тяжко бути тим, кого називають топ-1 голдером в Європі?
Нет, это не тяжело быть топ-1 голдером в Европе.
He's saying it's not hard to be top-1 Europe gold laner.
Oh my god, I mean, he's firing shots. Warren, is there anything? It's your questions now.
I mean, shots fired, and the people on the interviews keep firing the shots. We had Pankrat before, so since they both fired the shots, how does he feel he will match up against Pankrat from Minerva Fury?
Як ти думаєш, ти буде, коли ти будеш проти Панкрата грати?
Против Панкрата я уже привык к его геймплею, не будет никаких проблем с этим.
He says he is already, he's used to gameplay of Pankrat. He doesn't think there's gonna be any problems. It's gonna be easy for him.
All right. And if I could add one more, I would use the same one I used before on Pankrat, and that would be, can we look forward to some crazy picks coming from you in the new patch on gold lane?
Чи будете ви пікати щось унікальне на голду? Якісь crazy піки?
Возможно, да, будет. Потому что мы тренили некоторые пики, то возможно будет.
He says it's probable because they were preparing some special picks for gold lane after the new patch, so it's really probable that they're gonna do something in drafts. Yeah.
All right, very excited and scared. Back to you.
All right. I wanted to ask, what was the reason for leaving Jackpots and joining a team that moved all the way from the open qualifiers? Like, what was the reason behind that? And were you confident in your skills that it's fine, even if it's open qualifiers, I will qualify?
Питають, чого ти лівнув з джекпотів? І, типу, чи ти був настільки впевнений в своєму скілі, що ти все рівно пройдеш на цей турнір, тому тебе не хвилювало, що ти ліваєш з команди, яка вже, по суті, все пройшла?
Ну, мы не уходили с команды. Можно сказать, что у нас были разногласия, и нас кикнули просто. Это первое. И да, мы были уверены, что пойдем на эту стадию, потому что там не было сильных команд особо.
So he's saying that they didn't really leave the team. There were some contradictions and arguing in their team, and they were literally kicked off that team. But yes, they were confident that there is gonna be nothing hard to qualify, even if it's open qualifiers.
Oh my god, I'm really looking for a matchup between Jackpots and Meta Shift Out. But one last thing, Pelmetronio, you've played with Extril on the EXP lane. You're also playing with Bobber Rusik on the EXP lane. Who do you think is better in that?
Питають, хто тобі краще, ну ти поняв, да?
Да.
Хто на XP?
Rusik is number one explain in Europe, I think. So,
all right. That's yeah.
his strongest
You were saying
himself.
something? All right, my man. Fair. Pelmetronio, it was an absolute honor to have this interview with you, and Dazai, thank you so much for the translations as well. I wish you all the very best for your future games. Looking forward for you more.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. He's such a sweet guy, I'd have to say. You know, when we think about Pelmetronio, we think that, again, one of the best players out there. You could probably expect a few things out of him, but he's a very sweet guy. And oh my god, Boren, we actually got quite some tea out of that interview, didn't we?
Oh, we did. Like, if I had the time, I would get over my own tea and just dip the tea into the water, if you know what I mean. Because, goddamn, I wasn't expecting that heavy backstory, but this just adds more story and flavor to the clash that will inevitably come between Jackpots and Pelmetronio and the rest of the squad. Because, meta shift against Jackpots, that will be one for the ages. It will be bloody, it will be personal, it will be emotional, it will be glorious.
I'm really having my fingers crossed at this point, right? Because I genuinely want to see that game. You clearly saw it in the answer of Pelmetronio. But ladies and gentlemen, this man reeks of confidence. He knows he's one of the best, and he clearly shows that on the face as well. What's gonna happen to this team? We'll find that out as well in the next few iterations. But we've got few more games lining up, 5 more to be specific. You don't want to go anywhere because we'll be back after this short break. Man, oh man, another one up and ready, ladies and gentlemen, as it's about time for Stolen Angels to face up Misa Esports, a team that qualified from the Thunder Division up against a team that made all its way through the open qualifiers. And guess what? You also have one more player out on the side of Misa that is ready to face their nemesis one more time. And it's none other than MLBB being brought in this lineup. And fun fact is, Warren, I know we both were discussing it in the break as well. I think so Misa Esports can actually win this one.
I mean, it's a fun fact if you are their fan. Of course, if you are a fan of Stolen Angels, then this is not a fun fact. That's a sad fact, or how to put it. Well, of course, Stolen Angels have showed us their prowess, especially in the beginning of Thunder Division, but when we got over the half of Thunder Division, they kind of fell off. Or maybe the rest improved, cannot really say which one it was, maybe a little bit of both, cannot really tell. But the important thing is they didn't end Thunder Division as the big dogs. They ended Thunder Division as like a decent mid-tier team, but not the strongest. So now, going into this clash, since we already, just before mere seconds or like mere minutes in the past, we saw Misa, not Misa, but Metashift beat Omni Knights. I mean, Misa Esports, we already know, are the stronger team compared to Metashift. So what I expect from this is that Misa Esports will take this one home, and Stolen Angels, if they did not improve quite a lot or became a little bit more themselves as they were in the beginning of Thunder Division, I don't have much hope for them.
That's one of the big things out here, right? Stolen Angels, yes, as you rightly mentioned, their start in Thunder Division was actually pretty surprising. A lot of people were not really betting on them, but then again, their first two games against VoidKids, then Method Black, even against Akke, wherein they went 1-1, it kind of seemed like this team can actually still stay up on top, but then we could say came their downfall. Once they faced Omni Glitch, it was a 2-0 thrash, and then Minerva, if I'm not wrong, then they went up against Jackpots, that was again a 2-0, so they could not really gather back any momentum after that. Yes, Revenant order was a 1-1, eventually it ended up in a Minerva Fury's favor 2-0. So Stolen Angels, they started solid, but over towards the mid and end, they could not really keep up with that very same momentum, and not at all that pace. So who were once looking like the tournament toppers eventually went all the way down in the middle pack yet again. So it is going to be a difficult battle for Stolen Angels, I must say that. Misa Esports on the other side, man, this team is running high on the momentum.
Oh, they absolutely are, and especially with their newest addition that they already had in the last chance, and that's MLBB, that went from already qualified team, same as Permetronio and Bulber did, low-key, right? Well, the same happened for MLBB, and we were speaking about it. I'm not sure if on the stream, maybe even on the stream, that, well, what made him change the teams? Is he gonna make it? Will they qualify? Well, they did in big fashion, and they are here, and they are ready to fight, and I think we can expect so much from them. And even though I didn't see them perform yet, just based upon the last game that we saw between Omni Knights and Metashift, I expect quite a lot from them, and I expect them already to be in like top 4 of the regular season.
Absolutely. That's going to be definitely a big name out which everyone would have to watch out for. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not just about it. After that, we still have 4 more games remaining. We're going to have VoidKids, Fake Time, Revenant Order, Teeniyi, Bambusel, Eternal Oblivion taking on Memento, Mori too. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Glitch Code with Akke by D. Don't ask me why that name is. A lot of people must know that, you know, it's again a merger of a couple of fogs there. So Akke, again, they have the same lineup, and I'm really looking forward to that game, but it is going to be Synth who will be joining out here. So ladies and gentlemen, you would not want to miss out on that action as well. But for now, hopping on back onto the Stolen Angel and Misa Esports discussion, right? To be honest, you know what? I'm also excited for the next one. As much as I'm excited for Misa Esports' performance, I also want to see how Fake Time and Teeniyi Bambusel will perform against the teams of Thunder Division.
Of course, that's super exciting as well. But let's now think about what will the map selection be, because right now we still don't know. It should be chosen. So we will see what the choice will be in the end. But I will speak a little bit about Fake Time and about Teeniyi Bambusel. It's super important and super exciting, especially for those two teams, to see them clash today, or not like clash between them, but to see them battle it out against their opponents that they have, against their respective opponents that they got, since they got through their groups that they had on promotion relegation kind of at the bottom. Like, they, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they were third in their own respective groups, so you can say like barely qualifying. And if you compare that to the Thunder division, well, Revenant Order and as well as the opponents of Fake Time, which we will be seeing in the next one, they kind of barely qualified. They were near the end point. VoidKids, they improved a lot. I spoke about them very joyfully since I loved their progression, but they still barely qualified, you can say, at least point-wise. So it will be super exciting because the next two should be so much fun because they will be very much head-to-head. But, well, let's refocus on this one that we will be having, because as I have said before, I think Misa Esports have very strong favoritism, at least from me, and I believe from a lot of people watching. And do they have the favoritism from you as well, Scared, or do you have some things to say about the chances of their opponents?
I want to look at the performance of Tezuka there, right? Because that's a new man hopping into that roster. My lobby is there, cupcake pancake combination in the mid is also working out really good. Why he's in the jungle? Yes, we know he was playing pretty solid. So I'm cool with all of that. I just want to see how Tezuka will fit in this entire roster. That's a new addition for the team, unless that's the same player who's changed his own IGN. So just to catch all of us by surprise. So I really want to see how that happens. And guess what? I mentioned expanding rivers. There's actually going to be expanding rivers though. You know what? I predict to receive a lot of money in my bank account, a few $100,000. But hopping onto this one very game, ladies and gentlemen, is the draft that we're hopping on to. Fun fact now, Misa Esports is now the second team in the entire event that has actually got a female on their roster.
Oh, that's quite exciting, honestly.
Shout out.
I wasn't quite sure if I remembered Dracy and her face, and it was just Dracy all along, or if it was someone else. Well, now you are correcting me. So that's honestly quite exciting because I love women being able to play in the high competitions and being able to battle it out against a very man-dominated sport, or esports especially, where we saw a lot of, typically in the team you have most men, there's like mostly men, right? So it's always exciting. I'm always up for that. We saw Tracy perform very nicely. At least in my eyes, I liked how she played. So I am very much looking forward to how Cupcake will play in this composition. And we can already see that Misa Esports are all in their corresponding dresses. So they are all nicely fitting together. Absolutely lovely to behold how they have all the matching dresses. Of course, this will not be about dresses. This will be about your skills. So can Misa Esports bring it together even with that change?
It's going to be a big thing out here right now. And Stolen Angels, it seems, again, they have studied what might happen in this game, and they've already banned out the Yu Zhong. They saw the performance of My Lobby all the way back in the open qualifiers. This man was utterly destroying everyone on the Yu Zhong, so they don't really want to deal with it. And there's a small change out here in their lineup as well, people. Urek will eventually be hopping in the lineup of Stolen Angels. So all of the people who are a fan of Method Black there, who watched that team for Urek, now can also watch Stolen Angels for the exact same reason. Enzo, Orange Bob, Pem, and Levi on the other end of the spectrum out here. We've seen all of these players play previously. Pretty excited to see how they're going to perform together. Now, focusing on the bans, Grok for the last one. Jushin and Harath being taken away from Misa, or rather by Misa. It could be a CC ban for the very last one, or a Basha.
Basha could be the one to go for, because then you are kind of looking out this this guy from the rotation, right? Where they can flex him a lot. He can be jungle, he can be roam. I don't think I saw him XP, but still flexible in those two lanes. Typically for the blue side, it's not that often that you go for flex picks. Well, you could go, but you usually want to take the power picks. You're kind of trying to dictate the draft, trying to set the pace, trying to aim the bolt the right way that you want it to aim, where Misa Esports will be on the receiving end, and they will be answering. Oh, it's a backshot indeed. He went through, and he will either be going jungle or roam. We already saw him roam once, so let's see if he will be roam again or jungle. And now Misa Esports with an answer on their hands will be Lapu for my lobby or something else.
Could be a bit of a surprise, but maybe a Gato Kimi could do the trick, right, if they'd really want to. But then they'd have to pick something that can also get to the Farsa along with the Garrod Kacha, or someone who can protect your backline if Garrod decides to go in for the dive. So that's going to be something, but I think so it could be the roam mid combination for them. The Kimi is something I'm expecting to be picked up. It's an Eve and a Gato pick though, so it's fine, all good and dandy. It seems pretty decent. You have that range to work with. Basha is going to hop on your face with the Shield of Unity. You still have your shield coming in from the real world manipulation to help you out, a bit of a movement speed with the void crystals too. But now, Stolen Angels, what do you guys have for the answer? Harith banned out. Granger seems to be a decent pick that can also play around the range of the real world manipulation with at least the ultimate.
I quite like Granger. Of course, you could go for Harith if he wasn't banned, so that's not something you can really think about. Though, if we would be going into the favor of fighter gold laners, you can go Ruby. Ruby could make the life so bad for Yve, since Yve is not really that much mobile. She can be right in her face, but that's not what we will be seeing happening. Urek with his, I have to say, signature pick, Granger. Orange buff with Esmeralda for that XP. So now it leaves to be answered for Misa Esports if they go for Lapu XP, who has super hard laning, into Esmeralda, or if they go for something like Uranus.
It's going to be interesting to see out here. I think so Uranus would be a pretty decent pick, but then you'd need something that can also protect Cupcake out here, because if Pancake decides to hop in on to give the setups to the team, then there'd be no one to protect the Eve, and everything's going to be entirely open. Everything you could technically say is up for grabs right now. The Lancelot was already banned out, so you can prioritize an early Hayabusa? No, they're actually locking the Alice for my lobby. Alright, fair. You've got the ability to give the setup, so let's just say Pancake would not need to jump in as the first engage. It could be my lobby, and then Pancake could also hop in if the support is required. I'm liking the idea behind that.
Alright, well, we have Elise. That will be in the hands of Misa Esports, in hands of my lobby especially. And it's definitely one of those picks that can match into Esmeralda and possibly even beat her, since Alice doesn't need to use any mana, since she is manaless hero. So possibly Orange buff could be running of his own resources during the laning phase. And as I always love to say, healing is better than shielding, because if you heal, you can re-heal your missing HP, whereas with shields you need to block the damage, but if something goes through, then you cannot regain that through healing, since you don't have that. So super important in this matchup. Of course, it will be quite boring matchup, I can expect. I don't think my lobby or Orange Bob will be taking any kills home. It will be probably a little bit of a sleeper matchup, maybe some cuts happening, but not really a lot of action. I don't see a world where my lobby or Orange Bob dies to each other. That would have to be such a crazy, insane, like 10-second dive, something going very wild. Well, right now we will be waiting for the draft to resume, but since we have the time, we can speak about what other heroes they could pair up with the compositions that they have, which could be suited for them. What do you think about that, Skirt?
Stolen Angels, I mean, I could have, let's just say, I kind of wanted to say Farsa, but now with the Alice and the Gato on the other side, you can't really go for the Farsa. The only other option you right now have is a Kimi. Or if you really want to surprise everyone on the other side, you can pick up a Valentina. You've got quite a few good ultimates that you can use up to try and, let's just say, put in some chaos in the formation of Misa Esports. So that could be one, but it's again a pocket pick. If that could be played, then you're gonna pick that up out. On the other side of the spectrum, I think so. Hayabusa goes in for the priority as well, for specifically Stolen Angels to try and reach Cupcake and hop out as well, scratch free. But I don't think so that's gonna be let through by Misa.
That's one thing, and second thing to consider is definitely that right now Misa Esports could still go for a tanky gold lane, since they already see the Stolen Angels went for Granger. So they could go for something like Ruby in that gold lane. Probably she is quite mobile. I don't know how well she would play into Granger. I think it would be livable. I think she wouldn't really thrive per se, but probably playable lane. And what would that make for you is that you would cancel them out from going Hayabusa. But possibly you could leave that as a last pick, because you already see that they have Granger, so they cannot really steal that away from you anymore, since they already have it. So possibly you could leave your last pick as a gold lane pick to surprise them. And if they go Haya, you go Ruby. But of course, Stolen Angels can already know that fact, so they could ban her out, so to cancel you.
Yeah, that's something happening. But here's the fun thing. If you pick up a Ruby for Stolen Angels, where are you going to put it? That becomes a big question out here. You already have the EXP and a gold lane logged in. So Misa Esports will have that leeway, at least with them. They would know that, alright, it's not going to be a double fighter laning phase, so they can themselves pick up something which they kind of like. But again, you would not really want to let that Kimmy Granger combination move forward for Stolen Angels. There's got to be the Kimmy ban as well as something along the similar lines, though. What can you actually ban out now in this case? Something that can actually dive in the jungle. Maybe a Joy. I think so. Either one of those things could be banned out by Misa Esports. Everything is still open, though.
Honestly, I have to confront you on that. Do you really believe that Kimmy would be so good for Stolen Angels? Because the way I'm looking at that is like big AOG together with Alice Ultimate, together with Revolve Manipulation. Of course, that's the best circumstances you can possibly be upon. Yeah. But if all those spells are connected, I don't think you survive as a squishy backliner. So, and I agree, Kimmy is mobile through the usage of one of her skills, and she can still always not go for Purify, even though it would be useful against Alice, but she can always just go Flicker, so she is even more mobile on top of that. But if Gato jumps well enough, he can just connect with that taunt, and honestly, you are done for. So I would feel like for the side of Stolen Angels, for them to go their best mid lane would be probably someone ranged. I would honestly agree so hard if they went Forza. I don't know if their early game wouldn't be too weak, because Baxia is probably going in that role. Well, he could still be going jungle. So that's the thing, right? And if he would go jungle, then you can pair her up with some strong roamer that can enable her to get mid lane pro. Because honestly, if you add Forza into what your opponents have, and since Forza can still go Vision Lantern to burn through those tanks, she would be quite a nice addition to your composition.
To be honest, yes, I kind of agree now out here. Looking at how Basha could actually go into that jungle position as well, I was really thinking if Stolen Angels are really doubling down on Basha going into that roam. But if that's a jungle, then here's the thing, right? You would really rely on the Farsa for your mid to late game. If Orek somehow fails to carry out in the early one, then that's going to be a massive problem for your team. So here's the thing. What's going to happen at this point is going to be another question one, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be fixing a few things out here, but we'll provide you with any information that we could get right now. So we're probably going to have a bit of a draft or redraft in this case. We'll give you the entire information once we fully receive it. But here's the fun thing. If Basha goes in the jungle, yes, that gives you a lot more openings in the roaming position too. If anything, you can actually go for a Kalia and a Farsa combination there. That would work out so well.
That could be super deadly. And speaking about Kalia, has to bring you a little bit to one other guy, and that would be Bedenk. I know he wasn't played that often lately, but honestly, he could be decent. Just imagine Alice jumping in and immediately Bedenk with a counterplay pushing her away, and since she already probably burnt up her first spell to move into the advantageous position, well, then you can just cancel her out, and even if she didn't use it, you can cancel her ult completely if you push her away at the right moment.
I 100% agree, right? That's again a game of timings out there, but I think so. I'd have to say I concur with you on that one. That yes, Badang has been a bit of an off pick for a while now. A lot of other heroes doing his own job a little bit better than him, and that's how they kind of fit in better in terms of the entire composition. So that could definitely be a bit of a problem out there. Maybe a small bummer though, but I could see the idea. I could still see some of that happening. But that's again all of our speculations, ladies and gentlemen, of how that draft is going to play out here. If you guys are confused, if you guys have your own predictions, make sure you type them out in the comment section as well. We've got people reading there. You've got a lot of people from the community itself engaging with each other. So make sure you type down your predictions on who is going to win out this game. And here's the fun thing, right? There's only going to be 2 teams who will actually move all the way up with a 3-0 scoreline. Comment down which 2 teams do you think can actually make up into that top spot so that they get the better seeding in the playoffs. So if you're winning all of your games, you're already up on a higher notch. And I think so 3 teams out of the potential 2 which we will see in the future, we've already found them. You've got Jackpots, you've got Minerva Fury, and now you've also got Misa. This could be a Misa Esports one, but then again, you've got Meta Shift as well. 3 teams all the way moving up with a 1-0 scoreline. That's a very nice start early on in the regular season itself. And let's be honest, Warren, the regular season has been one of the most anticipated tournament of the European MLBB circuit.
I heard you wanted to say year, and I think, yeah, we have to say it was a most anticipated tournament of the year, because regular season is right here, top 16 teams from Europe, 2 invited, the other 14 qualified. Well, it's now for the grabs. Whoever is the strongest team, whoever can come out on top will be the one lifting the trophy and getting the highest prize money you can get, of course. Over in European MLBB in honestly quite a long, I think even all along, I think this should be the highest prize pool there ever was for the European MLBB. Correct me if I'm wrong, since I'm not for that long with the game, but I think I should be right on the mark.
Yeah, it's potentially one of those events with a highest prize pool out. We've had such a nice journey of all the European tournaments, let's be honest, right? We used to have some different events during the different seasons, and then we would go all the way out. I still remember the journey all the way back from MESL as well, man. It seems like it was just yesterday. But that's how quickly time passes by out here. As right now in the MEC itself, we've been here for over a month, and we saw the Thunder Division. Then after the Thunder Division, we saw the last chance qualifiers, right? We also saw the promotion relegation in between that, and then we saw the last chance qualifiers. So all of that happening throughout such a course of time, where eventually all of these teams are hopping in the regular season. One big chance at glory. Yes, you can lose in a few games, but getting back up on your feet, that is the main idea of all of these teams. And I'm really excited to see which one of them will eventually move all the way up, right? I said the narrative in the way how they're all just pirates and their ships roaming around. It's a lot of One Piece references happening here and there, ladies and gentlemen. So please don't mind, I'm a One Piece geek. And eventually only one of this team will become the king of the European MLBB scene, the champions of the MLBB European Championship. So that journey it's like a different poem in itself. And to be honest, it's a pleasure to be here and eventually experience all of that. So I'm really excited to see how the story of all of these new pirates will eventually lead out.
Oh, absolutely. There is so many narratives drifting around. We already spoke about Jackpots with that switch up. Can they keep their strongest team status, or will they get smashed down? We can of course talk about Renta and Honor being the invited teams, so kinda some people can look down on them and be like, well, they got invited and didn't really qualify, so can they show up, can they step up, even though the first those two teams this first day,
Yeah.
even though those two teams this first day didn't step up yet, I think there is still a lot of chances. There will still be a lot of chances for them to prove themselves. But of course, that we will be seeing in the future. But right now, just for everything to be set up and ready, we will be going into a quick little break. So everything is ready and we will get back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a bit of a longer break, we are here. But guess what? Everyone out here, we always love tea, right? All of our friends, they love tea. We all love tea. And guess what? We've got some for you out here. Misa Esports will be forfeiting their game. They were disqualified just because they could not provide the camera link of one of their players. So that's basically a integrity question mark on the tournament. So obviously it's going to be an absolute fair event for every single one out there. So it is crucial for you to give out your cameras, which was not really possible for one of the players. So Misa Esports have eventually forfeited their game. That means the win is already offered to their opponents. Now here's the fun thing. A win out there does not really mean that this game is going to follow through just like that. We've got VoidKids taking on Fake Time out here. Warren, this match seems to be even more exciting than the previous one now.
Oh, absolutely, because the previous one shouldn't have been that exciting since we were kind of expecting that Misa Esports should be the stronger team. Whereas now, I feel the cards are dealt evenly, where if I would close my eyes, get an amnesia and get unconscious for 15 minutes and you would wake me up and tell me Fake Time won or VoidKids won, I would believe you either way. So it's super exciting to be casting this game. It's super exciting to be watching this game. And we definitely need to look out for how it will roll out. People are saying that Zedel can only play one hero, and that is Lancelot. And that if you ban him, he is handless. So we will see if this will be the case, or if his Lancelot will go through, or if he had some other pocket picks up his sleeve. Because he was saying that he practices a lot and that he has some other heroes up his sleeve. At least that's what I got told. So super exciting about this. Of course, there are two stories. First is Fake Time, that we heard it from themselves. They were saying, oh, well, we were expecting much more from us. We were expecting that we wouldn't qualify barely as a third seed from our group. We were thinking that we could qualify and even beat Glitch Code. That's their own words that they were saying in the interview. So super exciting for their side. And for VoidKids, well, probably most of you know them, but let's go over that once more. They were going through Thunder Division. At first, they looked like they cannot make it, but well, I guess they sucked all the skill from Stolen Angels, because as Stolen Angels were falling from grace, they were stepping up the grace. And they were stepping up the game, because in the rest and in the second half of Thunder Division, they were up there. Like, not up, but they were playing very decently. They got from the bad start, and they were able to qualify. So, you have Fake Time who want to prove themselves that they can beat those strong teams. And first step towards that is to beat VoidKids. Because probably in most people's eyes, VoidKids are a strong middle tier team. Not the best, not the weakest, but like strong middle tier. So this is the first step. If Fake Time can beat them very dominantly, that already sets up the stage for the rest of the season.
I'm really excited to see how that one is going to pan out right here. Because again, Fake Time, we've seen the players, right? We've seen Goranich, we've seen Hinokami, we've seen Garmadon, Laga, Jungle. We've seen all of them play absolutely to perfection, right? If you think about Fake Time, we know that this team knows how to perform. And I think that's one of the big picks out here, that they could be this one underdog team which not a lot of people would have on their tournament winning roster, but together, whenever these 5 players are playing, they look really good. And if you give them their own comfort picks, that makes things even more difficult for you to deal with. Specifically if Gori gets his hand on a Gato, yeah, good luck trying to deal with him. His Gato is as good as Toby's Grok. So that's something you have to be wary about. And on the other side of the spectrum, you already got VoidKid out here, Zedel, Yankee, Aisho Isaac, Xenox, and RM. I remember we talked a lot about Xenox as well, all the way back in the promotion relegation, probably, right? If I'm not wrong. And again, now he's got to fill in the shoes of my lobby. I think so that's already a pretty big task.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the story of today is definitely filling the shoes of those XP laners, because we had Xtil, He's trying to fill the shoes of Boberusing, and we already saw him filling those shoes pretty nicely. I was even saying that he might have a bigger size of feet because, oh damn, those Lapu plays were they were so exciting, they were excellent. So right now, Xenox needs to fill the shoes of my lobby. Unfortunately, we couldn't see my lobby play out because of the problems that you mentioned before. So but of course, we still remember my lobby. We can remember him very fondly. He was a very strong player. He definitely still is a very strong player. And right now, Xenox will try to step up to the plate. He will try to be my lobby for his team. Or at least, if not be him, then at least be like him. Be the strong fundament that really turned the tide around for VoidKids. Because it's super important to say that the moment when things started to turn around for VoidKids was the moment when my lobby was in the roster. So maybe people could be looking at this change and being like, well, my lobby is gone, so that means all the hope for VoidKids is gone. He was just this strong of a player.
Could be the case. I already know a lot of people who'd be thinking that. And here's the thing, right? Xenox, with the amount of gameplay that we have seen from him, I still remember him making some nasty good plays on Alice. And I think so that is one of the big comfort picks coming in for this man. But on the other side of the spectrum, I also want to see a lot of depth in terms of that EXP pool. So it's going to be a bit more difficult for the side of VoidKids to eventually show all of that in this best of one. But here's the thing, if Alice is left unbanned, I think so VoidKids would eventually pick it up. So Fake Time would have to be a bit more careful about it.
Also, what is super important to be said is that Xenox, even though he plays Elise, he has a strong contender on the other side, and that is Jungli. We saw him many times play Elise, and I would even say, I wouldn't say to perfection because there is still space for sure. I think we still need to see that perfect Alice performance, and we got glimpses of that, but we got glimpses of that especially from Jungli. The engages were just on point, and he's definitely up there in the higher echelon of Alice players. So even though Xenox was successful on her, they need to keep that in mind. If VoidKids don't ban her out, probably not in the first rotation, but eventually she could find her way through to Fake Time's composition, and that could be deadly, because if you don't have answer into that, that could be troublesome for you.
And seeing how Hayabusa has also been banned out by VoidKids, and considering the nerves of the East and Shin, I'm thinking it's not just an Alice, but also a Lancelot that can eventually be prioritized by Fake Time. I really like that idea if they would want to go for it. But Angela being banned out on the other side, Basha has been banned out too, so things are looking pretty good for Akimi. But as I said, since the higher ban was there, I probably read onto this one. Fake Time locking in the Lancelot, not letting Zedel pick this one up.
Oh, okay, it's there. Now Zedel has to take his hands and put them in his pockets and try to get out some of his picks. And right now it looks like he's pretty confident in finding something in his pockets, because they are immediately going Alice, they are immediately going Zuxin. And this is the first time that Zuxin will be playing in the regular season, because she was banned 3 times. The 4th game we did not see, so this is the first time she will be played, and it will be in the hands of Yankee in the colors of VoidKids.
I'm really liking that. Again, Zushin slipping through the drafting phase. It seems like VoidKids eventually, read onto what Fake Time wants to do, and they decided to just outplay them with those 2 picks. But on the other end of the spectrum, you've got the Zushin on one side, or the Jushin on one side. Now you've got the Eve on this side as well, along with the Gadokacha. I like the idea, not really letting this one fall on the other side, while also making sure you've got a lot of room to work with, thanks to Gori being pretty good on that. I think so there should be a Yi Senshin lock-in for Fake Time. If not, maybe going in for a bit more comfort. But what can you actually pick now, since the Hayabusa has been banned out? You've already lost the Lancelot. Maybe a Joy?
Joy could be the idea, most definitely.
It's a Yi Senshin.
Oh,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
a Yisunshin. Even after the nerf, so the players are definitely thinking, oh, well, he's still playable. And honestly, I looked once more over it, and other than the CC invulnerability that got hit pretty hard, I think the other part isn't really that important, because you were saying that the stun part got hit, but actually I got overthrew it, and I have to correct you, because not the stun part didn't get hit really, but the part where he gets vision on his enemies got hit pretty hard. There was 3 seconds downtime from 5 to 2. So you see a little bit more, but the stun part is still there. Of course, the stun immunity is not really there. So right now for the composition with Yisunshin, they definitely need to keep in mind that they will need frontline. They need frontline, and if Alice is jumping in, they need someone who will stay with the backline to hold it together. Because if they leave it alone, Lancelot and Gato will make a quick work of them. And together with Eve, she can engage from so far away. Juxin will have big trouble peeling her away from the rest of the team.
And considering you've picked up a Jushin, now you can't really go for any pickoffs as well, because your mid is going to be slow. Yisunshin is going to be slow in the jungle as well. So I think so you need someone who can actually stop anyone from approaching. I'm thinking something along the lines of a high loss, or something that can actually protect your backline. Maybe a Khalid, but I don't think so Khalid would be really good in this case. You can actually pick it up, but we'll have to see. Cho seems to be a pretty good idea. All right. But again, it's going to fall down in the same category, right? I think so. If you're really going for a pickoff, a Kalia would have been a better choice instead of a Cho.
I feel like it really comes down to preference, because we saw many roamers go either for Cho or Kalia in those specific scenarios. So I'm feeling like it's more not so much as to who is better there, but if one of them is good here, all right, we choose the one that we are more comfortable on. So I feel like since what we saw from Aisho Isaac, he wasn't really comfortable on Kalia, if I remember correctly. I feel like many times he was taking the Tsunami Slams on the wrong targets and not really picking the backline so often and go, oh, wait a second, we were just talking about it. Do you see what I see? Because this is Tamus. This is Tamus, the Fire Lord himself, after those crazy buffs that just happened in the latest patch. Just let me remind you, he got 1600 HP on top of what we had before in late game, and also he got more scalings. He will be a menace. He will be a menace. His ultimate, where he gets more damage on his auto attacks, will be doing even more. And I quite like the composition that VoidKids made for themselves. Because if you look at what Fake Time have, if you look at their comp, they are kind of squishy. Even if Cho goes full tank, he is still not being that tanky, because his hero doesn't have any defensive stats built into his kit. He doesn't have passive like Tigreal, he doesn't have anything like that, he doesn't have passive like Gato, it's not there. So if you have Tamus, he is really free reigning over the opponents.
You need some fighter EXP right now. You need some frontlining. But at the same time, you can't really fully rely on Jushin to deal all of the damage for the team, right? Yes, she's going to be a good poke, but look at the amount of heals on the other side. You've got Ruby, you've got Thams, you've got Gato. The poke is not going to cut it. So you're kind of in a precarious spot where you have to go something that can deal a decent amount of damage. Independent. Harriet's been banned out. The only option I can see that can kite around well is going to be Granger. I don't really see anything else that can work out in the early game either. So I feel like VoidKids have kind of bit them in there, or rather they've hit themselves in their toes, and it seems difficult. See, they've got to go for the Granger. Can't really go for anything else in that case. So I'd still have to say I'm really liking the composition of VoidKids, but overall Fake Time have got more DPS if it moves to mid to late game, because Granger can scale really well in this late game. So it's going to be fun to see which one of them will eventually take the W, but I think so Fake Time has got this one.
Now there is one super important thing to say and to consider, and that I think everyone missed, and that is, honestly, Faveus was a nice pick there. Like, instead of Granger, just imagine Faveus playing into Ruby. She dashes, she charges his passive when she jumps around. You know, just imagine that. It could have went so hard, honestly. Unfortunately, that's not what we will be seeing. We will be seeing the typical lame Granger, let's say it. Like, if Faveus was gold lane, that would be much more sick. Well, so unfortunately we have to settle with that. But as we will be approaching the Land of Dawn in our fifth match of today, actually the fourth, since the fourth got skipped a little bit, but the fifth match of today, VoidKids against Fake Time.
Wow. Look at that early fight already. My goodness, the zoning is insane. He's made sure that the Alice misses out a cannon minion. Oh my goodness. All right, yes, people might...
Funniest?
Yeah.
Do you know what's the funniest part? Jangli isn't even running the sustain one, because Kaiser is not doing damage to him. He doesn't care. And we were saying, like, whoever gets the Alice is the winning one. But right now, look at him. He is playing into Alice, and he doesn't care.
He's going to quickly clear out that minion as well as for the next 5 seconds. But out here in the mid lane, that's where the back and forth fight goes in. Gori is going to pull back up, though, but the Revitalize keeps him pretty healthy. It's going to be absolutely A-okay out here in mid, as both the mages will get their level 4. But the Turtle Prior is for Fake Time.
Yankee is trying to jump away. His ultimate will be used to get rid of the flicker, so Jangli cannot chase him over. But we were saying that, or we were talking about it, right? He doesn't have CC. Well, it doesn't matter. He has the slows, he has the jumps, and suddenly your mid lane doesn't have a flicker.
One of the big things out here that I'm noticing, the changes that's happened. Again, I have to give a huge shout out here to the production as well and the entire management, man, because the 3D graphics early on, once we are entering in the Land of Dawn, seeing the emblem set as well, all of that is looking super amazing. So it's not just the team who eventually got a major upgrade, people. It is also the entire Surge Esports themselves. So a shout out to all of you as we have a look at the emblems. No major changes. All seems decent, pretty good and dandy with everyone. Killing spree for Lager. Just wants to get those extra kills on board instantly. And as you rightly mentioned, right, Jungle is not running the sustain. He's going with the Festival of Blood. He's also gone with Swift. So he will have more attack speed along with the War Axe, or rather the... Oh my goodness, that's when the name slips out of my mind. War Cry.
Corrosion Sight.
No, I wanted to go for the War Cry. It's the emblem that he's running with. Now that again means that, yes, as you rightly said, he will not go sustain. He will build at least one damage item. And then he'll go for something sustaining. So he will deal a ton of damage too. And that's why I think so Fake Time might actually have an early game advantage.
Honestly, I'm sniffing something like Corrosion Sight into Oracle into the new Dominant Size, because new Dominant Size could look super good on Tamus. I would even say it would look hot, no pun intended, on Tamus if he went for that. Right now, Fake Time with 300 gold lead, and so far, Cho wasn't really successful in doing anything in the early game.
I mean, here's the thing. You don't really have anyone who can pick the other person off, right? Yes, he can give the setup. He can give a setup on Kino Kami if the Purify is off. But apart from that, no one will die by the way of the dragon. Because Yankee is poke. Zedel does not have his items right now. But here we go. Another early fight.
Well, Jangli doesn't believe in poke. That's such a nonsense when you can just go in, press vengeance and kill everyone. Oh, wait a second. Jangli could be himself going down. Well, just a joke because he survives. Double kill for Garmadon. And another kill picked up with the rest of the squad. Lager has slain the turtle, and suddenly Fake Time with a strong lead of 2000 when they will be also stealing the purple buff.
And there's the big thing, right? If you're going for the pickoffs, you need someone who can at least take the other person down with an early burst of damage. You don't really have anything. With the poke of the Zushin, yes, that's good, but again, no one else to actually finish off those picks or even those constant stuns. That's why Fake Time, they can do whatever the heck they want to. They've got a full opening out there in the entire backline. And considering that RM will not be dishing out the damage, but is more on the sustaining side, Hinokami doesn't need to cancel out his own ultimate. He can just pop the real world manipulation, he can enjoy the shield, and he can do whatever he wants to. Having a look at the amount of participation out there, Lager and Zedel, again, Lager being way too ahead and all of that. With the Lancelot as well, he was able to steal away that turtle. But look at the amount of damage dealt. My goodness. Again, it's Thams on top.
And this is exactly what you get if you let your normal gold laner match into a fighter. He gets destroyed. If he is alone in a 1v1, it's not good for him. But of course, Xenox will not be the XP laner himself. He will be the gold laner. So let's just refocus on that, because I believe we were lying to you a little bit, putting him up in the XP, right? So RM is the one on the list. Right now, not looking so hot for him. Right now, it looks so much better for Jungly and the rest of the squad. Of course, he is just 0-0-3, but so far, the Tammuz has been super strong, and there's nothing to shut him down yet.
As of now, yes, I absolutely agree. But there we go in the mid lane. Oh, that could be a pick off. No, Lager says he will be just forcing out the Crimson Beacon of Yankee. And that is a big tool now already used up.
Oh, talking about big tools, Xenox is get put down, killing spree for the fake time, and now Lager picks up another one. Yankee, Kaiser trying to run away, but there's Jungly, he doesn't care. Tower, no tower, he doesn't mind, and he goes for more. Zed Ackerman trying to defend his own jungle. However, he already gone, using up the Mountain Shocker, and probably will try to defend the tower, but he decides not to, because it could take his own life.
All he can do is just go down towards the bottom side and maybe clear out the minions and get a few things, because he's already lost his purple buff. Fake Time have been going in for the constant invasion. So you could say the Eastern Shin needs farm, and he's not getting that. Isaac as well, not yet. We've not yet seen a single Way of the Dragon coming in for him that could set things up for his team very well, because Gori has been on his face. He's been here making sure he's giving all the vision out to his team, working overtime with all of that, and quickly went in with the dominant size too, just so it's going to be even more easy for Jungle to build up on his own items. And guess what? He's going with more attacking items. He's going for a War Axe on top of a Corrosion Strike. Corrosion Scythe. That's going to be big. That's a lot of damage.
I agree, but there is one super important part to that, and that is, oh, wait a second, Garmadon could be in trouble. Now he gets kicked to the wrong side because Ruby, she's quite mobile, so Isaac, you did not hit that. But unfortunately for VoidKids, they can still get the tower.
Wouldn't really matter though, technically, because that's a top for the turtle as well as the top tier 2 being chunked down a little bit, and all the buffs now going to be invaded one more time out here as we have another fight in mid.
Oh, it's not really a fight, it's more of an execution. Kaiser gets executed in mid lane as the rest of the team make their retreat, and Zettel is unfortunately just sadly walking around his jungle because there is nothing for him to form up. And oh, wait a second, another fight happening. Lager trying to play it out, Zettel running away. Now there is Gorinich on the chopping block, not really a chopping block, more like a lying block, because he's just chilling, lying there, not really having a care in the ward, as Fake Time are taking this game by storm. 7,000 gold. This is the most dominant game that we had today, possibly, because even Jackpots were struggling a little bit against their opponents. What is this telling us of this matchup? Fake Time are destroying VoidKids.
Outdrafting, that's the main thing. It's clear-cut outdraft coming in from the side of Fake Time. Oh, another pull coming in. Garmadon is just annoying the heck out of everyone on the other side, and Isaac is lucky he's going to be left alive onto that one, just to make sure he sees the sun for another evening, because it still is setting for VoidKids. There's no way they can save this game hopping in right now unless Fake Time make a mistake.
Honestly, looking at their composition, they shouldn't own. And though, speaking about mistakes, Isaac is the one to do it himself. And now there's Kaiser. He gets put down. There's big yank from Yankee, but unfortunately for him, Xenox doesn't have damage at all. He just built his Blade of Despair, but I believe that's his second item next to Hunter Strike. If you compare it to the rest of the squad, he is not really doing so hard. Now he tries to push them away. Garmadon with a big pull going for Zettel. Zettel gets put down. There's Yankee gets taunted up. Gorinich would be down for his actions, but doesn't matter, as they will try to finish the game off in the 10th minute mark. Is that real? Cho will try to defend. There's Kaiser, there's Xenox. Can they defend Isaac? Quarter of his HP is already gone. There's Kaiser. I think the end won't be happening right now.
Doesn't matter. They're going to take all the inhibitor towers. 50 more seconds. The only thing that's happened is that the end has been inevitably delayed only for 1 minute 30 second max to max. And that too because that's the amount of time it will take for the Lord to hop in from mid to the other side after they pick it up. You can look at the itemizations as well. Anti-Curious locked in after that Vorax. Apart from that, Radiant Armor. Just to face tank anything Yankee's gonna deal. And I like the itemization from Jungle again. He just made sure that all he has is tough boots, so the CC is reduced. And apart from that, the Zukshin is not going to do a lot to you. Alice doesn't deal a damage at all, technically. It's a lot more towards the poking side, so I like the itemizations from him.
Talking about itemizations, I don't think I quite like what I show is Isaac is building, because right now I believe he is going into that dominant size, but I believe he could have had it so much sooner, and since the rework that happened to dominant size, it should have been definitely his first item, as you saw, I believe on Gorinich, that went for it immediately. Right now Lord will be taken for the side of Fake Time, as they march into the base very soon, and possibly looking for an end.
And now because of the expanding river buff as well, they can't really stay far ahead and clear out the minions in tier 2. Everyone's going to be rushing towards that part very fast. And that's why you could see Xerox as well running back instantly after using a Death Sonata. Now as the Lord marches down out here in mid, the waves not perfectly synced. But I think so that is still pretty fine for Fake Time considering how high they are up. Oh my god, Zedel, what are you doing down in bot?
I mean, he's just trying his best to survive because he needs to get some time for his team, for them to survive. Kaiser defending under the base, unstoppable lagger, and there is Zettel jumping in 4. I don't think that was the play, man, because right now your base will explode. Base Crystal is basically gone as he will be finished off by Fake Time that came into this duel with a statement, and that statement is, well, we don't care. What do you think about Thunder Division? Because we are here to battle it out, and we think that we are better than that.
Just some big boys out bullying the heck out of not the freshmen, man, but the senior year people. This is absolutely maddening. Fake Time just obliterate VoidKids, and this is what I also mentioned even during the drafting phase, right? You need someone that can protect the backline, yes, but for the first thing, you've got a Zushin. You pick up the Ascension into the jungle. Now that is a very slow mid already. So even if there's someone that you need to go with, it could not be a pick-off type person, right? Because then there's no one to follow up on the back of it. It eventually fell down on the other side, the lagger, just having his own fun time with the Lancelot. And seems like Fake Time with their strategy that they pulled out from their pocket, it was pretty simple running for them.
Honestly, I cannot believe my eyes. I was so hoping for VoidKids to step it up even after the big loss of my lobby. I was rooting for them, honestly, and this is a disaster for them. Of course, it's the first day, it's the first game, but what it says, what it kind of translates for the rest of the regular season, it speaks a lot. Because if this is how Fake Time were able to beat you, Fake Time themselves, that of course we heard big words from them, but they didn't really, they weren't able to deliver before on those words because, as I said, you can look at it, they barely got qualified through promotional relegation. Of course, we don't know how they would match up through last chance qualifier, right? Because they didn't need to. But looking at how they got through, I was kind of expecting that this would be more even battle, but Fake Time took it by storm and they deserve the credit because their performance was up there for sure.
Fun fact that the only two people who eventually fell in that game were the EXP laner and the roamer. Apart from that, everyone else survived. Garmadon was just waiting every other time for Zedel to make his move. And the nerves on the Ascension, you could clearly see that. Instantly, I could see he dashed in at the very last fight, but the anti-CC only lies for 0.3 seconds instead of 1 second now. So as soon as Zedel dashed, after 300 milliseconds, he was eventually just pulled in. And that's what Garmadon was waiting for throughout the entire game. So yeah, a lot of things happening here and there. And fun fact, Garmadon and Jungle, both of them went in with 1 extra damage item. Jungle went in for the Vorax after the Corrosion Scythe, and then Garmadon went in for the Endless Battle after his Vorax. So they knew that eventual damage is still going to be less of, Kami and Lagger. So they have to go 1 extra damage item. And on top of that, they can go in for the defenses. I am loving what Fake Time did here.
Also, there is one important thing to be said, and that is, if you look at the composition of Fake Time, of course not Gorinich, but everyone on that team comp other than him is dealing damage. So if you are even, you cannot really pinpoint one target and just kill him, because you need to kill everyone. If you leave Lager and Hinokami, for example, alive, they will try to finish you off and they will possibly do a lot of damage. If you leave Garmadon and Jangli alive, they will do the same, and any other combination would still do the same. So you are in this very complicated situation where even if the game was even and you were on the same footing, you still need to go for multiple members to play the fight out. Whereas, for example, on the side of VoidKids, Alice, well, you are probably not focusing her first. You are always going for Juxin, you are always going Jishunshin, you are always going Granger. And those three are ranged heroes, so they are kinda easy to kill comparatively wise to Lager, to Garmadon, to Jangli. Of course, Hinokami is ranged as well, but those three, they are melee heroes, extra defensive stats, and on top of that, so much mobility. Garmadon, Jangli, and Lager, they are so mobile. Even if you catch them, are you sure you caught them? Because they are, look at that, they are 2 flickers away.
And one of the big things out here in this game was, again, the fact that there's way too slippy people on the other side. So, Way of the Dragon, yes, understandable tool with which you can catch them, but it becomes difficult to find that perfect angle to set your team up for success, to push them towards your team. And let's be honest, we did see some of those struggles from Isaac. I really would have rather seen the Kalia in this case instead of the Cho if he really wanted to go for the pickoffs. If not, I think so Mathilda in this case would have been a pretty solid option, and instead of a Granger you could have ran another fighter into that gold lane position. Not like we're not seeing it. You could have gone in for a Yu Jong there if it was available. I think so it was available.
That's true. That's something they could have went for. But honestly, what an answer from Fake Time. Jangli, we spoke about, or I mean, everyone spoke about his Elise. Let's be real, like your mom, your dad, your grandfather, everyone was speaking about his Elise. And it looks like he knew that everyone saw that and he was super ready, because he was like, oh, you want to take my Elise? Yeah, no problem, I have Tamus. Look at you, what you gonna do? Nothing. We saw it immediately, level 2. I believe RM had like 15% HP and Jangli was full HP.
He lost the first cannon itself. And the fun fact is, the EXP crab was taken by Zidel and was not given to RM. Had that been the case, maybe the first turtle fight would have looked a little bit more different. But that's about it. Apart from that, on the other side, Fake Time, they were just looking fully in control, man. And I'd have to say, it was a clear-cut out draft. If anything, I want to see a different pick on the other side. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? The team that really closed this entire game out, we're going to have a person from that team to hop on here. That's going to be none other than Lager for the interview. But here's the fun thing, Warren. Before he hops on the screen, again, just talking a little bit more about the draft itself, right? I really think that, again, if you want to go for the Zushin and the Yisenshin combination, it's all fine, all cool, but you need someone who can roam around a little bit more in that roaming position. So that's something I think so maybe a Mathilda would have done a little bit more, and then you swap Granger out with another fighter. The Yu Jong could have worked out really well in that one.
I mean, Yuzong, Faveus with that passive, so since everyone has so many dashes, his passive would be almost forever full. So both of these would be nice. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think they were too squishy. Like, Wu is standing in front. Well, as we said, Alice is jumping in. She is not standing in front. She is not that beefy frontliner that is just letting opponents hit him or hit her and just standing there as a big brick wall. Well, she's going in. She's going for the play. So who else is there? Well, you then rely on your roamer, but that wasn't enough. It was Cho. Cho, he is good. He is in the same boat as Khalid. He can make so many plays happen in the early, but if you don't translate this into anything, then he is not really worthless, but yeah, he is not that good.
That's one of the big things, and I believe it's been with the Isaac now for a couple of times that in terms of those pickoffs roamers, yeah, he's been facing some struggles, right? Even with the Kalia, even with the Cho. I think so the Kalia was still a little bit better and a little bit more easy to go on with.
Yeah,
But
okay.
the Cho, yeah, seems pretty difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, we've got the go signal. We've got Lager out here for the interview with us, man. Time. They really did it. So let's call upon the stage Lager. First of all, hello Lager. How are you doing, my
Hi
man?
guys. I'm good, so I'm fine. I have 2 days off and just chill, and now I'm going to game and and we win this one.
You had 2 days off and you cooked VoidKids. Alright,
Yes,
alright, my man. Okay, talk to me about the Thamus pick, right? Was it pre-decided or did you guys think that, you know what, it could actually be good if we pick him up after the buffs? So what was the idea behind the Thamus?
So Thomas has a good lining with Alice, and he just it is, and he just going to. It's when we win start, then Thomas is unstoppable. Nobody can kill him, and we have good start. Alice has no level 4 on turtle. That just I think that was a mistake. Didn't help the Alice, and when our draft have a good start, I think that's unstoppable because Chu make, I think, 0 ulti, impact ulti. So I think that Kalea will be something better than Chu. Because it's also solo target, and Chu is
a bit difficult
to use. Yeah, difficult to use.
Yeah, fair. I mean, that's absolute fair analysis, Lager, because that's what we were discussing as well. All right, Warren, he's all yours.
Well, the thing is that you definitely took it by storm. Is it something that you kind of counted with? Because I don't know if it was you, but we definitely had someone from Fake Time come over to the interview, and we were saying, oh, we were definitely feeling like we can beat. I believe it was Glitchkill. Also, you were saying that you could have beaten Memento Mori. I think it was your group, right? So. Against VoidKids, were you feeling like they should be weaker than what you faced before, especially since MLBB left? Or was it like you went in prepared and then you were like, all right, we are winning early games, so it's easy? Or how was it?
So I think that Zedel is the carry of this team, and we just gonna ban him pull. So take Lance and ban Haya. That's the strongest hero, I think, from Zedel. And after the draft like that, we understand that if we win start, then that's like snowball, and we win all game. So they can't make nothing if Chu not found some kills. And I think Ruby was a great pick versus Chu because it's more possible, or more possible to use Chu because Ruby has second skill and just cancel ulti.
Yes.
Absolutely. Cho had it very hard. Also, yeah, we were saying that we believe that Kalia could have been the better idea. Other than you invading jungle a lot, do you believe there was something else that you did really well?
So they have pick like Jushin, Chu, and USS. If USS has no ulti, that's a useless hero on start, and we can just invade with our pick because we have 2 fighters. That's the reason, and we just need to get farm from enemy's jungle.
All right, back to you, Skirt.
All right, that's a very fair idea because you have 2 fighters, you've got faster early game. Now, I did notice that both Ruby and Thamus made 1 extra damage item. Thamus went for the Corrosion Scythe and War Axe, while Ruby went for the War Axe and the Endless Battle. So was it just to compensate that you guys did not really have a marksman, so you would not have as much damage in those fights? So those extra damage items were to compensate everything else?
So I think the Gold Ruby can build 2 or 3 attack items, and about Thamus, that's also good with good start. Tamus can build, I think, 2 items, so
Yeah.
that's no problem. And we have also Gatot Kacha. He's
Yeah.
break hero, I think, with his tanky, and that's that's no
Is,
problem.
is, is it Gauri's favorite pick, Gatot? Because he plays it very well.
But I think that Gatot is not only by our team, because I hear that, for example, Osprey says that Gatot is also a broken hero and just force this hero always in Rome.
Yeah. I mean, he's been pretty good. All right, Laga, that's about it. Those were the last few questions. If you have any message for your fans, then this is the time to take on the stage.
So, can I speak on Ukrainian and Russia?
Go for it.
Russian.
Go for it.
Окей. Болейте за Fake Time и увидимся в следующей игре. So that's all.
All right, my man. All right. And for all the people out here who are supporting Fake Time, you know what the man said. Keep on going on with it. All right, Laga. Thank you so much for hopping here.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to take your interview. Good luck for the future.
Thank you, bro.
All right. I mean, it's
Спасибо.
overall what we really talked about, right? It's almost the same thing which Lager also mentioned about the entire thing. That yeah, we had 2 fighters, we were playing aggressive early game, we needed to snowball, we played onto the win conditions, and I think so that was one of the big reasons why we saw such a dominating game from them.
Yeah, and also the point where he spoke about Zedel being a very strong member of his team and being very important for the success.
Yeah.
Since Fake Time already know about it, and it feels like a lot of teams probably know about it, well, especially since it was already said on the stream, and I believe we spoke about it as well. So now it brings on the table, like, can you switch up the strategy? Can you like maybe give some more aggressive picks to your XP to let Zedel translate through this early game? Because we saw this honestly too many times, because almost every defeat that's trusted upon VoidKids is mostly the case through that. Zedel cannot farm, he gets invaded, and everything falls apart.
I think so, yes. And also at the same time, right? It's again the same thing. Now it falls down into that jungle pool where you have to have those Fredrins and Akais ready to be picked up. Yes, Akai not the most meta out there, but once the goings get tough, you need to bring those things out in the mix as well. And maybe try Thams in the jungle position. You may never know, you can eventually get surprised. But ladies and gentlemen, surprises will not end as we have half day over, but still a few more games remaining. And in order to catch that action, you've got to stay tuned as we will be back after this short one. Don't go anywhere. We're back again for another one, ladies and gentlemen. The MLBB European Championship up and live, ready for the 6th game of the evening. And the fun fact is, we're going to have a change out here on the desk. So Synth is joining me back
Let's
in,
go.
my man.
Yes,
You open
let's
the
go.
day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I've just seen an amazing game from Fake Time against the VoidKids, and I've watched a few other games. I've just been watching. I see you guys put on a show. Now it's time for me, man. I'm hyped. Let's go. Let's go.
It's gonna be super fun, dude.
So,
Revenant order, Teeniyi, Bambusel. Who do you have got winning in this one, right? Because this is going to be a difficult game.
Definitely, it's gonna be definitely difficult. I think Revenant Order is gonna clutch it out. I think it's gonna be a close game, but I think Revenant Order has more experience. That's why, me, who is the #1 leaderboard predictor, goes with Revenant Order. I just have to put that out there. But what about you, though, Skid?
I'm not even gonna question that one right now, man, because you have literally been leading the charts out there. I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? Yeah, it's actually gonna be difficult to see because Teeniyi, Bambusel won what? 1-1 against Eternal Oblivion. It was a 2-0 against Big Mistake.
Yeah.
And then they lost 2 games against Akke. So there's not a very solid point where we could eventually judge as to how they will perform against Revenant Order. But I personally feel that, I'm also leaning towards Revenant Order. That I think so Revenant Order will probably close this one out. Apart from that one, I mean, all the previous games, they eventually went in the way how I expected them to go, except for the Stolen Angels and Misa Esports one. Because Misa Esports were disqualified since they could not bring in that camera of their last player. But on the other end, on the other end of the spectrum, everything else has been going pretty good and dandy throughout this evening.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I would say it hasn't been really too surprising. You would say, in one way, you would say the experienced teams have been winning. I have to agree with you on that. But it's also like, if Teeniyi, Bambusel has a chance, they definitely have the chance in a BO1 to surprise, to come with something new in a draft. We haven't seen any surprises so far in the draft stage. But Teeniyi, Bambusel maybe can do something here. Obviously, they have Danzo. Maybe the Hanzo can come out. You've seen the Hanzo before, Scared. You appreciate his Hanzo, so maybe he will use it. Who knows?
We've actually seen his Hanzo a couple of times, right? But I remember, if I'm not wrong, I was on desk with Kronos at that time, and he was like, "What if he pulls off another Hanzo?" Or I believe it was also with Zakota. He was like, "What if he pulls off another Hanzo?" I'm like, Hanzo would not work in this case. They still went for it.
And then I remember he pulled up with another Hanzo, because I remember somebody clipped you for that. They said when you said no way he's gonna pull the Hanzo, and then 1 second after he's pulling the Hanzo. They actually banned the Hanzo.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention, man. Yeah, we were talking about the Hanzo, and guess what? Revenant Order decided, nope, not going through the banning phase.
Yeah, so these are very specific bans. Obviously, Chichi being banned, YSS, Lance, they're really respecting rap. We're just seeing very individual, like, specific bans. Usually, if you're banning for a team which you're not really focusing on one specific person, you might ban Lapu, you might ban Alice, you might ban Juxi, it might come out those kinds of bans. But here we're seeing very specific bans. On the side of Teeniyi, Bambusel, they're obviously banning jungle. On the other side, it seems like they're targeting more all the lanes, but obviously I have to ban out Hanzo and also the Chichi. Don't want Cardi to use that.
One of the fun things right now that I'm seeing is the fact that you don't really have a lot of junglers to play around with, right? If you think about it, Lancelot, yes, he's a good one. Eastern Shin has been nerfed, so does not have as long of the control immunity which he had. That means you cannot actively take all those fights. That has lowered down his potential so much. And on the other side of the spectrum, it's only Hayabusa that's remaining.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Granger will be picked here because Harriet is banned. I think in the current meta, the 2 best marksmen are Harriet and Granger. You don't want to leave it now for the side of Revenant Order. They will probably pick a Granger. Another thing they might pick is Lapu, or they can wait with Lapu, but they definitely have to pick Lapu within this stage, or else he will be banned. Lapu is also, I think, along with Alice, can be the 2 best. But they picked the Granger, very obvious. Gato is a good pick. You wouldn't have to pick Gato here, but He feels confident too, so why not? Interesting. What can you
It should be a
expect here
Hayabusa
from
pick for
Revenant Order? Yeah, definitely Hayabusa makes sense. Even though he hasn't seen much, Hayabusa is a very fast jungler. It's one of the best junglers. If you're a squishy hero like Ranger, you have to be careful. So Hayabusa, I'm expecting a Hayabusa pick here. Another thing you can pick is kind of a mage. Why not go Eve, for example? You know, whatever, yeah, or Kimi, whatever mage you want to pick, but don't. Okay, so they do something completely different here. They're playing a more, I would say, like a tankier kind of composition with Matilda. We haven't seen that much. We haven't seen Matilda with like a tankier jungle in a long time, I would say. I would say here they give the opportunity to go for Eve, even though they have Yuzong. I definitely would go for Eve just because the poke is extremely strong.
That could be the case. I, on the other side, also feel like, yes, as good of a poke Eve would have, if it comes down to that late game, that's where things will eventually get difficult for you, considering the amount of tankiness you have, and you still have got to pick up your gold laner out here. On the other side of the spectrum, now since the Basha has been picked up along with the Mathilda, the Anzalox and the Hayabusa, it was about to come out eventually. There's no other jungler left on board, so he had to go for that. But I think so.
Yeah, but I never would really expect Hayabusa to be banned from the side of Revenant Order. I would say they would probably overlook it due to their tankier composition. So Hayabusa being picked, I think Hayabusa is a very strong jungler, like you said, but I'm not sure if Revenant Order would even ban it. So maybe they should have picked something like Lapu or something really to handle the Yuzong. Now we're just gonna see the Lapu. Or Esmeralda. Esmeralda is kind of tricky because you know, you have the Baksha you're going up against, but still the Matilda can give that shield.
Exactly.
So maybe Esmeralda is relevant.
That's the only way, or rather the only angle I'm actually looking at, right? Because with the Matilda, you can get a lot of shield backup too. But at the same time, there's a possibility for you to go for an Arlet as well.
Arlet is definitely interesting. I think Teeniyi Bambusel is making a mistake here by banning out Ruby. I think Ruby is never going to be picked on gold lane, especially because they have a tankier composition. I think what will be picked is actually Iritel, just because they want to make sure that that matchup is won. You need the gold lane won here, 1v1. You can't leave Granger open to farm, especially when you have this kind of, I don't know, Baksha, Yuzong who can really get hit hard by Granger. Okay, Lunox. Lunox has damage, so definitely an interesting pick. But it's all gonna come down to what is Revenant Order gonna play on Mage. What do you think?
I mean, they need someone that can actually deal a good amount of damage too. I would have said Kimi if it was not for the Lunox, Hayabusa, and the Granger on the other side. So now even a Farsa or an Eve sounds a better option to me. You can have a priority. You've got a Yuzong, Basha in front of you, so a good amount of tankiness in front of you too. So I think so that's going to be something which you can eventually work with.
Yeah, I think the problem with Eve would have been the Hayabusa, but here you have a Valentina who is, I think, is a good pick. I definitely think it's extremely strong. And Oblivion is a very surprising pick. Have we seen an Oblivion before in this stage?
Yeah,
definitely not in this stage, but not at all. I think in a tournament.
Not at all. We haven't. This is literally the first appearance of Obsidia out here.
So there's a lot of pressure. You know, either he plays really good or I don't know. He's gonna have to retire that. But interesting to see what is the XP lane gonna come down to. So obviously he needs something tanky as well. He needs something that doesn't really choke like 1v1 against Yuzong. Maybe Arlot is not that bad actually here. Let's see what he picks. He picks the Alice. Okay.
All right, fair.
So I think we were both kind of wondering.
Yeah.
We were both kind of wondering with this Alice because of the anti-heal on the Baksha though. So it's a little bit counterintuitive, but Alice may work on the rotation though. Coming out faster than the Yuzong.
It's going to be a bit more difficult though to try and pair up against the Obsidia. But here's the thing. Obsidia's early game still fine. But I'd have to say that the total damage output has taken a hit. Because normally you'd have, 7.5 physical attack growth. That was reduced to just 5. So You'll not have as much attack increase in towards that mid to late game. But overall, if you think about it, the ultimate eventually got the buff because you have now 30% extra attack speed if your ultimate hits. But ladies and gentlemen, all ifs and buts are kept aside. All the flowers that are blooming will now have to rise as we move on in the land of dawn. It's going to be Revenant Order taking on Teeniyi Bambusel.
Let's go! I love that introduction. I'm so hyped about this. I'm interested to see how is Teeniyi Bambusel gonna come out on top. Obviously, they have this Lunox here. Can they play aggressive? I think that it's gonna be extremely good for them. Is if this Lunox can kind of take position in mid, because if the Lunox is open free here to farm, it's gonna be an extreme big problem for Revenant Order. But so far, it's pretty calm. Both teams just moving around the map. Look at Allen though. Allen is already here.
Wow.
Okay. So he does have Petrify. It's always dangerous when you see Yuzong in that mid bush. At any time can Petrify and make a play right there.
And that's the thing. He's going to clear out the way too fast as compared to Karti there. So the only reason why Karti is cleared this way faster is because, again, Allen was not really there. He went all the way towards mid. It's going to fall down how you have that mid control, right? And also Kriv. He needs to find the right target for the IMU.
Yeah, definitely. But Alice is one of those heroes that is kind of annoying to play against on lane because Yuzong can't directly do something to Alice. He'll just basically play on distance. So he kind of want to save time. But look at his Baksha though. Baksha is going in. Baksha, where's Baksha though? He got to escape. He got the Matilda to escape though. But look, now Danzo has to go back. They know that Danzo has to go back. They're telling them they're low. And maybe they'll try to rush this turtle. What do you think here?
Oh, right now they actually want to catch down Lunox in the mid. Skylove, he'll have to move back. But again, the skill one of that Brilliance form, it's going to give him a lot of healing back in. I like the sustain that's coming in. And on the other side, Danzo.
Oh, they're using the broken walls to their advantage though. Look at them.
Absolutely, but there we go, the Black Dragon form coming up on top though. The Brilliance used up by Kriv, can't really participate in the fight. Guess what, it doesn't need to. Saki instantly taken down by Allen and make sure that Karti is as well not running back in. Had to use the Thorn of Ruin just to sustain through that. But a good early game coming in from Revenant Order.
Yeah, extremely good. I mean, we saw Baksha poke Danzo very low. He had to recall, obviously, Sakiwi and Lunox for some reason thought that they were not even on that side of the map anymore, which was completely weird because they had seen that engage earlier on. Saki walks in the bush. I mean, after that, he goes extremely low. He doesn't die, but then it's basically just a free turtle right there. Yuzong makes a good play. But look at this. He keeps walking in these bushes and taking damage. Yeah, this is not good because what's happening is that they're getting forced out of the river. Look, they're not even relevant on the rotation. There's no one on the side of Granger to help.
And this is one of the big things because if you think about it, Skylove cannot really do anything till the early game, though the taunt comes in, just forcing out another Brilliance from Kriv. I think so Teeniyi Bambusel are doing a good job.
Look at Danzo is trying something. Okay, he goes back. I want to see some more rotation on the side of Granger. I want to see that Lunox flicks onto the gold lane and try to do more. Because you can kind of pick them off on the rotation. You don't have to face them head on. But on this, when the Kenshin rotates, when Kriv is rotating, that's the time to strike, in my opinion.
True.
From Gato and Lunox. So interesting to see how they're gonna adjust or what they're gonna do now. But look, Valentina is alone here. Danzo, they shouldn't give him the ultimate of Lunox. Okay, he goes back. Very tanky. Look how tanky he is. Does no damage.
Because there was not even a single stack of shadow on top of Kriv. So Danzo could not really get the full advantage of his Oogie shadow kill. That's the only reason why Kriv sustained there. Otherwise, he could have been picked off. But now he picks up again
Granger needs to push it.
Yeah, he's going to do it right now. I like the idea of Teeniyi Bambusel giving up on the turtle, just taking the farm on the other side now, but they've got to force the fight right. Dawn of Ruin coming in along with the AOG. Massive play from the side of Teeniyi Bambusel as Revenant Order instantly getting obliterated on the back of it and also losing out on their own purple buff. What a wombo combo.
You have to give appreciation to Sakiwi and Karti. Look, Karti didn't even look like he would use those thorns, but then flickers in 3 of them. What a nice play by Alice, and no hesitation from the Gatukacha as well. Just goes in. Very, very nice. This game has been brought back to the side of Teeniyi Bambusel. But look,
Wow.
Lunox is over-engaged.
Wow, Creeve and Rapfafnir just outplaying. Creeve's gonna be taken down. He should not have stayed in that bush.
He's not playing Classic. This is a tournament. This is Surge. You gotta be careful where you're recalling.
That's a big one again. And the Anzo's presence of mind was pretty good. Understanding that he might still be in that bush. Went in with his shadows to just check it out. Ikichiki is just gonna create that distance thanks to the Death Sonata. Overall, if you think about it, both of these teams are kind of playing on the equal terms. Like, over-engaging a little bit, yes. But then the other side is also punishing them for that.
Yeah, but both teams are kind of making mistakes in terms of how they're moving around the map, because we've seen them both make plays where the other opponents are really getting caught off guard. But look at this though, seems like both are dancing around. Granger has basically almost taken the tower for free though. That's not something you want to give if you're Reborn.
When I was look at his items one more time out there, I did not quite catch a look as to what he's building. There we go.
He's got the Sky Piercer now.
Yeah, so here we go. I mean, Reborn TZ is going. He's got the Wind Talker. He's probably going in for the Hearth's Claw. Will not have enough damage until he builds up the Berserker's Fury. That's going to be late, but there we go.
Look at that Hayabusa
happening. Another turtle out, yes, as you rightly mentioned, could not really steal it away though. It was Rapfafnir running back. Kati, no escape for the man as he was stunned up, petrified, taken down as the next target seems to be Saki. Pulled back in. All he's doing is trying to survive as he goes in for the AOG in tier 2 to rush back to safety. But through all of that chaos, the tier 1 up top was taken out. Danzo still wants to force Creep to use up the brilliance, but the man just holds on to it.
But he's got no retribution though, so maybe they'll look to invade his blue here. Speaking of just general map control, look, the Reborn has no tower. Granger just took that for free, which is kind of weird because they're not really losing that hard to give up that tower 1v1. However, seems like the farm is not in anyone's side. But I have to say the team fights from Revenant Order looks completely crazy. I mean, how do you beat that front? You got Baxia front with that Matilda and the Yuzong. That's a really hard front to break. And definitely, I would say we're not seeing enough damage come in yet from Teeniyi Bambusel to hurt that Yuzong, to do damage on those Baxia. We need more items. You need a glowing one. You need a Wishing Lantern. Before that, you're not even relevant when you play this Lunox here.
That's one of the big things. That's why I was also looking at the items of Danzo right now as we saw the comparison with him against Rapfafnir. Now, yes, Rapfafnir has got... I mean, in terms of the stats, it looks like he's got a good amount of teamfight participation, but it still is Danzo who's a little bit ahead. While on the other side of the spectrum, if you're really looking at the amount of items both of these teams are built. Again, there we go. Another fight in mid out here. Kree being forced to use up the brilliance right before the neutral objective. But hold on a second. They might actually want to catch Nikki Chiki though. On a Froin pushing them all away though. But look at Skylove out in the open. He'll have to run back. It's chaotic. It's messy. But Teeniyi Bambusel still survive the entire onslaught, and now it's their turn to go in for the re-engage. The taunt comes in. You entirely caught that one man off guard as the OG connects onto absolutely no one. But Doogie shadow kill eventually catches Scream. Nikki Chicky out here as well. And there we go. The Hunter Bone coming in. Finally, Reborn TZ hops in the fight, but guess what? It's all to no avail. He's still got to move back. Kati soaking up all of that damage. He's cool with that. You've also got Saki. Danzo right up in front of you. They want to catch Saki. Low on that HP. The basic attack hops in though, but it's still a killing spree. Rapfafnir shutting him down out. And that
this is
absolute
craziness.
For the win.
Scared, I would say this was the perfect time for Teeniyi Bambusel to engage. Without that Allen ultimate, there's no use on ultimate to go. But the fight looks kind of weird. I mean, they're just split up really, and no, they're not working anywhere together to even do something.
Genshin could eventually fall though, but still kites away so well. And Reborn on the Obsidia, just finally getting that first pick though. And that is the strength of Obsidia after the Berserker's Fury, right? The first two items, yes, you've got the poke, you've got the attack speed, and now you also have that burst damage thanks to the crits. Grieve as well has eventually built up on his Wishing Lantern too. That means now all of that tanky front line for Kati and Teeniyi will not be enough.
Yeah, and we'll definitely start seeing a clear lead from the side of Revenant Order. But I will have to say, Skirt, that the more the game goes on, I think it's leaning more towards Teeniyi Bambusel, because items on Lunox, items on Granger, and I think on Alice is going to be very, especially on Lunox, but on their damage in general will be very good, because early game against Baksha, Yu Zong, it's extremely hard to do anything. So I think they will do something maybe later on. But look at this, Gacha engaged though.
Another wombo combo coming into the exact same manner as they try and catch all of them though, but both the front line eventually falling. Reborn Teeniyi, Allen taken down. As now even Rap Fafnir has to go all the way back. The Lord still marching in top. They should get the tier 2 of both top and bottom side, but Teeniyi Bambusel, at least they're gonna save their inhibitors. That's the main thing.
Yeah, but it looks like they're a little bit stressed about the game, because why are they even positioning it like that? Where's somebody bot lane? Where's somebody top lane? Why are they so strung together? It makes almost no sense, I have to say. Somebody should at least be bot lane. But interesting position. I think Teeniyi Bambusel did really good. Sakiwi, no hesitation. Again, look at this back shadow. They want to fight, but there's minions they have to clear. You can't fight here if you're Teeniyi Bambusel. You gotta go back.
Yeah, they've got to go back right now, and a couple of players now low HP. That means me and Revenant Order will get this tier 1 in mid for freebie. Can also push their own way over towards the tier 2, or maybe can take away the buffs out there. The choice is all of them in their own hands. Reborn Teeniyi still just making sure that he's using that Hunt of Bone up to perfection. It's still available.
And we can see a clear damage lead from the side of Valentina. So much damage, 46k. It's absolutely craziness.
True.
But let's see now. The Lord is coming up. I don't think this is a guarantee for any side. I think that if Teeniyi Bambusel can somehow trick the Yu Zong to either premeditate the ultimate or try to catch, I don't know, Baksha on aggression or something, they can try to win this fight. Other than that, I think it's going to be extremely hard. If Revenant Order doesn't try to do too much, they should have this Lord.
But they actually want to go in for it. And again, that Thorn of Ruin combination.
This is the ultimate that I was talking about. This is the
right now
that I was talking
they're
about.
going to jump in though, but he's got his own time now. AOG not connecting at all along with the Thorn of Ruin, so it's going to be a re-engage coming in. Creep is taking a lot of damage. He's got to create that gap, move all the way back. Danzi eventually catching Allen. You've basically got a stray dragon out here, but guess what? Danzo has got nowhere to run, and there we go, the circling eagle on top of him as Reborn Teeniyi gets the shutdown. This Abyssal Queen is making sure to ruin the hopes of Teeniyi Bambusel, as Alice can't do anything on the other side right now.
Yeah,
it's the fight of the Abyss,
I mean,
and the new one is winning.
He was running like Usain Bolt, but they still somehow caught him. I don't know how fast that Baksha is. Anyhow, I think this should be a defense. I don't expect an inhibitor to go down here. Lunox could burst this Lord once his ultimate comes up, but obviously they're gonna try to create some kind of fake pressure. Maybe they'll throw. Maybe Sakiwi is gonna go too far here. Maybe this is not the fight that they want to take. They gotta defend the lanes, and Reborn is still looking on that backline, doing so much damage. You gotta defend. There's no point in fighting right there.
Skylab
maybe they'll actually lose. Maybe they'll actually lose.
That one. It could highly be
actually lose here.
4,000 gold lead already for Revenant Order.
They have bot lane, they have mid lane, and they still gotta clear. I think Hayabusa can maybe clear one wave. He's going He's going to use it to try to fight instead. I don't like that he used that ultimate back quickly. Because now look at this. This is gonna be an issue. Yeah. Hayabusa, you can't clear this wave. You have nothing to clear the wave with. You gotta save it. You gotta save it until now. Look at it though. Sakiwi comes back. Nikki is back. Skylove is back. Skylove is doing damage. Skylove is doing damage. but somehow look, Reborn Teeniyi now goes in. I think they just about survive. No way, Danzo does so much. Then he gets picked up.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not following what's
rebound!
happening.
It's gonna be taken down though. The answer back coming in from Creeve as well, thanks to the brilliance. It's a 4-for-3 trade. And all the damage dealers are out except for the Creeve in that one. That was an absolutely messy fight.
Yeah,
and I'd have to
I
say,
was lost for words. I have to say I was lost for words. I wasn't sure who's gonna come up on top, but yeah, very good. I mean, Teeniyi Bambusel, I think they wouldn't have to give out that many towers. I think they could have saved at least 2 towers. But the mistake again, first from Hayabusa, he goes for the kill on Obsidia. He needed to save his ultimate for the wave clear. Another issue was I think they got baited. Gato Kacha goes in too quickly, but they're still alive. So when they're alive, there's still a chance, but the chance is not high.
I like the Pauldron purchase coming in from Saki. Just make sure that there's an attack speed reduction coming in for Reborn TZ.
Yeah.
And Creeve as well picks up his Divine Glaive right now. So some big items for both of these teams. Teeniyi Bambusel a bit more on the defensive end, while
The moment they see Granger here, Scared Yet is their cue to go.
Yeah.
They might even try to fight. Yuzong might even try to go, because look, they know that Granger is coming, or that he has to clear the wave on top side. So look, this is why they're engaging like this. Maybe they're baiting. Looks very weird, but if somebody was there and Granger was caught on the rotation, he would have no impact on that team fight.
Now here's
okay, my big question. Sorry, my big question, Scared. Will they hold this load? What is your expectation?
Depends on how well you manage the wave. They're not clearing the mid, while on the other side, Teeniyi Bambusel, they were trying to clear out a couple of minions out there. They're not managed perfectly, but the Thorn of Ruin will eventually push all of them back. It's divided the fight entirely into 2 different halves, but guess what? Now Kati is eventually left on an island alone, and he can't rush back to safety. No util left whatsoever as Creeve. He's got the brilliance available, gets a stun in on Nikki Kitschiki as the Lord is still over half HP. The AOG used up defensively by Saki. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide as Nikki's immortality fall. The crystal is wide open. Everyone's just trying to make their own individual Saki. Big play from Skylab as well. Takes down the Valentina, and on the back of it now, you've got Reborn TZ who will have to move back. No HP for the man to work with, and on the back of it, Teeniyi Bambusel.
I would say perfect gameplay from the side of Skylab. The moment Skylab goes down here late game is when it's over. He should be the star. Right now is where Lunox need to shine. You're playing against Baksha, you're playing against Obsidia, you're playing against Matilda, completely useless picks against you. So, I mean, here you can see the replay. Look at Cardi. Cardi getting caught in no man's land. He's gone. Now, Yuzong is trying to make space. He's trying to catch the Hayabusa on top screen. On the other side, Reborn, I'm not sure what Reborn is doing. He needs to be closer to do something on the Lord side. He goes up a little bit, but then look, Skylab, they buy enough time. Gato Kacha, extremely good, buys enough time for Skylab to clear that wave.
Yeah. And on the other side as well, I mean, Reborn TZ eventually missed out the Hunt of Bone. So that was, again, one of the big tools, which we haven't really seen him use up a lot, right?
Yeah.
Here's the big thing about Obsidia. It's a bit peculiar to use your ultimate, because either your entire team is diving on the other team, and that's when you can use it, or you are not using it at all. Because otherwise, you're just a sitting duck getting pulled into the other side with no way for you to escape.
And Obsidia is extremely strong when it's fed. Now it's late game, so you don't want to be caught in this kind of like tricky situations. Speaking of tricky situations, look at Gato Kacha. Gato Kacha gotta go. Danzo's still there, but Danzo is gonna do nothing with his Hayabusa. This is the show of Lunox. Lunox need to come into play right here.
Nikki is gonna be instantly deleted thanks to that burst coming in. His Wind of Nature was already used up. Now on the back of it, yeah, Saki is eventually going to be taken down too as well. That Skylar still running high thanks to the Chaos Assault, but now all he's got is Brilliance. A big chunky wave out hopping in. Skylar is still sustaining a lot all through those basic attacks of Reborn TZ.
There is no wave. There is no wave. Yeah, maybe they'll overextend here. Look at Skylab. Does Skylab have flicker? Skylab does have flicker.
Stun!
Does have flicker. He needs to back. No, what does Skylar do? Oh my god, this
He
is
was
over.
stunned
This
up.
is over. This is
Yeah, he
over.
was stunned up. He couldn't do anything. And now Card is the last man standing, does everything, but he does not have enough to clear the wave. It is going to be a big win for Revenant Order, though, but I have to
Wow.
say, this wasn't easy, Synth. It was a hard-earned
Yeah.
victory.
Yeah, definitely. Teeniyi, Bambusel fought. They made them work for their meal, so to say. Revenant
Yeah.
Order kept going back. They kept going back, kept pushing, like going back in. And after few lords, I mean, there wasn't even the lords that finished the game. It was Teeniyi, Bambusel
Yeah.
somehow getting caught off guard on that blue buff. Started with Garukacha and Alice. Later on, Lunox was in bot lane, was completely irrelevant. Valentina came in, controlled Lunox. I mean, they both were dancing around on that bot lane, but in the end, I think Revenant Order just played much better. I don't know how to say.
True.
They played much better. I gotta be honest.
Let's just say it was the late game Obsidia and late game Valentina combining with the brilliance that was being stolen on the other side.
Definitely. But you have to say the early game of Baksha, the early game of Yuzong. These are the two reasons. Both the late game, like you said, Obsidian, but also Baksha early game. Come on, the objectives were there. We can't argue against that. We saw Baksha with full control in that mid. Yeah, I mean, what a game. I thought that Lunox should have more impact late stage, but I didn't really see them work together. I know that the draft was kind of put together well, but the communication, it looked like a little bit panic mode, I would have to say. Once those inhibitors broke down, just before that fight, they didn't need to give up the inhibitors. I said it, they could have cleared very easily. Once the inhibitors came down, you felt a little bit too panic. You saw Granger recalling right before the Lord. Looked like the coordination wasn't there. Simple as that. The coordination was not there, and yeah, maybe speaks to Revenant Order's skill, or speaks to the panic, maybe the unpreparedness from Teeniyi, Bambusel. Which one is it? I'm not really sure, but the game is won on the side of Revenant Order. I won't say it was convincingly, but it definitely, we can't argue that they were in the lead for, I would say, all of the game.
Yeah. Mostly there were moments of Teeniyi, Bambusel taking that one away, but just as we were mentioning, there were just certain moments of them.
Definitely.
Could not really fully grasp the entire game for themselves, though. I really liked the idea of the 3-2-1 go with the ultimate play, with the Thorn of Ruin, Saki's Avatar of the Guardian, and then everyone just jumping in collectively. I wanted to see that happen more frequently, and that could have given them the win. But Revenant Order on the other side was the team that eventually closed it out, just by finding those gaps in the communication of Teeniyi, Bambusel. And I absolutely love that.
It felt like you said, we have to give respect. I mean, Sakiwi did a very nice job coordinating along with Karti, but at the same time, it felt like they made a very nice, insane play. But then it was like, so what? What do we do now? Where do we push? It didn't really feel natural after that. The transition of the game, it wasn't like, okay, let's get this objective. Then there was no snowball. There was completely no snowball. And they gave the time for Revenant Order again. Like, I think it was 2 or 3 times where a play was made on them. Three of them died, for example. But there was no kind of snowball or nothing being done they weren't really utilizing their lead, I have to say. And I think that was a difference maker. On the side of Revenant Order, we never saw them stop farming. I mean, Baksha always got the objectives. It felt like their team fight was more coordinated in a way that was aligned with the objectives that were either spawning or something that was being worked on. I do feel that on the side of Revenant Order as well, they made some mistakes. I have to say they didn't need to give out that tower. I think Reborn really gave a lot to Granger when he didn't need to. But they won the game regardless, so very nice, very nice.
8-3-8 is what Reborn TZ was with 0-1-1. And I think so that's actually a pretty good start to have eventually, because that shows you how well you made that comeback in the entire game. And he was eventually the rich guy of this thing. Now, yes, as every single objective was taken by Rap Fafnir, all 3 turtles, all 3 lords, yes, that's a very clear picture of a big difference in terms of those neutral objectives. But at the same time, I was also looking at the picture from a different angle where even though all objectives were taken by Revenant Order, let's be honest, Teeniyi Bambusel were only 2,000 gold behind.
Yeah,
That shows
definitely.
you it was their potential as well, which was keeping them in the entire game.
Yeah, and speaking of the goal lead, even when Revenant Order was kind of winning on the map, it always looked like Danzo had something to say on those objectives. He tried to go for a kind of retribution. I mean, Sakiwi tried to make it difficult for Rap Fafnir, but maybe it wasn't their day. But it was also like it's very tricky when you're playing against that draft. They're playing against the Baksha, who is extremely hard to get rid of on the side of, once he's inside of the Lord or the Turtle, it's very hard to get rid of him. He's always going to have that space. Matilda also there to give him the escape. And the Yuzong, let's not talk about the Yuzong. Look how much space the Yuzong is making. Look at this. The Yuzong is completely everywhere. And here, I mean, this was just a very simple objective taken from Revenant Order. Speaks to their positioning, but look at this though. I think this Carty, look at this Carty play right there. Thorns and Sakiwi coming in. See Skylove do this. I think that Teeniyi Bambusel should have used this opportunity to maybe go for an invade, do something more. Kriv getting caught off guard here. I mean, he shouldn't have been caught off guard. But look at this again. Look at the Yuzong. Yuzong already has that ultimate ready. He's making so much space here, and I think they might fight. Look. The Hayabusa retreats. Everybody retreats. The Yuzong is just petrifying somebody and saying, "Let's go. Let's catch this guy. He's off guard."
Yes. And that was the big play again. You can't really do anything to that Black Dragon once he's in the air. So he's going to run around in circles. And you would have to concede all of that. That's exactly what was happening. Eventually, those re-engages as well, they were looking so very pretty. And you could clearly see all of that happening as well in front of you. The front line was there by Rap Fafnir. This man on that Basha was always on point with all those stuns as well. And overall, if you think about it, yes, those AOG combinations along with the Thorn of Ruin were good. But apart from that, it happened only twice in the entire game.
Yeah.
And once we moved towards the late game, it didn't even make a difference.
Yeah. And one of the time it happened was that last time where they already had the Lord pushing. So after that, they have to defend. But yeah, like you said, only happened 2 times, and they weren't even relevant when they happened. So it's a little bit unfortunate, maybe unlucky timing, or just planned well by Revenant Order to go for a fight.
Yeah, this was one of those moments as well where we thought Teeniyi Bambusel would eventually make a comeback. But then again, some answer back left and right. Eventually, Kriv surviving through all of that chaos, and then this one play. A stun on Danzo, and then the Hunt of Bone connecting onto Skylove, not allowing him to go anywhere. He even had his flicker up available, man. That was the big thing, right?
Yeah.
He could have flickered out of the harm's way, but he could not. All thanks to that one big ultimate of the Ixia, or rather, the Obsidia, that eventually, it just cancels out any of your blink skills. You can't do anything. So that's one of the big plays.
Yeah, when he was respawning, I thought, he had that flicker. He's always going to be relevant, at least for a kill here. But again, like you said, Obsidia really made a great play. Hats off to Reborn. Now, next game, we have Eternal Oblivion against Memento Mori. That's coming up right now, I think. But what is your expectations for this next one?
It's going to be a bit of a question mark for me, man. If I'm not wrong, I believe we have seen these teams play previously too. I'll have to check though about that. I don't think so. I think so they were in the different groups. Eternal Oblivion were in the group of Akke, while Memento Mori were in the group of Glitch Code and everyone else. So yeah, we haven't really seen any of that apart from the fact that Eternal Oblivion topped their group. Memento Mori did not technically, but you know what? I think so. I'm actually going to put my prediction on Eternal Oblivion for the next one.
You think so? Okay, that's very interesting. because like you said, these two teams haven't played against each other. They've been in separate groups, and this is what's so interesting about this stage of the tournament, where we can see all different kinds of matchups. And you put it on Eternal Oblivion, I have to put it on Memento Mori. Not only because you put it on Eternal Oblivion, but I do think that this is going to be a very close matchup, I have to say. But
True.
I think from what I've seen recently of Memento Mori and how they've been playing, that they should, if they play as good as I've seen, then this should be their game. But I never know, you never know what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I was having a look at the rosters as well, right? For all of these, both of these teams, rather, if you think about it, I believe, I think so. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put my predictions on Sheehan in the jungle, Super Paxi as well on the roam. We have seen both of them perform. Professor Black on the EXP looks unstoppable whenever he's playing those Alices or anything in general. And Hanji or Hang in the gold lane.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, that man was doing a fantastic job all the way back in the promotion relegation as well.
Yeah, Hangi, I think, was one of the best players in the promotion relegations. But I think we're going for a break, Scared. 5 minutes before we get into the next match. So get your popcorns, get your water, get your energy drink, do whatever you have to do, and let's go for a break. 5 minutes, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back after that wonderful game. And with me is not scared yet anymore, Warren. Hello, Warren. How are you doing?
Well, hello, I'm doing absolutely great. Thanks for asking. I caught a little bit of that last game that we just had on our hands, but of course, unfortunately, I didn't have the spot there because there was lovely scared yet. So I hope you enjoyed the game. It was definitely back and forth, but in the end, Revenant Order were able to come out on top. Well,
Yeah.
Sint, what a game it was.
Yeah, definitely. I think I predicted that win, I have to say, but it was a very close game. 20 minutes. Teeniyi, Bambusel definitely were fighting until the end, and we saw a lot of respect bans, like I expected also from Revenant Order, banning out obviously the Hanzo, banning out the Chichi for the side of Karti, and we saw a lot of back and forth. But in the end, Revenant Order my prediction was Revenant Order because of the experience, and I think that was what really made the difference in the end. I think Teeniyi, Bambusel made some mistakes where they didn't need to. They were a little bit too eager to fight. They should have pushed a little bit more side lanes, especially against a composition like Baksha, a composition like Matilda. They want to go more brawl. Teeniyi, Bambusel should play more split push with Hayabusa, but in the end, obviously, Revenant Order comes out on top, and Teeniyi, Bambusel probably learned a lot from that game. So it was an amazing game. I can confirm 20 minutes. I think that's the longest game so far, Warren. So amazing, very strong play from both teams.
It should be the longest game today for sure. I don't think globally. I think globally we had something like 30 minutes maybe, but today for sure, that's absolutely 100% correct. And well, as I was saying before, it was back and forth. Well, you saw it, you casted it, but you rightfully said there was a moment for Teeniyi, Bambusel to come back, but they unfortunately slipped and they didn't came. It didn't come to fruition. Well, I welcome Rap Hofnir over here. Hello, hello.
Hello, Rap. How are you doing?
Yeah. I'm good. Doing good.
Nice. So this is the MVP from the last game, right? Use that Baksha. I want to say, Rap, I know you for a long time. You didn't play competitive. You took a break, I think, for quite a while. People were wondering, where were you? Maybe Leandro took your spot. But I say, I got to maybe Leandro, maybe you're going to come back. So first of all, how are you feeling back to the competitive scene? And now you're playing with your old friends again. Reborn specifically. I know you guys know each other a lot.
I mean, Reborn is ass, so...
Reborn is ass, you're taking shots. Okay. I want to get into it right from the start. You're playing against Teeniyi, Bambusel. And I know that when back when you played competitive, a team like Teeniyi, Bambusel, they weren't playing. You didn't maybe face them. Now you're seeing a lot of new teams.
Yeah, I didn't know them.
Yeah. So how do you feel now when you went up against them? Your first kind of experience? Were they ass or were they good?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're good. They give us, hard time. It's like 20 minutes game. We didn't expect it. So yeah. Your teams really improved, all of them.
Yeah. And how do you feel? Like, I know you as like more assassin player. You're playing more Baksha now.
Yeah.
It's kind of different, right? Utility. How do you think the draft really helped you? Do you feel that it was your comfort, or what do you feel?
No, hell no. I didn't like Baksha. I really like to play Lancelot, but they ban it. I really don't like playing Baksha. I didn't even know that I got MVP. It's all luck, I think.
And I want to ask you a little bit more about the team. So how do you guys work together? Who's shot calling? Is Kenshin calling the draft? Who's calling the shot calls? What's going on?
It's just all of us, yeah. We just communicating to each other. Like 20, something like that.
Okay.
But Brand, Reborn.
Yeah. Reborn S. Okay.
Yeah.
Reborn S. So did Reborn, so would you say, so one thing that I commented on when watching the game, I said, Reborn is making a mistake right now when he's rotating. He really gave Nikki free tower, free gold. Why did he give so much space to Nikki? Did he get diff there? Can we say Reborn got diff?
Yeah, hella diff, bro.
Okay, Reborn got diff. Okay, but I want to get right ahead and talk about upcoming stages of the tournament. You won the first game. Who do you think right now that is playing the tournament is your biggest contender out of all of the teams that you've seen?
I think it's Lightos team. They're real good. Jackpot.
Jackpot.
This Ukraine team, the Ukraine team, they're really good.
Which one? The one with Pelmetronio or the one with?
Yeah, Metashift, yeah, that team.
Metashift. Okay. And have you
I mean,
watched
all of them
the
are
game?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not everything. I mean, not all.
Yeah. So what do you think about the level of gameplay? You said a little bit it was good, but in general, you watched maybe today's games. How do you feel about the level?
They really improved. Yeah, I mean, all of them. Yeah, they're really good. They really improved, bro.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't really have that many questions. I'm interested to see you back. How long ago since you really started tryharding? Like few weeks ago, or how long?
I think a few weeks ago. Yeah, I feel like.
Weeks ago.
Yeah, because of my girlfriend. She pushed me.
Yeah. And why are you back? Like, if I can ask. Because I just gotta give people some context first. So Rap, obviously, you used to play with Light, you used to play with all of these top squads. You won a few tournaments before, and then you took a break. People were wondering, where were you? Maybe, Uzin benched you, maybe Leandro benched you. That was the rumors, but I didn't believe the rumors. I have to say. So now, obviously, you're back after a long time. You didn't play maybe a few months, 4 or 5 months. I think MEC was the last tournament that you played. You didn't. I'm not sure if you won it.
Snapdragon.
Snapdragon. Okay, Snapdragon. And yeah, so now you're back after a long time. Why are you back?
I'm just here. Like, I just want to give it a shot. Like, win or lose, it's fine for me. I just try.
Okay, interesting. Well, I think that's all of my questions. Maybe one last question. Eternal Oblivion against Memento Mori. What team do you have winning that? The next match?
I think Origami's team is gonna win.
Okay.
Yeah, Eternal Oblivion. Yeah.
Okay. Any follow-up, like any reasoning for that, or is just you're gonna drop it at that?
Reborn Teeniyi, please improve.
Okay. Any last words, to Reborn Teeniyi or anyone else in the Filipino community?
Shout out to my girlfriend. I love you so much. Bye.
Yeah, okay. Rap Fafnir, a loyal guy, and Reborn Teeniyi. You are. That's what we got from this interview. Okay. Thank you, Rap. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
See ya. Okay.
Yeah, that was such a sweet interview, like him shouting out his own girlfriend. Usually it's the girlfriends that take players from the esports, but now it's the girlfriend putting him back in the esport. So I love this story. It's so cute.
Yeah, definitely. She pushed him back, and that makes me very happy to see, because I know him from before. He's a really good player. So obviously today he proved it. He used this Baksha extremely good. But now we're gonna get into this match. Obviously dangerous grass. I have to say, a good map for Hilda, good map for Lunox. I'm not sure how that's gonna come into play. Maybe we'll see a Hilda, maybe not. But yeah, this match today. What do you have? Eternal Oblivion against Memento.
Well, Hilda has been buffed, so it's super important to keep that in mind as well, right? Since she can be a threat on this map for sure, as you have rightfully said. But I definitely think Eternal Oblivion should be the stronger team coming into this clash, at least like paper-wise, I feel like. Because even though they didn't match up in their group, right? Because Memento Mori was in the other group, together with Glitch Code, together with Fake Time, and I believe Metal Black it was. So this is the first time we will see them, but Eternal Oblivion were very firmly on the top of their group, whereas Memento Mori was more so, I believe they were second, but people were saying, or at least it's like told so, that the group where Eternal Oblivion was the stronger one. So I believe that based on those facts, we should expect that Eternal Oblivion, since they were the first in their own group and it was supposed to be the stronger one, I believe they should be taking it home. That's at least my opinion.
That's true, Warren, but you have to look at the lineup also a little bit changed from Memento Mori. They have Samu now. Samu is actually a professional player for Twisted Minds. So they changed their XP player who, I mean, I didn't know him personally, but now to a professional, like legitimized professional player who gets paid to play XP. So that's going to be very interesting. And yeah, Hayabusa bad, really respecting Noel. I think Noel right now is one of the best jungles in my opinion. You have two of the best jungles in Europe, I would say, Zian and Noel both here. Lance being banned, Hayabusa being banned, jungle really being respected from both sides.
Well, maybe they will need to do the backshot duty, same as was last game. They won't be happy about it, but they will have to do it. Looks like.
Yeah, I think they have to. I think they have to ban out Baksha. You can't leave Baksha open, especially because of that flex potential. That I think Scared Yet was talking about before. He said that Baksha was very flexible. Grok being banned here, okay. So Baksha, I think, has to be banned. Another one you can maybe leave to Alice, or okay, the ban out Chi-Chi. Interesting. I wasn't ready for that.
Oh, you weren't. Well, now it kind of opens up, right? Well, depends how you look at it. Maybe closes out, because right now, if you want to go for a fighter gold lane, your only choice that is left is Ruby. So, and you cannot really confront that with a CC, which you would usually could go for. So it kind of depends, right? But typically you wouldn't go for Ruby if you're at an Oblivion. Probably you want to leave it as one of your last picks. So possibly Memento Mori are very well fitted for that to come to fruition.
Yeah, Eve being banned here is kind of good, but I think Zhuxin has to be banned now because, or Baksha or Zhuxin. It's a choice, depending on how you want to trade or what you want to do. Yeah.
I believe they skipped a ban. Maybe the technical department will get to us and there is a ban actually happening, but oh yeah, all right, yeah. It has been fixed. It's Yuzong. I mean, Yuzong is overall strong, but I don't feel like how does this fit into the vision that we were kind of talking about for Memento Mori, but of course we will see. Zhuxin, literally the most contested hero, like 4 bans, 1 picks. This adds second pick to that.
But this opens up the potential that we were talking about. Maybe might have been banned. Baksha is still open. I think Baksha must be picked here. You can't leave. Surely you can't leave Baksha and Zhuxin open. So Baksha, I'm expecting to see here. Another one is maybe Harriet. Harriet is one of the strongest marksmen right now, along with Granger. And Harriet can really cause insane damage in the mid stage. So I'm expecting those two. And those two are the ones that are being picked. Don't call me the prediction king.
You're absolutely on point. I'm not sure. How did you do in the leaderboard? To call you prediction king? How you were first?
I was first.
Wait, you were? All right. Yeah, well, I have to hop on the train. Yeah, you are the prediction king indeed. Lapu going over here, of course, Sissy and Yuzong bands, so they kind of made the floor ready for that pickup. So far, Lapu has 100% win rate. Of course, we will see if that changes. But right now, you can pretty easily, for the side of Eternal Oblivion, go for Uranus or something like that to really mitigate the impact Lapu can have through laning phase.
Definitely. Uranus is definitely, I mean, Lapu is definitely not going to hurt Uranus in any way. But I think if you want some kind of more annoying, maybe you could look at potential, like, I don't know, Alice maybe, even though the anti-heal is there. But you can kind of cut the lane of Lapu, but maybe it's not that good in teamfight. Not really sure. Uranus is another opportunity, but all he does is basically control the lanes and maybe cut it. Phoveus is a good ban for Harriet. You don't want Phoveus throwing around, going for him. Interesting. I'm curious to see. I think a lot of things that are going to come down to what is Fushi going to pick. Because this mage pick needs to be on point. Right now, Farsa doesn't look that bad. Kimi being banned, I mean, is obvious in one way. I mean, what other mages are there? There's Farsa and I can't really think of Lunox maybe. Farsa and Lunox are left. But Lunox obviously doesn't have any reach against Zhuxin, so maybe we will see. And this is the Alice that I was talking about. Even though they have Baksha, they're still scared of Alice. And rightfully so. I mean, Lapu doesn't do anything to her, so yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's a miserable matchup. I had my honor to play it a couple of times. It's absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Like if she doesn't go under your tower, you are you're basically defenseless. Like even when you get Vorex, it's like very, very rough. And if she just uses Vengeance, of course, typically we don't see Alice with Vengeance, but in your run games she would typically be running Vengeance, so even more annoying. So hopefully we will we will not see Alice, but hopefully competitive meta will not shift to Alice with Vengeance, because that would be sad times for competitive MLBB, I would have to say.
Yeah, I agree, and yeah, we're seeing some I don't know what's gonna be picked really, but maybe Farsa. Interesting how Mage is still open, and obviously there's a lot left to be desired here.
All right.
Lunox being picked, okay, and Arlott and Gatot. Interesting.
I mean, the Arlott pickup was almost instant. It was just like that together with Gato. Arlott so far wasn't even picked up. He was just banned 2 times, so pretty exciting. But honestly, the matchup between Arlott and Lapu is not the best for Lapu. So at least for the side of Eternal Oblivion, Professor Black will have a decent matchup on that XP. If he can play it nice, and if someone disrespects, which probably he won't, as you have rightfully said, he is a professional player, we should expect a lot from him. It should definitely be a step up for his team with this exchange on that XP. So Memento Mori should be a stronger team. Of course, not compared to Eternal Oblivion, but compared to last time we saw Memento Mori. So very exciting stuff, very exciting stuff. If you look at the drafts, do you believe one of the teams have the stronger composition?
I don't think so, personally. I think there is play for both teams. I would say if I have to choose, I think I prefer the side of Eternal Oblivion. As a mage player, Zuxin against Lunox is kind of easy for Zuxin. You have more range, simple as that. But as the general team composition, I mean, it really depends on the lane. If I'm gold lane, I obviously prefer Harriet against Granger. If I'm I don't know, playing XP, I think I prefer Arlott. But so it really depends what lane. How about you though?
Well, there is one super important thing, and that is whoever gets the gold crab. Oh, Samo actually got it. That's super huge, because anything that either accelerates Lapu towards his level 4, because at level 4 he starts to beat Arlott. But if Professor Black was able to do something before that point... Oh, wait a second. No, I'm going for an Origami. Now Super Paxi could be in trouble together with him. Origami trying to dish out some damage in retaliation, and looks like no one will be dying.
Yeah, interesting. Though you see kind of Origami leading this minion in mid lane. He wants the wave to push up more. Paxi wants to check what is... surprised. And yeah, it's kind of a stalemate on gold lane. We haven't seen anything. This turtle, Warren, I can't stress it enough. This turtle is going to be absolutely important. We have 2 tanky jungles, Fredrin and Baksha. Who's going to get this retribution off? Who's going to steal the turtle? It is the team that is going to be a little bit in the lead.
Oh, Mino getting taunted up, CC'd up, he is gone. And Professor Black with his first level 4 already in action. He didn't use his final slash yet, but it's available. Samo has level 4 as well, so Bravest Fighter available for him. But Samo could be getting in big trouble. Professor Black trying to push Noel away, and it looks like first turtle will be going in the hands of Eternal Oblivion.
Yeah, very nice. I would say that there was obviously an obvious misplay from the side of Minotaur. He's not that tanky yet, and he definitely do not have any ultimate or something. So he has no items really either. He needs to be careful.
No, absolutely. Those Mino buffs, yeah, they are there, but they are not strong enough for you to tank 4, I believe, members of Eternal Oblivion. That's just rough. Oh, and talking about rough, Harriet getting taunted up. Doesn't look like it will result in anything really at all. Noel trying to defend his own jungle, but it looks like Lizard could be stolen away because Zion is over here together with Super Paxi. If we will get it, both retributions are available. Super Paxi trying... Oh, it's gone. Zion got it.
Wow, very nice. And I'm interested to see, look, now we see the control from the Zuxin. This is what I was afraid of, Warren. Look how much control the Zuxin has. He has complete rotation. Lunox has to rotate from the outside. And even then, he doesn't even have range. But look, he keeps poking. There's so much space being given out here. Granger's coming into the mix. He wants to clear this wave for the gold. Maybe they'll try to do an invade on the red buff. But I don't think so. I think it's too risky right now with Baksha. Obviously, Baksha is extremely tanky. So, interesting.
But they could use the momentum, they could spend it on this gold crab, because right now it's free for the taking. Origami will try to push them away. Vorpath going under the tower, but he will be getting caught. He gets pulled back and now gets taunted up. He could be going down. He is super low. He's still alive. Flicker available.
Look at
Noel is there. Going for Origami. Origami jumped away. Still Flicker available, so he should be probably fine. But Noel is nowhere near fine. Big KOG. Oh, he's almost dead. He survived. He's still alive. Origami is the target. He goes down. But the rest will finish them off. Double kill for Fushi, triple kill. Super Pexi gets put down as well, and now Jian tries to run away with his life.
Wow, that's an absolute amazing ultimate right there from Minotaur, and also the combination with Dracarys, putting those chrono dashes on display, that Fushi doing so much damage. This is what Lunox is so good against. These kind of little bit tankier compositions. Obviously, Lunox is heavily item dependent, but in this case, triple kill so easily, so fast. But look, the turtle is still being given from Oblivion, still running off the momentum from previously. And it's going to pick up this turtle very free. But look at the bot lane. Look at the bot lane. We're missing a lot. That's a crazy. That was close. That was extremely close. And there is no flicker on the side of Granger, so it could have been caught, but escapes.
Super Pexi was there to defend his member, of course. Right now, we see a little bit of XP advantage even in the wrong position. So this kind of telling the story. You got 2 turtles, so of course it adds up. Right now, Eternal Oblivion, we have a 1000 gold lead, but shouldn't really mean that much. Of course, the important thing is that I'm not quite sure who outscales, honestly. Could you walk us through that?
Sorry, what did you say?
Would you believe we'll be outscaling the other team? Because I cannot quite catch
definitely. I think very easily. I think Lunox and the side of Memento Mori is going to outscale Eternal Oblivion very easily. Mostly because of the Lunox. Wishing Lantern, Glowing Wand is going to come into play, but also Harriet is going to be extremely strong here. How do you kill Harriet if you're the side of Eternal Oblivion? Okay, forget it now. Maybe they'll try to stun him, whatever. But later on, Warren, the Harriet with his dashes is going to be extremely hard for Granger to deal damage upon, and very fast. But this
Talking about damage, Samo is in trouble. No, he is actually the trouble. Bravest Fighter into Landshaker into Raging Slash combination. There is 2 members jumping on top of the other 3 from Eternal Oblivion. They put 1 down. Super Pexi is gone, and Dracy was able to single-handedly pick up a tower on bottom side. But Professor Black, he wasn't slacking off. He wasn't sleeping. He was teaching. He was getting gold on top side.
Yeah, very, very nice. The tower being gone there. I mean, even the fights that Eternal Oblivion are losing, they're still somehow coming up on top. They may lose the fight, but Warren, the towers, the map control, it's still there. But look, Harriet is rotating now. It's gonna be a 5-year fight.
Oh, wait a second, another turtle fight could be happening. Eternal Oblivion, 1 turtle away from full completion of those 3. Noel will be jumping in. Oh, he gets pushed away. There's big ultimate, big final slash. AOG comes through. Fushi gets shut down. Professor Black picks up that kill. He goes for more. Samo finishes off NG, and now he's in the back line. Raging Slash no more available. Big Landshaker on 1 lands. Doesn't really connect on Professor Black because he jumped away, but he could be going down. Super Pexi is the one to die, so no. Before Professor Black still alive in the bush, hiding from his opponent. Samo could be sniffing. He could be thinking, oh, he almost got him in the bush, but unfortunately didn't really do so. Samo level, his ultimate is available already again, so Bravest Fighter ready for action. Oh, Zion taunting up Zamo, but there is Zamo with his Bravest Fighter already pop. Landshaker goes for Zion. I don't know if Zion can get out of this one. He gets pushed away. He gets stunned next to the wall, and well, not he, but Samo is on killing spree because this Lapu has a lot to deliver, and right now he's delivering a lot of punishment to the members of Eternal Oblivion. Oh, now. Oh. Now it's suddenly, the pendulum swinged in the favor of Memento Mori, and Memento Mori are 1,200 in the lead, almost 1,500. Gracie will be getting another tower together with Samo, as they are trying to push them away even from their own jungle. Origami is trying to push them away in retaliation. Noel could be getting caught, but it looks like he doesn't really care. Dominance size completed for 1 members of Memento Mori. So this super strong, reworked once more. I have to remind everyone, it's reworked dominance size. There is no more attack speed or attack speed decrease component, there is just the anti-heal together with so much tankiness upon that. There is so much more magic defense. Well, there is magic defense that wasn't there before. There is a lot of physical defense, no HP though, but still super strong. Also, it scales up the more members of an enemy team are near you, so super good for situations like this where Noel goes in 3 members, gets taunted up, ult already popped, and looks like he won't be catching anyone right now. As we see the fights on mid lane, Memento Mori already 2,000 in a gold lead, and Lapu strongly sitting at most damage dealt. Samo is definitely making a statement about himself and his performance. 27,400 for Zhuxin. She's right behind him, kind of. But second is Lunox. She is very far.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. I mean, Memento Mori has completely swung this game to their side. Now the Lord is coming up, Warren. What is your expectations? Obviously, Eternal Oblivion is not going to give this Lord by any means. Zux is still doing damage. They want to take this position, but look at Professor Black. Professor Black needs to flicker. That was very close. Is this going to be the cue to take this Lord? What do you think here, Warren? What's this fight going to come with? I mean, obviously, the AOG is still up for Paxi. How is he going to use this? They're cramped up in mid.
Well, the thing is, Flicker is no more available, but looks like they will go for Mino. There is Big Noel with his ultimate, pushing everyone away. Zehan with all HP, he cannot pop it right now, and Origami is in the thick of enemy members. Big AOG, big fight happening over here. Professor Black couldn't flicker out because he flickered before. Now Super Pexi goes down as well, and Hanji has his eyes for crying only because this fight is rightfully lost as Memento Mori take the lead and go for the first Lord of the game.
Definitely, that was a big fight, and I have to say, what a great team play from side Memento Mori. I want to highlight one player though. Look at the Harriet chrono dash. She's completely patient. She doesn't rush. She doesn't go in. She waits for the Zhuxin to overcommit. Zhuxin eventually does overcommit because the AOG comes out. They want to fight, but Harriet is there still just doing so much damage with really no threat. There's really no damage on the other side of Granger being dealt. So yeah, I mean, obviously, Memento Mori, another fight. They get the Lord. How are they going to utilize this Lord? This is going to be big for them. They need to get this top tower, maybe lean towards it, maybe try to create some space. Fushi is coming up as well. We see the Wishing Lantern for him. We see the glowing one. This is starting to look like something now. Starting to look like they can do a lot of damage onto Fredrin and the Gatukacha.
Now they will probably move into mid lane to get another tower in their own hands, and suddenly the goal lead is 4,000. Yeah, I believe it should be. Yeah, 4,300. And Blood Wings, Queen's Wings completed for Samo. Oh, and there could be another fight happening. Not really so far, because Memento Mori are patient and careful. They don't want to overcommit. They know they are winning right now. And since we already talked about it with Synth, they know they are outscaling. They should know it the best out of everyone because they drafted this own composition for themselves. Right now, Samo will probably be losing a little bit of his power because that's what happens with Lapu Lapu. He will just be trying to go for more defensive items so he can enable the rest of the team.
Definitely. I mean, there's so much damage being done. We need to start seeing these defensive items come out. But look at Noel, though.
Noel goes in together with Duraz. There is big Warpath ultimate. Mino AOG for some space to make happen. Super Prex goes down. Fushi picks him up, and there's Professor Black trying to run away. No, he's gone. Tracy on a killing spree as they pick up 2 more, but doesn't really result in anything else than stealing the jungle away, since Lord is 60 seconds away from spawning. Memento Mori could be continuing to push on. Orange buff should be in the hands of Dracy very firmly. Right now, 306. Just 3 deaths for the side of Memento Mori. Once Noel, once Fushi, and once Warpath.
Yeah, and they were all early game. Now, this is a different stage of the game. This is when you kind of need those shutdowns. They make a lot of difference, Warren. But again, Memento Mori is playing this game carefully. Even though they're going for high aggression plays, it looks calculated with the way Noel goes in, the way Warpath goes in with no hesitation. Looks extremely calculated. Now, the Lord is coming up. They need to be disciplined here. Maybe farm another. Tell Samo to clear that top wave and come in. Because he doesn't clear. He chooses not to clear. Interesting. I think this is a little bit of a misplay. They need to clear the top lane maybe. But But look, this is gonna be a 5v5 team fight on to the Lord. Who's gonna get this? It's gonna be it's gonna be extremely difficult to say, but obviously Memento Mori is in the lead with 5,000 gold.
And super important that the gold is not on one member, but it's on most of them. So this means even if you kill one of the carries, the rest will still steamroll you.
Yeah, definitely. And they're very careful now when they're taking this Lord, right? They don't want to make a mistake. This can be the Lord to get Eternal Oblivion back into the game. So they want to be careful how they're choosing to go about this. Because if Eternal Oblivion wants to fight, Memento Mori wants to drop this Lord. They're obviously in a heavy gold lead. So, but now again they see that Granger is clearing and Eternal Oblivion doesn't have presence. So they go for that free Lord right there.
I mean, if a mistake happens for the side of Eternal Oblivion, we could be looking at a quick finish. And suddenly I have to eat my words. Even now, honestly, it doesn't matter how the game ends. Because right now, looking at this state, how Memento Mori was able to get themselves into this position, I have to eat my own words already. Because I was saying, well, Eternal Oblivion, I think they have it. They should be the stronger team. But Samo is bringing so much into the team. But it's not just about Samo. I guess he could be giving some shot calls, maybe some ideas, but everyone is performing. There's not a single member you can single out and be like, no, he is not performing.
Definitely. And you doubted the prediction king. I told you, Warren. I said, I'm going for the other team. I'm going for Memento Mori to win, while you said Eternal Oblivion. So never doubt the prediction king. What can I say? What comes around goes around. I'm in the lead when it comes to predictions. But look at this though. Fight. They want to get the inhibitor. Is the Lord gonna cut down the inhibitor? It doesn't.
Samo is in the lead with crazy engages. He goes Brave Fighter combination with Line Shaker. Super Brexit tries to jump away, make some space, but doesn't really happen. Fushi goes down though. Can they survive? Warpath is still alive. The rest is tanking it up. Noel Beck ultimate. Origami tries to force them away. There's Racy with mega kill, double kill. Can she clean them up? Can she clean up the base? There is some minions. There is one minion still alive. Can they clean it up, or they have to retreat? There is two minions actually, only one. New wave approaching. Can they end it? Can they close down? Henji has to retreat. Dracy gets taunted out. Zion is alone in 4 members. He goes down. Monster kill for Dracy as they go for base. Henji trying to defend. I don't think he can. The base is gone.
That was absolutely crazy game. I mean, Memento Mori comes up on top. What can we say about that game, Warren? Started off a little bit, looked like I would say a little bit promising for Eternal Oblivion. They had more control in mid lane. But then, somewhere down the line, they lost the ball. I think with that triple kill of Fushi to bring it back, that was insane.
It was absolutely wild, absolute cinema, I have to say. Not in a sense that the game was even. It really wasn't even. Maybe some moments, but Eternal Oblivion, man. I choked on my words. Memento Mori looked like they were in the stronger group actually, because Eternal Oblivion, they were completely steamrolled.
Yeah, they were. Eat your words. Say sorry right now. I'm kidding. But Warren, I mean, Memento Mori, I think, was a little bit underestimated as well. Not only from the prediction, but also from enemy team. I think Eternal Oblivion should have played this game a little bit slower. They didn't need to engage on that bot side. I think that triple kill from Fushi made all the big difference, especially because I felt like with Fredrin, they had such a easy path forward. Now, the Lunox getting the triple kill, it's not that common, especially because he doesn't even have items. That gives him a lot of goal lead, and obviously scales him to the point where he's going to have that glowing wand quicker, he's going to have that wishing lantern quicker. And look at the MVP! That roam, that's not that common. The Minotaur getting MVP is not that common, I have to say. What can we say about his engages in this match?
I mean, there was this one unfortunate death in the beginning, but then he was on point. He was always in charge of those engages. It was either him or Samo making space, making stuff happen, and they knew we have to engage first, because if we let them play the game, then we are not gonna win this one. And they completely understood the assignment, they went for it, and well, now we are looking at 0-1-15 and a great game from Memento Mori. And suddenly, I feel like this is shaking up the whole season. already at the start,
Yeah.
because at least
Yeah.
for me, Memento Mori were somewhere in the mid echelon, like tier list wise or power wise. But after this performance, I have to skyrocket them up there in like top 4 or top 5.
Yeah, you have to, and I think even top 5. Me personally, I think even top 5, top 4 is even too low. But that's another subject. I think in this game, like we saw, he is the MVP. He made that mistake by getting first blooded early game. We were thinking, why would he do such a thing? When someone gets first blood, it's very easy that you can spiral downwards. But he picked himself somehow back up to really, he didn't let it bother him. He had a good mindset and kept going for the engages. Also, I have to give respect to Dracarys. What a damage! She was very patient with her chrono dashes. I was looking at her and I said, maybe she'll try to overcommit. No, she's staying very patient. She's staying with the team and does a lot of damage. Obviously, never even got touched, I would have to say, in team fight. Fushi also, that triple kill, amazing triple kill, Warren, because that was the triple kill that started everything. And well, also we thought engages in top lane. He understands the play. He understands his role in the team. And by going first, obviously he's going to take a little bit damage, but he's trusting his teammates to make that damage. On the other side, I think Origami played this game well. I have to say, with Juxin, he was a little bit annoying for them in mid lane. He made sure that Fushi had to stay out that river, which was very good. And but other than that, I mean, I don't know. What do you think went wrong here, Warren?
I mean, it's really about what you said. I feel Eternal Oblivion were kind of overzealous after they got something done, and then it resulted in a triple kill for Fushi. After that moment, they should have really re-evaluated themselves and kind of slowed it down, try to pick up the pace at the moment that suited them best, because if it was 3 kills all across the board, like 1 kill for Dracy, 1 kill for Samo, 1 kill for even Fushi, would be still fine. But if 3 kills are on one member, then he gets skyrocketed so quickly. And I believe he was immediately, he was on shoes at that moment. And I believe in like next 30 seconds, he suddenly had his first item completed. Because this extra goal skyrocketed him so fast.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to also say, what a nice play, rotations-wise, from Samu. He was never really off the map where we said, where's the XP lane? He was always relevant, especially on the objectives. He made sure to give space. But I think the early game is really when it went extremely wrong for Eternal Oblivion. They made a big mistake, which later on, I would say, cost them the game. Just right off the bat, that initial stage where Fushi got the triple kill, that was when it was over, because after that it starts spiraling down. They lose control of the river. Juxin has to play more careful. I mean, the game completely shifts in the favor of Memento Mori. Later on, we would see Noel getting the turtles, Minotaur playing a lot less safe and more aggressive. I would say most of it came down to that triple kill by Fushi. Maybe the team fight communication wasn't there for Eternal Oblivion. I don't know. But I made you eat your words, though. I did say Memento Mori is my prediction. And I
you got me right there. I have to say, yeah, you got me.
And very fast game. I have to say, very fast game. I think this is a much faster game than people expected. But yeah, this is the game. This is the tournament. Every team can surprise. And in this case, maybe Memento Mori surprised a few people. So hats off.
Well, they definitely surprised me, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Samo, because especially after you spoke about it, he was so on point. I have to remind everyone that his rotations were so on point. He was always in the right fights, even though Professor Blake was trying to catch up with him and he was trying to be there as well. Since Samo was the one in the lead, one in the charge, it was so much more important that he is in the fights and he was the change maker, the playmaker.
Definitely. And what a nice summary from you. I think absolutely XP lane was very impactful there. But we're going for a break, ladies and gentlemen, from that amazing game. On to, I guess, 5 minutes until the next and maybe the last game. We're going for a break. So we'll see you guys when we're back from the break. Get your popcorn, go bathroom, do something. But yeah, see you guys when we're back from the break. We back, baby. We back. What an amazing game that was, Warren. But now we have glitch code against Akke. What is your expectations? What is your predictions? What is your, I don't know, what do you expect from this game? Give us everything.
I mean, I was feeling like Glitch Code should be the stronger team, at least like paper wise, and Akke should be a little bit weaker. But I feel like Akke could still take it home. It's PO1, so they can surprise, they can cook something up. You know, Toby can plus those Excel sheets. He can be ready if he's on the good Wi-Fi, as he was saying. A lot of things can happen. It's already always very dependent upon Toby, because from what we know, he's the shot caller. So if he is comfy, I feel like they could take it home. But as you were talking to me, you strongly believe that Glitch Code are the goats in this one.
Yeah. So I think, first of all, in my heart tells me, I want to believe Akke. They even have a nice name. Look at the remake of their logo, Akke by D. That's a nice logo, and that's a nice name. But I have to say, Glitch Code has been looking dangerous. I think Glitch Code is one of the best teams in this tournament. And you learned from the last time when you say Eternal Oblivion, we're going to win, and then you were completely wrong. So maybe now you're listening to me, the prediction king, a little bit more. So Glitch Code, I believe highly, is going to win. But again, Akke cannot be underestimated, especially in a BO1. They might have certain, draft certain ideas to surprise Glitch Code. I think that could make the big difference maker. So I'm expecting a Glitch Code win, but I'm hoping to see something interesting from Akke. Every time I watch them, they always draft, they always do something rotation-wise. The games are always interesting. So that's what I'm at the least expecting. A very fun and enjoyable, interesting game. It's a big task from Akke, going up against Glitch Code, because Glitch Code is extremely experienced, and they have Vlados, I think, is one of the best marksmen currently in this meta, and also just in general of the tournament. So yeah, but it's going to be very interesting.
I agree. Definitely an interesting match. Definitely up there. It should be one of the more interesting ones. Of course, me together with Scare were kind of excited about Honor and Renta in the first in the first two games. But still, it was super important to keep in mind. Jackpots very strong. Minerva Fury is very strong as well. So we kind of knew what could happen. But coming into this now, even though I agree with you that Glitch Code should be the stronger team, I think still a lot can happen. And I believe this should be more even than the last one, or I at least hoping for it, because the last one caught me by surprise. And what a game it was. But let's focus on this one. Which map do you think they will go for?
I think here a good map is first of all, it's really dependent on the draft. I think the grass is really Akke's playstyle. They like to camp a lot, especially with this Grok wild charge kind of gameplay. Also, they like to pick Lunox. I know Nandayo likes to pick this Lunox. I think Lunox, Hilda, and also Grok is very flourishing in this kind of grass terrain, which is heroes and game style that I know that Akke likes to play. On the other side of Glitch Code, I haven't really seen too much. I don't know really their preferences in terms of draft. Every time I've seen them win. So yeah, but again, it's going to be very interesting. You spoke a little bit about teams that, earlier played. You were excited for Renta. I was excited personally for Misa Esports, but what can we say, guys? Things happen. Disqualification. So now we're focusing on this game. We're at least going to get a very interesting and high-level gameplay, I would say, from both. And I think I spoke with Nish on the pre-show, who said that Akke has been picked up by a MENA organization or MENA or a Turkish organization. I apologize, I can't really remember, but they've got picked up by a professional organization. This is the Flying Cloud, by the way, which is a good map for heroes with kind of low movement speed. You move very fast from the base. But yeah, Akke's gotten picked up by a professional organization, so it's interesting to see how the coach, how the structure is going to change, if something is going to change, or if it's going to stay the same. We don't know, but let's get into the draft stage. What do you expect here in terms of bans and picks?
You know what? Before the bans, I will have to sell you on the point how Akke is going to win, all right? So just imagine. Glitchko, they play well. Trollboy will get himself accelerated as he was able to do multiple times. But then one crucial moment comes and he will fumble upon the. He will underperform. He will fumble that one fight, miss position. He will get caught, and then Akke are back in the lead, and they will take the base crystal like that. That's the vision I see. If Akke are supposed to win, I think that's how they will do.
But are you saying that Akke will win? Is that your prediction? I'm trying to put you on the spot there.
I mean, all I'm saying is that, like, if they will win, they will do it through that. But I don't know if they will. As I said, I believe even without you predicting that you believe Glitchcode is stronger, I would still put Glitchcode as a stronger team. Just like since. Even though I said Memento Mori's and Glitchko and Fake Time and Metal Black's group was the weaker one compared to the other one, and I get proven wrong apparently, but even before that I would still put Glitchcode very high up because I felt like from their whole group they were like up there. They were really strong, they showed their prowess, and I felt like the difference between first and second place in their group specifically was very big. Whereas in the other group, even though I would say it was a better group, at least before, I felt like the first and second place could be even interchanged. Whereas Glitchcode, I feel they are very strong.
Definitely. And I'm about to spit some facts like I just did in the game previously. Glitchcode is probably going to be the contender to come either in the top 3 of this tournament. I'm putting this out there because I'm letting people know how strong this team is. I know they're extremely strong. I've seen their gameplay. I've seen their draft. They're extremely sharp. And, you know, with my knowledge as the prediction person of Surge, I'm telling you, if you're watching this and you're one of the teams, you need to be extremely careful for Glitchcode. They're very strong and they farm very quick. And, you know, Throwboy on that jungle does his thing. I mean, now YSS got a little bit nerfed, so it hurt him a little bit. But I mean, still, he's using Hayabusa. He's still using, you know, all the junglers. He's a professional player. And also Vlados can really play Harit really well, Granger really well. So Glitchcode is definitely going to be top 3 in this tournament. I think they're even stronger than Jackpots. I think they might delete Jackpots if they play against them. So I'm saying it in reference so people understand how strong Glitchcode is. Just when I said last game that I think Memento Mori was gonna win that game quite easily, and they did. So I happened to be right when I did my predictions. So, but in terms of this game, I think Glitchcode will win. And yeah, maybe I'll eat my words, and then I'll eat a lot of my words because I've said a lot. But
I agree. We will see. So far, we didn't see even a single ban, so we are still waiting for that to happen. But all right. Going up there, you're saying top 3. All right, we will see. How 100%. That will roll out. But of course, this first game, this first clash will tell us a lot. Because Akke was in Thunder Division, so we saw them perform. Akke was as well in promotion relegations, right? So they were able to clash into multiple different teams. So when we will see them scale up to Glitchko, it will tell us so much, because it will basically tell us everything we need to know about Thunder Division, because we can compare them, and it will also tell us everything we need to know about the Vol group where Akke was a part of, because they were in the other group than Glitchko. So after this game, we will know so much more. Of course, Saint, as you already spoke, you know everything. You already know it. But as mere mortals, we normal people, as mere mortals, we will know after this game.
Yeah, I mean, mere mortals, but not Zakota. Everybody except Zakota is a mere mortal. You know, if you listen to him, you would say he knows everything. But now we're seeing 2 bans. Obviously, Ruby being banned, respecting the side of Akke. Chi-Chi being banned, 2 XP laners. I'm expecting an Alice ban from the side of Glitchcode. I know that Akke uses this Alice to really perfection, I would say. It's like them and Fake Time that use Alice very well. Gatukacha being bad, interesting. The Grok is still open, so I'm curious if they'll let Toby use that Grok. And on the other side of Akke, maybe you will look for bans like Zhuxin still open. What do you think?
Yes, Zhuxin is still open, but as we saw from the last game, she is not 100% win guarantee. She can still lose.
Yeah, definitely. But But it doesn't hurt to have a Zuxin in that mid lane as well.
Maybe it doesn't hurt to have a Lunox, apparently, from the last game that we saw. Maybe you need that Lunox in your pocket.
Apparently, yeah. And yeah, but we're not seeing the bans yet. I'm trying to think, what can Akke ban? There's really a lot of things that you can and can't ban. I think I'm expecting Vlados to pick Harit later on, Zuxin being banned like I predicted. Warren, you gotta get used to this. When I say Zuxin, when I say, for example, Mori, Baksha, and Harit come in, you gotta be ready. I'm throwing them out there for the viewers because I know how these people think. No, jokes aside, Zuxin is a good ban. It's a stable ban to make sure that you don't have to get poked, you don't have to get frozen in that mid lane, and yeah.
What do you think should be their last ban? Because we talked about Throwboy being super strong on those carry champions. So typically, if they would be able somehow to put him in a tank duty, that would kind of throw him off, right?
Yeah, but they won't. They'll open his Wisest, they'll open his jungle because Toby wants that Grok pick. He wants to kind of bait them. I know for sure. And I don't think Glitch Code is gonna fall into the bait. So they'll definitely not pick jungle first pick anyways. I think Harit was a good ban. I was gonna say Harit, believe it or not, but they already banned it before I could say it because I think Vlados' QT is extremely strong with Harit and Granger. More Harit than Granger, but he's very strong on both those marksmen. So it's good to ban out Harit. Because look at this, whatever Vlados is picking now, if he doesn't pick the Granger, it will be picked from the side of Akke. Mark my words, the Granger will be picked after this stage. After Glitch Code picks their hero, which I expect to be maybe some XP laner, Alice or Lapu. Oh, Lance, I'm wrong.
I got you
I'm
there.
wrong. I'm wrong, guys.
This means that they could go for Alice and Granger, right? Like based on your runs, Akke can go Granger, they can go Alice.
They can also go Grok. So here, I'm expecting Granger to be picked. Because you can't have Lance, Granger, and whatever you're gonna pick after that. I think Granger is the second best marksman. After that, maybe you feel like Grok is good. Toby is comfortable with Grok. Why not pick Grok and Granger? Another option would be Granger and Alice. So Granger is being picked for sure, in my opinion. I think Alice or Grok just depends on whatever Toby is feeling. Maybe he'll let Grok go and say let's go Alice. Oh, I'm wrong, guys, because I wasn't expecting this, Warren, and the reason is because now there's no reason not to pick Granger, and Lunox being picked so early. Why? I'm not really sure why. I don't know. I don't like the Lunox being picked so early. I have to say, Warren. Because this is going to give the opportunity for Glitch Code to kind of counter Lunox. Maybe they want to go for Eve. However, they have the Granger open now as well. And he showed very quickly. He could have left it to the last pick to pick that mage. Now they commit very fast. They know that there's Lunox. They know that there's Grok. And yeah, but yeah. Did you expect that Lunox pick?
Yeah, me neither. But right now, I wanted to say, but wasn't able to do it fast enough. Forza makes so much more sense, or makes so much sense, right? You outrange Lunox, and this combination, especially with Kalia, I believe you can even contest the mid lane prio. So super strong combination, I believe, for the side of Glitch Code for mid lane.
Yeah, but this draft has been completely wild for me. I haven't been expecting, Farsa or Kalia being picked, because all they've seen is literally Lunox and Grok. Why go for the Kalia this quick? I'm not sure. Maybe they're expecting it to be bad. Now I do expect that Granger to be picked. No way the Granger is left for the next stage. There is no chance. Ooh, the Granger is left for the next stage.
It will be bad, I think.
Yeah, because Warren, I'm thinking, what are you even playing on marksman now? I'm expecting the marksmen to start being banned left and right. Granger is definitely gonna be banned. Another ban is gonna probably be, I don't know, maybe Irrital.
Honestly, if you were Glitch Code, you could go for gold lane fighter, but Ruby and CC is banned, so not really that many options. Maybe Lapu, we saw that, like, I think a couple of times Lapu as a fighter, but that depends upon you seeing the matchup, because if you go this way, and you have a very bad matchup on that gold lane for your fighter, he will just get poked out.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what's very interesting is that they can still go that Yuzong fighter, depending on the gold lane, depending on what Glitch Code decides to do, what hero they show on gold lane. Akke has no reason not to wait to show what they're choosing to do on that gold side. They can even go Lunox gold. So that's a whole different conversation. There's definitely picks and options open here, but Granger is still obviously on the table. I'm wondering who's going to get that Granger. Because both teams, I mean, there's no reason not to pick Granger for both teams, I have to say. I'm super overhyping this hero, but I think along with Harriet, it's the two strongest marksmans right now.
Yeah, I agree, since they are super strong early mid game, they don't need to scale into the late game. I absolutely agree with the opinion you're having on that matter. Fevo's being outed, so that means yeah, I don't quite know. This honestly feels like they have someone else for the XP lane, because banning Fevo's and banning Lapu doesn't really make sense in a way when you match them into Yuzong, right? Yuzong is very strong into Lapu, very strong against Fevo's. He doesn't really care about either of those heroes. He wins every 1v1, and in teamfights he probably does more. So for me, this decision doesn't really make that much sense.
Yeah, maybe they're worried about the kind of jungle that they'll pick eventually. If you wanna pick Joy, you kind of need to be careful for Aphobius. Maybe he has those dashes and the blinks. I'm not really sure, but again, it's so hard to predict this. The Granger is still open. I mean, who's gonna get this Granger? And also, where are you going with this if you're on the side of Glitch Code? You see Kalia, it's not really looking that much tanky. Maybe the Uranus can come out still on the table. It's so hard. I mean, I've lost all sense of thought. I don't know what they're gonna pick here, Warren. I'm completely speechless. And my predictions in this draft is probably like 10% because I only got the Grok correct. So, ooh.
That is Baxia. There's Baxia.
Wow.
Honestly, I quite like it, because what you are doing for the side of Akke, you are building this super tanky composition where if Kalia takes someone, if it will not be Lunox, it basically doesn't matter, because it's 3 members that you cannot really burst. Yuzong can go Black Dragon form. Grok, well, you can burst him, but he probably can burn his combo before he dies. And Baxia, if you are going for Baxia, well, you are not using your hero correctly. So other than the last pick, that they still could possibly go for a fighter, as we spoke about it before. Well, right now, there is not that many fighters left, though. Would it be like Terizla gold lane? How would you make that work?
I would probably play a gold lane. You would have to go maybe Granger. Finally, you see the Granger. Let's go. Because I think here with this kind of extremely tanky composition, that the worst thing you can do is go fighter for Glitch Code. You don't want to go fighter. I mean, you're playing against Baksha, Grok, Yuzong. I mean, it makes no sense. You need the damage. And you say the Terizla as well. Perfect sense. Why not? I mean, why not? Doesn't really. I think I prefer Yuzong. Has more impact naturally in games because of the Black Dragon, but Terizla can definitely be dangerous. You know, always he has that flicker ultimate, can catch someone. I'm not really sure who he's gonna catch in this case. We see Baksha, Yuzong, they're not really scared. Lunox has that light ultimate, immune, and Grok is obviously not gonna be a target for Terizla. So far I'm not seeing any targets, but maybe he'll make it work. Yeah, Moscow,
right.
Okay.
Yeah, Moscow could be the target, though Moscow can reposition himself quite easily, I would even say, because either he has his ultimate available or he has his dash available, and he Well, he probably will be running Purify, so cannot really flicker out of the ult. So if there is like catches him off guard, he could be in trouble. I don't know if I quite like that last pick. Of course, the last pick makes sense in a way with a context of the rest of the draft, right? Where Akke have super strong early to mid game because they have super beefy frontliners, 3 of them. They will do so much damage early mid game, but then they need this late game security. And this late game security will come in a form of Moscow.
Yeah, definitely. I think Akke will win late game. I think they have a much better late game draft with Moscow, split push, and also Lunox. But last words about the draft. If you would have to pick one side in terms of draft, who are you picking, Warren?
I mean, draft-wise, I quite like what Akke cooked up, since I feel like their composition is super easy to execute. I feel like they just have to go in, front to back, clean it up from the first target to the last, and it will work. Whereas Glitch Code, they need to find the angles. They need to go for tsunami slants. Gabriel needs to catch right targets in his ultimate, and Third Airstrike have to need to hit the right targets.
Yeah, but let's go, guys. We are going last game of the day. Glitch Code against Akke. This is going to be absolutely insane. I'm looking forward to it. I did agree with what you said. I think Akke has slightly better draft because the damage is there. They have that late game as well with Lunox and Moscow. But look at this, though. He's starting off strong. Toby needs to be careful. I mean, Farce is doing damage. Look, Kalea still hurting. He's going for the first blood, but he doesn't get it. Flicker wasted here early.
To survive. Yeah, kind of wasted, right? Toby a little bit overstayed, but it looked a little bit like he could be getting Throwboy down, but yeah, it didn't really happen.
Yeah, but look at this now. They're trying to freeze this Lunox, so this is definitely not good. He has to flicker early. As long as he doesn't waste this level 4, as long as he gets it, it's kind of fine. Even though he wastes flicker, he needs this level 4. It's extremely important, especially on Lunox. So I'm interested to see, but look at this rotation. Look how fast they are, Warren. They're already on the side of this XP. Sirius is playing slow, which is good. He sees the Lance. He's giving that information. Guys, Lance is on this side. Baksha, what is Baksha doing? He needs to start rotating now.
He goes for Say runs away. There is Bodzi. He could be the target. Half HP already. Turtle could be started up by either of the teams. No, not really. They are fighting in the mid lane. Bodzi needs to flick around and Say is next on the chopping block. No, he's actually turning the tide of battle as first blood goes to Throwboy. And double kill goes to him as well. Akke Astra will be going down together with Nando.
Extremely clean here. So Farsa just basically getting the level 4 and getting the feathered airstrike out. I mean, it's so clean. Throwboy coming from the rotation as well. Level 5. Look at this Black Dragon. I'm not really sure what he's doing because they're not going for a play here. They're not going for a play. Maybe they are going for a play. Look at this Lunox. Lunox is
because Bodzi didn't have flicker available, so he will be going down. He had no escape.
Yeah, definitely. And also this no escape was also the reason why Lunox got killed by this feathered airstrike. He had no escape. He did waste that flicker early. But now this is a kind of a okay comeback a little bit. They killed the Kalea. But still, they have a big problem now. The Lance is 2 kills, right? He's getting a little bit farm. He's moving around the map freely as well. There's not that much CC for him.
He's 2 levels on top of Astra. That's rough.
Yeah, it's rough. It's an understatement. This is not nice if you're Astra. But Gabri freezing Sirius. So this is an extremely good thing that he's doing. He's making he's making Sirius go further into the lane, and Lance is on that side as well. So maybe they'll try something. Because he does not have any Black Dragon, as we can see. The ultimate is not up yet. Look at Lance. He's moving around the map so quickly, Warren. He's moving around the map so quickly.
Absolutely agree. Almost level 8, so Astra probably won't be catching him in that XP department. Vladosik tried to steal it away, but talking about stealing, Toby could be getting his life stolen. Oh, now Lunox needs to force her ult away. Fight happening. Bodzi could be the target. Big Tsunami Slam though. Goes for Astra. Astra half HP already, but he's tanking it up. Big Black Dragon form goes in. And the Raz killing spree goes for Throwboy though, but he gets shut down by Sirius. Sirius gets a double kill and he tries to go for more. Gabriel needs to flip around as Akke take the game back into their hands.
What an amazing rotation right there from Astra. Astra basically jumps on Kalea because there's Lunox right there. Kalea, what does he? In panic, he says, I can't get stunned there. I can't get caught off guard because the Grok is going to wild charge. So he goes back and ultimates the Baksha. But then Lunox, they're doing so much damage, and Sirius coming out there, petrifies and makes a double kill. Very, very nice. This is textbook Akke right there in terms of team play, Warren. This is what we expect. Team play, good communication coming in.
Right now they need to communicate. They want to get the turtle. Doesn't really look like it will be happening, but it looks like another fight will be happening. Kalia kidnapped. Big Tsunami Slam goes for Sirius, but Sirius is still alive. He's dancing around. Throwboy tries to go for him, but he cannot quite catch him. Stunned up, so Throwboy could be the one getting caught, and he gets caught. Picks him up, picks up Quodzy as well when they are at it, and suddenly Akke 100 in the lead.
So Warren, in that situation, Throwboy actually missed his puncture, so he only had the ultimate left, but then gets stunned by Baksha. What a nice shot also from Moscow. Patrick Houston is playing this out of his mind. He's never played this good before, I have to say. Oh,
well,
he's
right now
overcommitted.
Sirius could be in trouble. Black Dragon form to survive, so he will not have it. Well, he will have it for the next turtle probably, but right now he needs to play a little bit more safe since his ultimate is on cooldown. Oh, talking about playing safe, Nanda with a big face check, half HP gone.
Yeah, but we have to give respect. What a comeback! Okay, this looked like Glitch Code was gonna roller coast in the early game with that double kill on Throwboy, and now look at the replay. Look at this wonderful. Look at Kalia. He overcommits on this Baksha. This is not a good thing. Look at Sirius. Sirius is coming down from the right side. Meanwhile, we have Patrick Houston. We have this Lunox doing so much damage.
Thanks for the analysis, Sent. It was super crucial. This fight took Akke back into the game, or I mean, Akke took the game back into their hands. 30 seconds for next turtle. We will see if Glitchcode can secure the third one for themselves, or if Akke can turn this on their head even more with another lead. Oh, Nandeo, he could be getting caught off guard. He dies just before the turtle spawn. That's so bad, and Astra could be going down as well. Big technical charge on 3 members. There is big speed coming from Houston. He is here and he is killing. He is on killing spree. He picks up one and he tried to go for more, but he needs to retreat. What a save from Houston.
Yeah, Patrick Houston. I mean, he hasn't missed that spear of destiny one single time. He keeps hitting it and he keeps doing so much impact. I can't stress it enough. Right now, Akke is doing so well because I would have to say Patrick Houston is playing out of his mind. Everyone is doing extremely good, but Patrick Houston is showing a different level today. Look at this Lunox, Nandayo. What is happening? What is happening to the Farsa? What a catch! I didn't see what was going on, but Farsa caught off guard, caught in positioning.
I have to say, it was kind of out of position. It was such a disrespect. Man, you are not ahead anymore.
Yeah, and we didn't really see like what was the, stages leading up to that engage, but obviously you can't go full front against Lunox, especially if you're Farsa. Look, they're going for an engage though. Toby is telling his team, maybe look for an engage, but they're gonna go back. I think this is a smart decision, right? You don't want to kind of throw this lead. You have a really good team fight and you have a good potential on the side of Patrick Houston. Don't waste the chance, don't waste the opportunity. Let him do the work. He's already on fire. He's feeling the game. Look, speaking of the work, there's no one top lane. Is he gonna push here? He is going to push. He saw the Granger. Maybe they'll lose this tower. They lost the tower for free. This is not glitch code. I'm eating my words right now. Warren, I spoke a big game in the draft phase, but glitch code made a mistake giving the free tower. Look at this though. Godsey looking for an engage.
There could be a fight happening actually. Astra spinning around. There's Throwboy kind of dip, diving and dodging around, trying to start a fight, but won't result really in anything.
Yeah, and a big problem for them is how do they deal with Patrick Houston? Because he's still obviously very fed and extremely strong on this map, and you don't want him to keep being this free to farm. Speaking of Patrick Houston, he's coming.
I think this is a good measure, but this is a good engagement. Look at Lance. And the rest are right here. Gabri could be getting caught off guard. He still has flicker. Big tectonic charge from Toby as he initiates on Say. Killing spree from Toby, and the rest will try to clear it up. Gabri goes down. Toby goes down, but it's a double kill. It's a triple kill for Akke.
I wanted to say it right before that fight. Look at Lancelot. Where's Lancelot? He was getting his blue buff, and that was the time to engage. Very, very nice engage from Toby. Yeah, and Patrick Houston just doing so much damage. He keeps being fed. He's not handled with yet. And Valsis Kurik picks up his first kill. Obviously, trade in the favor of Akke. Look at his replay. Can you please break down what a wonderful replay we're seeing right here?
Oh, absolutely. There was a Kalia was trying to go for the tsunami slam that didn't result in anything. She got some time on her hands for the rest, but now we need to rethink what we are seeing, because right now another fight happening as Astra goes for Say. Say cannot escape. If he can. He flies away, so he lives for now. There's Strobo in the backline, but already Super Chang below half HP. There's big Black Dragon form. Astra goes down, but he done his job. Now it's for Sirius. He will destroy the rest. Say goes for Flicker. Sirius go for the backline. Unfortunately misses. Gvodzi goes down. Mega kill though for Kyusen.
Oh my god!
The hope is alive for Akke. Double kill for Kyusen. No! Shut down. Throwboy shuts it down. As Nandeo gets put down. And Glitch Code are suddenly kind of back in the game.
Oh my god, what a nice spear of destruction from the side of Patrick Houston. He hits the Forza. He one-shots him. Oh my god! Toby!
Toby just decided, no, the Lord is ours, actually.
I have to say, a moment of silence. I mean, what a wonderful steal. What can we say? I mean, we can't give enough respect for that play. It feels like this game is so intense, Warren. There's plays being made everywhere. And so far, I mean, Toby made a big change. Look at this. Can we please see the steal? Look at this. Toby. How does Toby get this? He hits the Lord. He waits. He stuns him. Look at the stun, maybe. It's gonna come down. He hits. He basic attacks. No way, Warren. No way. This is unbelievable.
Well, what is unbelievable is that Zero's got on your backline again, and Say is in big trouble as he gets burned down by Yuzong's passive, and Yuzong goes for more. It's a hungry dragon. No, looks like he had his fill. His belly is full. He won't be eaten today anymore.
Yeah, and I think Farsa went for that feathered airstrike way too quick. I mean, he shouldn't have committed like that. It's not in front of the Yuzong. And here we can see the gold. Obviously, the gold lead is on the side of Lance.
Sirius, he goes down. Mega kill for Vlado, and Vlado is the only hope that Glitch Code have right now, because I don't know if you quite catch that, but he is second highest gold in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this. This is the time for Toby to engage, right? There's no Kalea ultimate left. But you know what I'm so scared of, Warren? I was just thinking, this is an extremely wonderful game being played by Akke, but I don't want to see them throw this by any chance. I just want to see them get this Lord and maybe try to finish with the Lord, because this game has been extremely well played, I would say, from the whole team. And I've never seen them play this good, I have to say.
You were saying, like, they got acquired by the organization. Will the coaches help? Well, so far it looks like they helped a lot, because the preparation that they had in mind, well, so far it's been working out super well. They are in the lead, 2,500, and their composition outscales their opponents. They should have it in the bag.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe, I don't know, I don't know how much they're paying Patrick Houston, but maybe they need to up his salary, because I've never seen him play this good. He's playing out of all the marksmen that I've watched today, not hyping or anything. I think he's playing the absolute best, because from a game that is extremely close, he's made a big difference. He's not caught off guard. He's played really nice positions, and he keeps making play. You can see the intensity in the way that he's moving around the map. And it's really wonderful to see, I have to say. But Roboy, another one that's been playing really nice early game, dropped off a little bit, but Lance in general is kind of hard to play in this late stage. You're going up against this Lunox. This Moscow eventually will buy Wind of Nature. I mean, Yuzong, you can't really, there's not much for Lance to do left.
Wind of Nature has been already complete, and speaking of the devil, it's there. Moscow is ready. Yeah. He's just waiting for that SOD. He waits for the fight to happen.
Definitely, and he's probably going to try to bait Lance as well, maybe, because he does have that Wind of Nature. So look at this. They are engaging here. Patrick Houston, I'm wondering if he's going to hit this spear. Maybe not. Look, Drobo is going back. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Yuzong here. So they're playing this perfectly. They have Moscow on the opposite side of the lane. They're bursting the Lord now. Moscow should try to hit the Spear of Destiny now. He needs to
Black
hit
Dragon
it.
form stolen from Throwboy. Lord is gone, and now Black Dragon form spear misses. SOD misses. So now he has to walk to the fight himself by his own feet. And suddenly, Lord is in the hands of Glitchko as Gvodzi is in the opposing team's jungle, which will probably result in him dying. So kinda useless flicker,
need to kill him.
Gvodzi. You should have kept the flicker for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. He should have kept that flicker because he was dead no matter what. But this is an extremely nice, comeback from Throwboy. He lost that Lord, right, to Toby. Now he gets this Lord. But is he going to do something? I don't personally think so, right? It's a 5v4 here. They're going to clear up this Lord pretty fast, I would say. Then they'll have to answer on the side lanes before they can engage again.
Honestly, it could have been so good, but I don't know how, since we don't have the replay, but it kind of slipped through my eyes how Gvodzi ended up in the position where he was, because I felt like Throwboy did the steal by himself. He didn't need anyone else there, so I don't know what happened with Gvodzi being there.
I'm not really sure either, actually.
Maybe he went for Tsunami Slam, so Astra cannot retribute it. I guess that could be the idea, possibly. Like flicker Tsunami Slam into that. Gvodzi now with Immortality ready, so he can be playing even more crazy than he was before.
Yeah, definitely. And a little bit shame we saw Patrick Houston miss that spear of... he missed the spear in general. If he would have hit, could have been a big difference in that team fight. So they were actually 5v4 there. But like you said, Throwboy did steal that alone. Look at this. Are they going to engage? They're engaging with the block.
But that's not the right target. You should be picking off the squishy ones. Gvodzi gets pushed down to his limits as he goes into Immortality. Black Dragon form. He goes for more. Gvodzi is getting put down as they march into the opponent's bases. They try to pick more towers. And there is Q's, and he is ready to fight. And Sirius is ready to rumble as well. Forces Vlado away and now has to retreat himself. Maybe he overstayed. Maybe he went too deep as Nandeo gets picked off because no one was protecting the back line. Gabriel picks off Sirius, and Throwboy is there in opposing jungle, stealing it away, laughing in his opponent's faces. He doesn't care. He should be fine. Can he survive? I think he can. He is just gone. Bye-bye.
Oh, but look at this. Don't call it too early. Look at this. Don't call it too early. Oh my God, flicker from Toby coming out. I said maybe he's gonna do something, stun him or whatever, but doesn't eventually. Here you can see a little bit of the statistics coming in from the side of the mid lane. You have Nandayu, more teamfight participation, better KDA, and much more damage. It's not even close. I think Nandayu really has been showing great performance here in mid lane. 10,000 gold to Say's 8,000 gold. I think the shutdown. He's been getting shut down a lot from the U zone. He's not even had an opportunity to use that feather airstrike. Now the Lord is coming up. Look at the Patrick Houston. Patrick Houston is still bot lane. Maybe they know this because look, Farsa is leaning towards that bot lane. Granger was there, but he's not there anymore. Look at the bot lane. Look at the bot lane. The bot lane is gonna be extremely weird. How is Patrick Houston gonna rumble from this?
No, he gets put down, shut down. Say picks it up, and now Lord is on the map. Gvodzi alone. I don't think he should play it. He is completely trolling. He shouldn't have been there. They got the pick off. If Gvodzi survived, it could have been so good. Throwboy petrified. Sirius goes for him, doesn't quite connect. So Throwboy is alive, and Sirius needs to retreat. And Akke are suddenly back on equal footing. Gvodzi with a big misplay.
Yeah, definitely, because he didn't need to be there. They know that the play that they're gonna make is on the opposite side of the map. Why is he there? Because they just need to wait for the team to come back and eventually get the Lord. But Nandayu is doing big damage though. Look at this, 69,000 so far, but again, he has full items here. He probably has the Wishing Lantern, probably has the penetration, he has everything, Holy Crystal as well probably. So I have to say, look at this though. I want to see how is this Black Dragon going to come into play. Obviously now it's on cooldown. Look, Patrick Houston doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. He says, okay, you caught me off guard that one time, but you're not going to do it for a 2-time.
But the super important fact is that Petrify is on cooldown. It's 20 seconds. He doesn't have it right now. If they fight, he doesn't have it.
Look at Patrick Houston. Patrick Houston is still rotating. I'm wondering, is he going to come in without the ultimate? He will come in. So,
big
they're
kidnap
committing.
goes for
Still committing.
Nandeo. Nandeo gets picked off. He couldn't even flicker in time, and there is a fight. 5v5.
Look
Can
at
be
Patrick
carried
Houston.
out. Throwboy gets petrified, but he's still alive. Oh, he gets picked off. Sirius finishes him off. Astra still tanking for the rest. Houston is still alive. Vlado unstoppable as he tries to finish off Houston. He cannot quite connect. Sirius will go down, and it's suddenly just 2 members of Akke alive. Can they retreat? Can they retaliate? Houston 1v1 against Gabri. Toby 1v1 in Gwadzi. Vlado is there, and there is Say as well. Can they do something about
Patrick
the sword,
Houston.
or can they not?
Yeah.
Toby
They
is trying
can.
to play it out.
They can.
He should be super careful if he oversteps. He goes down. Say has ultimate available to get with flicker as well. He goes for Kyusen. He forces him away. Kyusen goes in like a madman. There was nothing else he could have done, so he tried. But Toby will be dying for his actions as well. Immortality popped, and he will be going down once more. Monster kill for Vlado. And suddenly, Glitch Code with a composition that shouldn't have been winning in late game are looking like they will win in late game.
Yeah, definitely, but I have to pay attention. I mean, really nice gameplay from Glitchko, but look at the bot lane. The inhibitor is gone. So whatever Patrick Houston did with that pushing on the bot side has definitely paid off now. He did kind of stupidly die in one sense, gonna be back in 20 seconds. If I'm Glitchcode here, I'm saying push mid. You're 5v3. You have no reason not to push mid here. Ignore the other lanes, ignore the bot lane, just go mid. The Lord is extremely strong here. Maybe they'll give you a fast, maybe we'll very quickly win this. Who knows? The Black Dragon is
tries
coming
to
out.
make some space. Astra half HP, almost dead. Black Dragon form making some space, still alive. Godlike Vlado though. Big ultimate going for the target. Nandeo still alive. Houston trying to retaliate. Half HP on Base Crystal. Can they defend? It's almost gone. Base Crystal is still alive, but almost dead.
This is crazy.
Getting destroyed.
This is crazy. This is absolutely craziness. I can't believe the game that I saw, but really, really nice comeback from Glitchcode though. I mean, what can we say about that game? I did tell you, listen, 5v3 right here. Moskov was dead. I think, I'm not really sure who else was dead. I think Grok was dead as well. And there was not really much for else to do. Timing came up, the Lord came up, they pushed down mid, but they finished 5v3. By the time Patrick Houston comes back, by the time Grok comes back, there's not even, I mean, the Lord is outside of the literal base. So extremely hard to defend right there. I mean, what can you say, Warren, about that game? I think it's such a shame because Akke played really nice. You know, it's such a shame to see those kind of nice plays being made and say, yeah, they made those nice plays, but they lost. But I was right with my prediction. With all due respect, I was right with my prediction.
You were right. I have to say 2 things. First is Vlado definitely... Yeah.
Before you say that, just look at his t-shirt. He's absolutely right about his prediction because it is Friday today. Let's go.
Yeah, I agree. He was on point. He's maybe in your prediction club that you are running, I heard. Vlado was definitely playing super well, and I think he got a little bit outshined in the way we casted the game, but he was still there. I was still looking at him, and I still kept him in the back of my mind, and he persevered. He got through the early, through mid, and then turned it around in late game. If we can say that Kyusen played well, Vlado played super well. Zero deaths.
Definitely.
He was there. He was on point. He was hitting the right targets. Never caught. This man is a machine. Even though Kyusen outshined him with very flashy plays and crazy moments, Vlado is the GOAT of this game. He's undisputed GOAT, and even if Kyusen and Akke were able to win, I would still pinpoint that, and I would still talk about it, because Vlado, 0 deaths, 9 kills, 4 assists, he had done so much more. I'm so hoping to see the damage dealt graph, because I think Vlado will be definitely up there. He had done so much through the whole game. Also, I would love to say something about Toby building Blade of Heptasis, right? That's what it's called.
Interesting.
Right?
Wow, Blade of Heptasis. That's not normal on a roam, I have to say. That's not normal.
Do you believe he knew that he will be losing, so he wanted something for us to giggle about? Like, what was that?
Maybe. I think so. I hope so, because I hope he didn't build it during the game. Like you said, I have to give you a lot of props. You pinpoint exactly what was up with Vlados. In a messy game, in a close game, where it could go any way, and you play against Yuzon, you play against Lunox, you have that Grok on the other side. He played extremely good movement. Vlados never stopped farming, and this is a player I've been highlighting throughout really the tournament. I think he's one of the best marksmen right now, just in general in the tournament. Really, really nice play, and he barely took any damage. He didn't see any damage taken really. And other than that, what can I say? I mean, it's like Akke. You saw really Akke try their best, but this speaks also to the level of play by Akke. They make those plays. They're really good, but also to the level of glitch code. Even though they're in a losing situation, they don't let it phase them. They don't let it spiral down. I mean, glitch code later on comes back like they've been winning the game. I mean, they still kept making plays, but again, we saw some mistakes, but it was recovered very nicely from glitch code with both tactics and also just individual skill. I think in this game, Throwboy highlights you have to highlight Throwboy and Vlados, and also a little bit Gabriel. The reason for Throwboy is that early game was extremely good. He kept farming, he kept going around, and Vlados obviously not dying. But these are, ladies and gentlemen, all of the games today. You can obviously see the results. What do you have to say about the results just in general today, maybe, Warren?
I would love to just jump for a second for the last game that we had, because the catch for like Nandeo, he was playing super well. We were talking about it during the game, but that last moment where he got caught off guard basically destroyed all he built it before. Because if he didn't get caught like that, the fight was basically won. Like, there was the only moment how they can lose, and unfortunately, or like fortunately, if you're a glitch code fan, of course, it happened. Honestly, you can give a lot of heat to Gvodzi, but when he found this last catch, you have to give the credit to his name. Maybe he wasn't performing early, maybe he wasn't performing mid-game, maybe he wasn't performing even late game, he was getting caught, not playing the right fights the right way, but that last moment was just him, just his hands, and even if Vlado played like he played, if this catch didn't happen from Gvodzi, they wouldn't got the win.
Yeah, exactly, especially because we got to remember, they were actually down. I mean, they had no inhibitor, and it didn't really look promising for the side of Glitch Code, especially because they had Moscow split pushing on top of them. So you're right. I mean, Godsi makes a lot of questionable plays. That last play come in where he catches Nandai. I'm not really sure what Nandai does there. Even is on the light ultimate to immune. I'm not really sure what he's trying to do. But he's almost even ahead of the Grok, which makes no sense. I mean, Godsi, no hesitation. He doesn't let it phase him that he's been playing kind of iffy, kind of tricky, kind of bad a little bit early game. He still recovers in late game. These are some of the highlights. I mean, what can we say? Early game, I would say Akke won pretty good early game. I have to give respect to Throwboy. Throwboy really came in and got the objectives a lot. This is one of the highlights where Throwboy really shines. He's really fast with this kind of landslot. This is another game, but this is Akke. Look at this Akke gameplay though. Gets baited by the back shot. They go in. Yuzong makes so much. He does so much. He does so much space here. When you look at some of these highlights, you would say there is no way that Akke would be the one losing this game. But look, Godsi again caught off Throwboy again caught off guard. Look, he's gonna die here. Nice spear coming in from Patrick Hewson. Oof, look at this again. Look at Patrick Hewson coming in. Yeah, I mean it's just a very
looking over the highlights. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's just a very nice game, entertaining game that both teams shows what they have. Either team could be really winner or loser, I would have to say, but both teams showed up. This is what this tournament is about for me. When you have this in this stage where both teams really show the best work. We saw the gameplay from Akke, but we also saw extremely good play from Vlados. Look at him. He's about to kill this Yuzong here. He plays extremely safe. But look at the Patrick Yuzong with a spear or headshot. Another thing, look at Toby. This is the kind of gameplay. He basic attacks the Lord. This is not normal, Warren. This is not normal. You know, we see plays from both teams coming in. And this is one of the ones where Godsi again mispositions. But yeah, extremely nice game from both teams. What do you have to say?
Also, one super important thing to say, kind of pivoting back to the point that I spoke about before, this game should tell us so much about the Thunder Division, about the groups from promotion relegation. But honestly, after the game concluded, I don't think it really gave us that much, because I have to tell you, Akke were completely different Akke than what we saw in promotions relegations. This Akke was a different beast. I have to give it to them. Even though they lost, this was a completely different Akke. They were so on point, and it just breaks my heart for them that even though the game was so nice from them, against such a strong opponent, as you have spoke about it, you believe they should aim for top 3 minimum. They could have it. They could have it. Unfortunately, it wasn't clean enough, and the glitch code, rightfully so, took it back.
Yeah, it's really hard to know what really happened. I think if you look at the game, like you said rightfully, it breaks my heart because I think the plays being made from Akke, you can see the intensity. You can see the intensity in the way that the Grok steals that, or the way that Patrick Houston really snipes that Farsa from a very long shot and plays really nice. And this is, I think, Akke on their best level, but maybe they'll even get better now when they're picked up by this organization. I do have information that Toby didn't build Blade of Heptasis during the game. He built it after, when they knew that he was losing. That's really nice to hear, Toby. Thank you so much for confirming that. We were worried. I have to say we were worried, but we didn't doubt you. And on the other side, I want to say Glitch Code. I give a lot of respect to Glitch Code. Not a lot of people really know too much about them. But I know that they're extremely strong. I know that their players are very dangerous, and that's why what I told you. Even a game like this, you would say Akke probably wins 9 out of 10 teams in this tournament, but they play the one team that I think is top 3 guaranteed. I would have to say. Again, I could eat my words. We're gonna see, but I mean, Glitch Code plays that game kind of with a calm, in a sense. Kind of strange, Godsey makes those mistakes. It kind of feels like, oh, so what? Like they're moving around the map. It doesn't feel that forced. It feels like they're very calm. Because the reason I say that is because during the game where Akke put a lot of high level pressure, they still didn't let it spiral. Sure, they lost that mid game. I mean, we can't argue about that. They Toby got a comeback with that Lord. Eventually, Patrick Houston had so much space. But it still looks like they're so calm, Warren. And that's what's so dangerous about this team. They don't stress. They were really, I don't know. They were really, even when they were losing, they felt a little bit calm and just playing their game. Godsey made a nice play, and that was it. It was game shut down like that. Very nice.
I agree. I have to circle back to Vlados once more, because this calmness definitely resonated, especially around him. And the moments when we were hyping up Qs and I was just looking at Vlados, and especially when we got the graphics up and we could see the gold differences, and I looked to the left side where there was Vlados gold, and I looked to the right side and I was like, wait, they have the same gold. Like, he has 3 kills on him, but they have the same gold. Because Vlados was farming so effectively that it didn't really matter. And especially in a late game where you should be losing against Moscow, Vlados played those fights to such a level that it didn't matter that he should have the weaker gold laner. Because he played it so well that he still got it.
Yeah, definitely. What was a little bit strange to me was I did say that Akke, I expect their composition to be a lot more threatening in the late game. Why? Because Lance, first of all, drops off a little bit. I think Granger has much more strong early game than really the late game, especially with Moscow split pushing. I think Lunox to Farsa is kind of like 50-50, but Lunox is extremely strong with the Ruby DD combination of the Flicker ultimate. And the way that they were being played, I mean, Farsa positioning well, Godsey catching people off guard, and also I just have to give respect. Like you said, Vlados, he's making that Granger work in a late game where he's playing against Yuzong, he's playing against dangerous opponents. He's not got caught off guard once, which is extremely surprising considering Warren, the game that we saw. It's like, you could, at any time, at any misposition, he will be punished. It's a guaranteed. I saw Toby with a lot of time. The flicker was up. He was waiting to see is the Granger gonna come up? No, it doesn't come up. It's okay. Let's kill Godsey or let's kill somebody else. But at many times I see these people check: is the Granger coming up? No, it's not. Okay, then let's not waste any more time. Interesting. He keeps farming, And this is, I think, a very nice thing to see. It's like, even though you're losing from the side of Vlados, he's still farming. The top goal laners, the best goal laners, are all fast farmers. And I think we have an interview coming up here, Warren, with the winner. Say, what's up? How are you feeling?
It's so good. I didn't expect
First impressions after that game, that crazy game. Because, I mean, for us, it was intense for us, but you were playing. Please break it down. How did it feel? What are some of the things that you saw was really hurting you guys in some way? The game was really, it went on for a long time. What's your just like first feelings about the game, first thoughts, anything?
At first, at the early game, we was moving good until the first turtle, and after that, they was moving faster than us and moving together, and we was split. So we lost after the first turtle. We didn't feel disappointed. We was trying to fix what we have lost, fix until we back to the game stronger, and we have won the game.
Yeah, it looked, the game looked extremely close, we have to say. It looked, in some way, I would say you guys, at some points, were losing the game with Patrick Hughes and Moscow splitting down on bot side. It looked like you guys had to shift between clearing the bot lane and also doing the Lord. But at some point, you catch him off guard. We really respected that play. We see the tactics coming in from both you and Gabri, catching him off guard. But then we see Godsey dying in mid lane, and then we say, that's a shame, because that's a wasted Lord right there. And the game goes on, and we say, the more the game goes on, we think the composition of Akke is actually stronger than your draft. Is that fair to say? Like, are you guys worried at this point that you're losing, or nowhere you're worried that you were going to lose this game?
We wasn't worried anymore because we was know that we're gonna win after we got the farm. You know that we have back to the game after we killed the Moskov at the bot lane, me and Gabri.
Yeah.
We would know that he gonna play on the bot lane, so he told me to come with him and catch him. After we killed him, as you said, Godzi died in the mid lane. He was trying to save the Throw Boy. It's not his bad. He was trying to save him.
Yeah. Okay.
And after that, we already have back to the game, and we made an outplay on the mid lane when I killed Moskov and they killed the Grok, and we won. It was like a synergy between us.
Yeah, and I have to say, for me, you're one of my favorite mid laners. But in this game, you looked like it was not your normal kind of gameplay in some sense. They caught you a lot of off guard. I see the Yuzong coming in. You're not ready. I'm not sure what's happening. If you like I expected you, like, here, of course, you guys are winning, and you guys, a win is a win no matter what. But I expected you to really, dominate in some sense. You have that Farsa, you're comfortable on the Farsa, Yuzong. What's happening, like, in your mind? Are they having a composition that you're kind of hard to play against, or are you assuming things about the rotation? Like how is it like? Because we saw that in a lot of the early and to mid stage, the feathered airstrike was not really there, in some sense. The early game, you do a nice play, but later on in the mid stage, you kind of get deactivated in some sense by this Yuzong. What can you like? How did it work? Did you feel like the positioning, or he surprised you, or?
Well, to be honest, it was my bad because I didn't expect Yuzong would focus me all the fights. I thought he gonna focus Roboy more for the objective, but every fight he was focusing me a lot. So I was need to expect something like this. So it's my bad. I don't blame anyone. That's me.
Okay, you're still my favorite. You're still one of my favorite. It's okay. And lastly, I have one last question before I'm gonna pass it to Warren. I mean, obviously, you play Akke here. I think a lot of players and people in general expected Akke to. Me personally, I expected this to be much more straightforward for you guys. I know Akke is extremely strong, but I expected you guys to take this much faster. What is one thing that surprised you? We saw one stage where, obviously, the Grok basic attack, the Lord, you can't really prepare for this, unfortunate. But what is one thing that they really surprised you in this game? Would you say is it draft? Is it the rotation? Or how do they? What surprised you here?
I don't think there was a surprise for us because it was a mistake from us, not good from them. That's what can I say. Because made a lot of mistakes, as you say. I die a lot. Godzi wasn't big of factor. Some mistakes from us make them get the game, and Zembix already is stronger. Baxia is good at the early game. Yuzong and Grok too. So this Bix is so strong. So we was
they
strong.
played really good. Yeah. So and okay, thank you. That's fair to say. Warren, do you have any questions for Say?
Oh, absolutely. I will use your question a little bit. Well, because I wanted to ask, like, so basically you are saying that you feel like if this was like BO3 or like BO5, you think you would be much more consistently winning, and this game was just like a happenstance. Like they were kind of lucky that they caught you off guard. You did some mistakes. You feel like tomorrow, maybe if there was a rematch, you would be much more dominant. Is that what you are trying to say?
About tomorrow, maybe we will be focused more. So I don't think we're gonna lose the early game. I hope so. So
all right, yeah, okay.
And do you feel that? Do you feel that best of 3? Do you prefer the best of 5, or do you want to play the best of 1s? What's your how do you feel?
Well, we're gonna win all games, so it doesn't matter best of 1, best of 3, best of 5. So.
Okay,
best of 1 will be best.
I will kind of piggyback off some of the questions that were already asked, but I will try to ask something that I feel like wasn't really answered yet, and that is how you were able to keep yourself calm and collected, you yourself, because Saint was kind of shooting shots at you. He was saying, "Oh, you didn't have the best game." So how did you keep yourself like calm and collected, even though when Nande was really styling on you, catching you off guard, killing you a lot of times, you were getting caught a lot? Because if we look at the comp, it felt like they should outscale in late game. So where did you find this security? It was because you felt like you are the stronger team, so you will win anyway, or how did you keep yourself calm?
Let's say we all say, okay, chill, we got it, it's okay, I will fix your mistake, it's okay. It's called from our team, it's called the team connection between us. We all fix our mistakes, so you know, we have the what can I say?
Spirit.
I don't know, but yeah, something like this. So no one get mad of his mistakes. We already fix it. So focus on the next. What we're gonna do next.
You only get mad when you lose, but not when you make the mistakes. That's a good. That's a good thing.
We lose. It's okay. We're just a game, and we focus on this. Don't worry.
That's
true. I love your attitude towards it and the rest of your team. That absolutely makes sense. So wish you best of luck. Say that's all from me.
And,
if Sense wants to wrap it up,
Yeah, I just have one last question and one thing to say. So out of all of the teams, obviously you know all of the teams probably here. Who is your most team that you want to play against? It doesn't, you know, who do you want to play against the most?
Against Zedel team.
Zedel team. And and why is that? You want to get famous?
No, because he's my friend. I wanna play with him.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to say an extremely nice game. Looked very, you know, even though through hard times you guys persevere. And I told Warren, I said, your team is guaranteed gonna be top 3. So please don't disappoint me. That's it. I put a lot of pressure on you guys, but I know that you guys are extremely strong, jokes aside, and I know that people are going to see that now. So that's all from me. So anything else? If not, then thank you for joining us. Maybe give a shout out to your team. Say something nice about Gabri engages or Vlados not dying once.
I have the best team, bro, so I don't have anything to say.
Okay, looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow as well. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, Warren.
Right, so
what a nice guy. What a nice guy.
Absolutely,
He's really
absolutely.
ready for tomorrow.
Honestly, like if we would make a tier list of all the interviews that we had today, he was definitely the sweetest guy. Like just saying, "Oh, my team is calm and collected. We are just like relaxed about it. I think we are the best." You know, like so sweet, so much positive energy coming from them. So absolutely love it. Well, we can have a look at what we should expect tomorrow, because tomorrow Memento Mori will be matching against Code Glitch, since they are both 1-0. Misa Esports, I believe it is, right? No, it's not Misa, it's Metashift, right? Metashift against Stolen Angels, Jackpots against Minerva, Fury, Fake Time against Revenant Order, and in the 0-1 department we have Omni, not Omni Glitch, I almost said it again, Omni Knight against Misa Esports. I hope tomorrow they will fix the webcam issue, I believe. Oblivion against Akke, VoidKids against Tiny Bambusel, and Honor against Renta. Honestly, that's a hype match for today, at least for me. Because both of the teams were invited, so we can kind of see who is the better one.
Yeah, who is the better invited team? Definitely, that's an opportunity. And yeah, it's going to be a very extremely nice day tomorrow, I would say. You have seen the winners, and the winners are playing against the winners. So when you see, for example, I don't know, Glitch Code winning or Jackpots winning, you're wondering how good are they actually. Now they play against the other winners. The skill is just gonna be who's actually better here. And like you said, Omni Knight, these kind of teams that lost the day today, they have a chance to climb themselves back, because you don't want to be in that 0-2 stage, because you might go out, might go out right there, first team out. You don't want to be the first team out. So yeah, that's for tomorrow, Warren. What more is there to say?
Well, one more important thing is definitely to say, and that is Stolen Angels. We didn't see them. Their game was kind of stolen from them by Misa Esports a little bit, right? We will see them tomorrow. So this is still a big question mark, at least in my eyes. Of course, Misa Esports could be the question mark as well. So both of these teams, I'm still very excited how they will perform, because I was saying, Stolen Angels, did they fix the issues? Did they pump it up again? And will we see their performance how it was in the beginning of Thunder Division? Or will it be the end of Thunder Division when they weren't really performing? And Misa Esports, can they keep it up? And how can they fight it up? Can you give us some more context, just like last sentence on this topic? And that is, where do you think Misa Esports are in the leaderboard, like power-wise?
Power-wise, I mean, first of all, they need to fix their issue. We didn't see any game today, but by keeping it up, I feel like you said, Stolen Angels just got a win there. They didn't need to play. I know Urek said something about he's so good that he didn't even need to play to win. Misa Esports, I know is a strong team. I played against that team when they were full 5. And I think, I don't know what they had now today. I'm not trying to go into it either. They need to just show up, show whatever it is, and just play their game. They're extremely strong team, and once they actually play the game. But yeah, I'm hoping to see them actually play. Regarding some other teams like Omni Knight, who lost today, they're still a strong team. I mean, just because they lost doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means maybe the other team is better. But yeah, like you said, tomorrow is going to be action-packed. Please, guys, tune in, subscribe, like, share to your brothers, share to your neighbors, share to everybody you have to share to. And yeah, what more is there to say? Thank you all for joining. Shout out to Scarediet and everybody else that's been here. Sokol in the behind the scenes, and Nish also in the pre-show. What more can we say? They like when I shout them out, so I have to make sure to stick around. I have to make sure to shout them out. But
there's one more shout out we have to say, and that is shout out to you viewers that you are watching, and we hope you are enjoying what we have here, and we have so much more in store. So be ready for tomorrow. The weekend is action-packed because we are just starting.
Definitely, and see you tomorrow, guys. See you. Amazing day.